One dude barely talks back to this glowing angel, and boom, she straight up blasts his head off. Don't let the holy wings fool you. This chick is pure evil. She literally spawns out of thin air, ripping everyday people from reality and dumping them into a rigged death game where fighting nightmare monsters on repeat is the only way to survive. She gets a sick kick out of watching helpless humans drop like flies, grinning ear to ear with every casualty. But then, she spots the ultimate anomaly. Ryu Min absolutely speedruns the monster wave, claiming the #1 spot without breaking a single drop of sweat. And then, he pulls the most savage move imaginable. He drops everyone's jaws, including the almighty angels, by looking her dead in the eye and demanding a massive loot upgrade for his top rank. Obviously, that completely triggers her. She instantly plots to erase him from the server. But there is a catch. She already blew her one free kill on that random guy earlier. Snuffing him out now would trigger a massive system penalty. So, playing it cool, she invites him for a private little chat, leading him straight into the dense woods. Strutting through the trees, her mind is just spiraling with absolute disgust for these greedy, pathetic mortals. Yet, her hands are completely tied. If she flat out executes him, the cosmic admins running this twisted show will definitely make her pay. Her master plan? Drag him deep into the shadows where no one is watching, zero him out, and just frame him for trying to glitch outside the map's borders. The second they hit the dead zone, she spins around to strike, but instead eats a massive, bone-crushing punch straight to the face. She slams into the dirt, totally paralyzed in shock as she stares at her own golden blood, her brain glitching over the fact a mere human just decked her. She blinks, and he has completely vanished. A split second later, Ryu Min materializes right at her back, violently snatching her by the throat and her pristine white wing. With zero hesitation, he brutally shreds her wings off her back one after another, dead deaf to her agonizing, ear-piercing shrieks. Grounded and totally helpless, she watches him casually equip a dagger from his inventory before ending her existence with one flawless, lethal slash. The exact moment her lifeless body hits the forest floor, the system flares up. Ryu Min just unlocked the impossible achievement of being the first human ever to slaughter an angel. The loot drop is absolutely insane. He bags the first Angel Slayer title, which instantly multiplies all his base stats by 2 whenever he squares up against holy beings. He also harvests the angel's blood, letting him instantly unlock the ultra-rare Grim Reaper class, capped off with an epic drop called the Rune of Slaughter. This overpowered rune boosts his overall stats by a flat 1% for every single mob he wipes out before the round officially ends. Now, you are probably wondering how this guy is insanely cracked enough to execute a literal divine being on day 1. Well, plot twist. This is his 100th regression. He practically has the entire walkthrough memorized, and here is exactly how his final time loop kicked off. Back in his 99th timeline, he completely solo carried the raid by wiping out the final boss guards, but still got locked out of the main gate for one incredibly dumb reason. The system strictly demanded a minimum party size of 5 players to breach the room. Since he was a lone wolf, the game just mercilessly wiped his file. So, here we are at the respawn screen, seconds before the tutorial initiates. But this time is different. This is his 100th and absolutely final run. Right as the massive city crowd is screaming and throwing confetti to ring in the new year, a crazy, ear-piercing frequency shatters the entire celebration. A sinister, echoing voice starts roasting humanity, calling everyone a bunch of arrogant clowns who are totally clueless about the absolute bloodbath headed their way. The partying instantly dies down as people freeze up, practically tripping over each other to see where that psycho broadcast is coming from. When they finally look up, they spot this breathtakingly radiant woman floating down from the clouds, dripping in a blinding, holy aura. She glares down at the massive crowd like they are literal dirt on her shoe, straight up calling them pathetic zoo monkeys, while the humans just stare back, completely mesmerized. Hypnotized by how unreal this whole aesthetic is, half the crowd tries to cope by convincing themselves it is just some hyper-realistic, next-gen drone projection. Plenty of dudes are already simping over her out-of-this-world beauty, and even Ryu Min has his eyes locked on the glowing figure. But for him, there is zero hype involved. He has literally watched this exact cutscene play out over and over for the past 99 years. Honestly, at this point, the whole dramatic entrance is just intensely cringeworthy to him. Meanwhile, the angel flashes that classic, punchable smirk of hers. She continues to laugh in their faces, making fun of how incredibly easy it is for these gullible mortals to fall head over heels for her. Finally, some random guy gets completely fed up with what he thinks is a viral prank, pointing a finger right at her face and shouting for her to reveal herself. He starts popping off, asking if this is just some over-the-top cosplay stunt or a cheesy street performance using hidden wires. The very split second this dude calls her a piece of floating toilet paper, Min mentally presses F, knowing this guy just fast-tracked his own funeral. Faster than a blink, her eyes flare up into a demonic, glowing red, and with one flick of her wrist, she violently decapitates him on the spot. A massive fountain of blood rains down on the partygoers, paralyzing the entire block in sheer nightmare fuel, as the graceful deity instantly turns into the Grim Reaper. She coldly announces that this is the absolute standard penalty for a piece of trash mortal who dares to disrespect a higher cosmic being. Dropping her voice to a bone-chilling whisper, she sweeps her terrifying gaze across the crowd, promising that any other hecklers will be instantly deleted just like him. Once the entire plaza goes dead silent, she snaps her fingers and orders the terrified survivors to open their ears for the ultimate reality check. Min rolls his eyes in pure annoyance, forced to sit through this massive info dump yet again. To him, it feels exactly like a mind-numbing, endless high school assembly. She breaks the news that they are all drafted into a survival game. It features 20 brutal rounds, with a brand new stage kicking off every single month. To top it all off, she reveals that their physical bodies are staying put, while their souls get violently dragged straight into an alternate dimension to fight for their lives. The objective inside this twisted dimension is deceptively simple: finish the designated mission. Knock out the objective, she claims, and they get to warp back to the real world with some sweet loot. Whispers ripple through the crowd. This sketchy explanation leaves everyone second-guessing if beating the system actually means making it out breathing. But before anyone can cling to that sliver of hope, the winged entity shatters the illusion. Sure, clearing the stage sounds like a solid escape plan, but she casually drops a massive bombshell. Survival is definitely not guaranteed. The brutal reality? 50% of the players are going to get wiped out. Only the top-ranked grinders with the best stats get to walk away. Absolute chaos erupts. Over the screaming, she coldly states the entry requirements. Only teens and young adults between 15 and 29 are getting drafted. The rest? Instantly disqualified. An elderly dude starts cackling hysterically, celebrating his ultimate dodge of the Grim Reaper. That cocky laugh strikes a nerve. One of Young Min's lackeys snaps, yanking the old man up by his shirt and violently getting up in his face. Young Min immediately intervenes, slapping his minion down with a vicious glare. He warns the idiot to read the room before his head literally detaches from his neck. Without skipping a beat, the celestial guide drops the player count. A mind-numbing 18 million humans are officially entering this slaughterhouse. Flash. The warp sequence triggers. Every single participant is ripped from the area and hurled into absolute, isolating darkness. A glowing prompt floats in the void, forcing them to customize their player models before their souls lock into the system. Her voice echoes through the abyss, throwing out a crucial warning. Lock in your stats carefully, because there is absolutely no reset button. Min doesn't hesitate. He selects the exact same build he has rocked for the last 99 regressions, proudly slapping on his legendary IGN, Black Scythe. The moment he hits confirm, he spawns directly into a sprawling, lush field. He has piloted this specific vessel for literally countless lifetimes. Honestly, this digital flesh feels way more authentic than his actual human skin ever did. Suddenly, the server floods as the other players materialize around him. Nobody seems terrified. Some random dude is even flexing, trying to act like a total boss. He asks his buddy to rate his glow-up. Min just shakes his head. It is insanely obvious. These clueless rookies blew their character creation on looking impossibly attractive. Everyone wanted to look like an idol or an anime protagonist, but anyone with an ounce of gaming IQ knows that is a fatal rookie mistake. Dripping in flashy aesthetics just paints a massive target on your back. And in this arena, a game over means you get permanently deleted from existence. Scanning the crowd for his personal tormentor, Min spots him. Young Min swaggers in, rocking a ridiculously oiled, hulking physique. The meathead completely maxed out his aesthetics, spawning in with the most absurdly shredded build imaginable. The newbies are busy admiring their fresh avatars, completely vibing with the weird situation. Bam. The winged overseer phases back into reality, throwing out a sarcastic remark about how much fun everyone seems to be having. Just the sight of her completely suffocates the hype. The playful energy evaporates, replaced by a suffocating, heavy dread. Cold sweat drips down their faces. Someone finally gathers the courage to speak up, loudly noticing that their specific cluster definitely does not equal a million players. The angel glares, clearly annoyed by the interruption. She sharply shoots him down, stating that this spawn point is just a fraction of the map. Millions of other test subjects are currently being divided into separate instances across the globe, managed by other celestial wardens. Right before the tutorial stage initiates, the massive, unhinged guide barks out the basic mechanics, commanding everyone to mentally summon their system interfaces. Min mentally swipes open his UI. He immediately clicks his tongue in pure frustration, staring at those pathetic level 1 stats means he has to do this miserable, relentless grind all over again. With glowing holographic screens reflecting in thousands of terrified eyes, she ruthlessly mocks them for being absolute, rock-bottom noobs. Honestly, anyone who has ever touched an RPG would already know their stats are trash. She orders them to start leveling up immediately, but she sweetens the deal. If these weaklings somehow manage to survive and conquer all 20 floors, they will not just get to breathe another day. The system will literally grant them one omnipotent wish. She then tells them to pull up their subspace storage, mentioning she dropped a little starter pack inside, a complimentary gift for every player. Thousands of people frantically check their digital pockets, only to discover a glowing, mysterious stone sitting alone in slot 1. The psychotic heavenly being clarifies that this randomly generated relic is strictly single-use. The catch? You have to consume it right now, before hitting level 2. It is a crazy, rare, one-time gacha pull exclusive to the tutorial phase, and she briefly outlines the activation sequence. Young Min immediately crushes his stone, eager for power. A wild glow engulfs his massive frame, leaving him completely awestruck by his newly acquired skill. The sadistic overseer smirks, guaranteeing that everyone is going to love their randomized buff. As soon as the magical seals burn into their bodies, she drops the first official mission. A blaring red system alert violently pops up in front of every single player's face. The objective? Slaughter exactly 100 green monsters. Suddenly, ugly, snarling creatures start materializing through the grass, throwing the entire crowd into absolute defensive panic. The bizarre, terrifying atmosphere makes it feel like some tech giant finally perfected full-dive virtual reality gaming, except they were literally kidnapped to be non-consenting beta testers for a hardcore, real-life deathmatch. The maniacal angel then casually dumps 10,000 bloodthirsty beasts right onto a mob of 5,000 squishy, totally clueless civilians. She commands them to rip the monsters apart or die trying. Amidst the screaming chaos, Min does not flinch. He just cracks his knuckles and strides menacingly straight toward the monstrous horde. All eyes lock onto him as he absolutely obliterates a goblin in a split second, making this life-or-death struggle look like an absolute joke. Min understands that first impressions are permanent, and for his own reasons, he desperately needs these people to burn his identity into their memories. The logic is crystal clear. He is actively trying to repel all these clueless NPCs so they don't drag him down. To pull that off, he has to flex his overwhelming power. Plus, baiting the attention of that twisted angel lady is a major part of his master plan. Hitting two birds with one stone, he orchestrates an absolute slaughter so mesmerizing that the bystanders' jaws hit the floor. They literally think he is a Black Ops super soldier bred in a lab somewhere. And honestly, they are totally eating up his edgy alias, the Black Scythe. Witnessing Min absolutely dismantle these monsters pumps massive adrenaline into the crowd. Suddenly feeling brave, these rookies decide to jump into the fray, assuming these green runts are just bottom-tier tutorial fodder. But the moment their egos inflate, a goblin launches through the air and buries its blade deep into a guy's chest, delivering a brutal reality check. This is no friendly warm-up. Absolute chaos erupts instantly, and instead of backing each other up, the whole mob scrambles like frightened deer. The green menace violently surges forward, carving through the terrified crowd, and painting the zone red. Watching the massacre unfold, Min effortlessly reads their panicked thoughts. They definitely assumed they were trapped in some virtual reality simulator, but raw primal fear is about to violently wake them up. Once that switch flips, it becomes every man for himself, throwing their peers to the wolves without blinking. Our boy knows the feeling, because he lived it. It literally cost him 2 entire lifetimes to grasp the brutal truth fleeing from these beasts is a guaranteed death sentence. Proving his point, a desperate girl sprints for the exit only to slam headfirst into an impenetrable force field, making it terrifyingly obvious that escape is impossible. You either fight or you die. For sheltered citizens who would scream at a spider, being handed a weapon and told to butcher humanoid creatures completely breaks their mental state. To survive the next 10 minutes, they must evolve into cold-blooded killers. Bodies stack up endlessly, while the miserable few clinging to life scream their lungs out for a savior. High above the carnage, the sadistic angel boss is practically eating popcorn, relishing the fact that solo goblins are trash, but armed and grouped up, they become an absolute nightmare. Better yet, she is finally locking her eyes onto our overpowered protagonist, proving his massive brainplay worked flawlessly. The heavenly host gets pretty annoyed finding out her admin privileges are blocked from checking his personal stats. Feeling it is super insulting to her massive ego, especially as a high-tier being, she simply cannot look away from the Black Scythe's violent masterpiece. Meanwhile, Min is out here treating a deathmatch like a casual walk in the park. With only 25% of his quota left, he kicks into maximum overdrive, butchering them so ruthlessly that the remaining horde actually breaks formation, sprinting away in sheer terror. Catching his breath in the newly cleared space, he pulls up his holographic interface and smirks he just hit level 4. Each rank up grants him 2 precious attribute points. And without hesitating, he dumps absolutely everything straight into agility. Being a veteran, he knows the agility tree. In this twisted divine system buffs both how fast you strike and how fast you sprint. Drawing from 99 past lives, he understands one undeniable truth. Mobility is the ultimate god stat in the early game. Having successfully styled on the monsters just to thirst trap the angel, our guy decides to finally wrap this up. He casually chucks his weapon like a deadly boomerang, reaping a few more green skulls on its way back. The surviving stragglers, realizing they are completely cooked, freeze in absolute despair. Min stalks right up to them and executes every single one, double-checking his handiwork to officially clear the objective. After speedrunning the tutorial stage without breaking a sweat, he briefly reviews his master plan. He reflects that flexing so hard on those low-tier mobs wasn't exclusively about making the celestial moderator watch him. He was actively hunting for the ultimate bragging rights, securing the #1 clear time on both the local and global leaderboards. Right on cue, a massive golden notification shatters the air, announcing his flawless victory at a ridiculous 10 minutes and 21 seconds, snatching the crown. He remembers exactly how the podium works, where the top 3 get elite loot drops. By taking the gold, he secures a guaranteed rare-grade armory voucher, paired with a completely exclusive mystery box for dominating the global ranks. Popping open his local server rewards, an entire arsenal flickers into existence before his eyes. Skipping the flashy junk, he locks in a stiletto, a razor-sharp starter blade, instantly trashing the dull piece of garbage he used for the opening bloodbath. He pockets the global prize for a rainy day, and glances back at his HUD, only to realize the rest of the players are still violently fighting for their lives against bottom-feeder mobs. Shifting his focus, he hovers over his freshly unlocked title, the Last Time Reverser, a tag he has never seen once across nearly 100 resets. Intrigued, he activates the mysterious artifact he just scooped up, unlocking the Rune of Time Reversal. The second, the magical circuitry starts burning itself into his flesh, an urgent system ping rings out. Min isn't even phased when the engraving fails. He knows the leftover energy from the rune is rejecting it. Honestly, if that engraving had actually worked, it would have triggered an infinite time loop glitch, basically handing him God mode on a silver platter. But the system isn't done yet. A notification pops up, revealing that dying 100 times just unlocked a brand new, ultra-rare title. Any veteran player knows the deal titles are basically runes on steroids. He scans the stats, and his jaw practically drops. This title grants him a free, 100% guaranteed extra life. Usually, only high-tier support classes get a revive, and even then, they bring you back barely breathing at 30% HP. But this is a total reset. Mind absolutely blown by how broken this perk is, he immediately toggles the visibility off. You don't just flaunt that kind of trump card. With his loadout sorted, he glances around to see who else survived the slaughter. His eyes scan the bloodbath for young Min, his personal tormentor. Seeing the bully sweating it out with his crew, our guy knows that trash is definitely making it to round 2. The player count is slowly matching the monster count, but the angelic game master is yawning. Craving more carnage, she casually spawns a fresh wave of green-skinned freaks. Down in the dirt, the corpses of the fallen begin deleting themselves from reality, while survivors scream and claw at the fading dust of their friends. A suffocating tidal wave of 50,000 goblins crashes into the arena, absolutely steamrolling the exhausted players. The survival quota inches closer to the limit. The second the survivor counter ticks past 5,000, the remaining monsters evaporate into thin air. As for the slowpokes, who didn't hit their kill count, they get permanently logged out of life, dusting away into nothingness. One desperate dude screams at the floating angel, begging for just one more kill, but the system doesn't care about your feelings. Survival rate is strictly capped at 50%, no exceptions. The ones left standing are completely paralyzed, watching the people next to them literally get erased from existence. Hovering above, the sadistic angel mocks their trauma, telling them to wipe their tears and grind harder if they want to survive Stage 2. But before the lobby resets, the leaderboard materializes in the sky alongside the loot drops. Every survivor gets a flat payout of 1,000 gold coins. It's basically premium currency, ready to be blown on gear the second the system shop unlocks at level 10. That massive glowing scoreboard does exactly what Min wanted. It puts his name right at the very top. Naturally, the MVP ranking catches a certain angel's eye. She floats down, eyeing him like a glitch, demanding to know how a basic human pulled those numbers and if he rolled some kind of busted, overpowered rune. Our grim Reaper just smirks, firing back. Aren't you a god? Read the stats yourself. Flustered, the winged lady completely backpedals, loudly claiming she already knows everything, desperate to protect her ego in front of the server. Leaning into the tension, Min casually asks if he can make a little request of his own. He flat out tells her that the rank 1 loot drop is absolute garbage, and he wants a better payout. The angel's halo practically shatters from pure rage. Trembling with anger, she dares this mortal insect to repeat himself. Without missing a beat, Min stares dead into her eyes and says it again. Her blood pressure spikes. She's staring daggers at him, completely baffled that this scrub thinks clearing a basic goblin mob entitles him to VIP treatment. She is seconds away from literally snapping his neck with her mind, until a sudden realization hits her. She already blew her one-time admin execution pass. Kicking herself for wasting the free kill on some random NPC earlier, a twisted smile suddenly creeps onto her face. She leans in, asking if he's truly that desperate for premium loot. She puts on this whole act, explaining that the system strictly forbids admins from handing out custom rewards, but for a special player like him, she's willing to bend the code. She orders the rest of the lobby to stay put while she takes the MVP for a little private chat. The arena instantly blows up with whispers. Players are losing their minds, realizing that arguing with the devs might actually be a valid meta strategy. Half the crowd starts plotting their own negotiations, while the other half watches with extreme suspicion, wondering exactly what kind of godly item Min is about to get. A wave of toxic jealousy washes over the mob, as Min casually trails behind the floating entity, stepping past the tree line and deep into the dense, dark jungle. He purposefully drags his feet, staying way out of her strike zone. Snapping her fingers, she barks at him to hurry up, privately seething over how these mortal cockroaches need to be treated like dogs. Taking a deep breath, she swallows the rage. Breaking the cosmic rules programmed into this death game isn't an option. The absolute gods who coded this reality wouldn't tolerate it. But a sinister, villainous grin stretches across her face as a loophole forms in her mind. The moment they cross into an unmonitored zone, she's going to tear this cocky kid apart. She is fully aware that manually deleting a player out of pure spite is a massive violation of the terms of service. Lacking the proper admin clearance, getting caught would mean instant, brutal punishment from the higher-ups. But there's no crime if there's no proof. Once she floats into a secluded, shadowy clearing, far from prying eyes, she spins around to execute her trap, only to eat a devastating, high-speed right hook square in the jaw. The sheer force of the ambush launches the celestial being straight into the dirt. A glowing, golden ichor drips from her nose like literal godly blood, and she absolutely loses her mind. Screaming in pure, unadulterated rage, she charges forward to completely obliterate this human trash, but she hits empty air. Min has completely ghosted. Before she can even track his movement, he materializes directly in her blind spot. One hand violently pins her pristine wings back, while the other locks into a lethal chokehold around her throat. Completely pinned, the once arrogant god shrieks in absolute panic. But Min stands his ground like an absolute menace. He brutally tears off her wings one by one, sending a clear message that her escape route is officially cut off. Tossing the bloody feathers aside, he looks down at her with a cold grin and sarcastically asks if she is feeling the pain. Furious and totally losing her mind, the angel screams out, demanding to know if he has gone completely psycho. Min just flashes a wicked smirk, smoothly breaking down how he already knew about the secret dagger tucked away in her feathers and how she was plotting to backstab him the whole time. The winged lady aggressively denies everything, swearing up and down that she never planned to hurt him. Min ignores the cap, casually dropping her real name, Brielle, and straight up tells her that spitting lies will not save her skin today. Brielle instantly freezes in pure terror, completely mind-blown that some random human actually knows her true identity. Right on cue, Min whips out her own hidden weapon, making her soul practically leave her body. Clinging to dear life, Brielle tries to pull a massive bluff, threatening to pop his head like a balloon with a single snap of her fingers. But Min shuts that garbage down in a heartbeat, reminding her that her ultimate attack is currently on cooldown. This pushes Brielle into an absolute meltdown, desperately throwing out excuses and begging to negotiate a truce. She fires off one final, desperate threat, warning him that her squad will hunt him down if he touches her. But Min reads her like an open book. He gives her a harsh reality check, bluntly stating that zero backup is coming, simply because her so-called holy squad is packed with selfish narcissists who would not even blink if she got wiped off the face of the earth. She desperately argues that flat-out executing her brings zero benefits, whining that they will be stranded without an angelic guide, making a ticket back home totally impossible. Min just laughs at the cope, informing her that the game system automatically teleports players back the second the loot drops, and it definitely does not need her permission to trigger the transfer. Sweating bullets, she keeps trying to hustle, pulling the most pathetic excuses out of thin air, promising to leak every secret she knows while sobbing for a second chance at life. But Min is not buying a single word of it, deadpanning that he already possesses every single cheat code regarding this twisted game, reminding her that angels are literally just disposable tutorial NPCs with zero actual value. Showing zero hesitation, Min plunges his blade right through her chest, permanently sending her to the Shadow Realm. The moment the celestial being drops dead, a massive system alert pops up, confirming he is the first player in history to flat-out murder an angel, hooking him up with the legendary First Angel Slayer title. On top of that massive flex, our guy bags the ultra-rare Angel Blood alongside the deadly Rune of Slaughter. Turns out, our boy is a seasoned veteran at breaking the game, and exactly like his past lives, he has secured the First Blood achievement on a heavenly being yet again. The Dark Rune burns itself straight into his flesh, while his brand new title offers a crazy buff that doubles all his stats anytime he squares up against forces from the Holy Order. During his previous timelines, he only stumbled upon these insane perks way later in the 13th loop during a massive war against the heavens. And since these drops are heavily locked to a single owner, the system made them incredibly overpowered and exclusive. Beyond the ridiculous double stat multiplier from his title, he also unlocks the passive Rune ability, which juices his power by 1% for every kill he racks up, letting him snowball all the way to a monstrous 100% boost. The only catch is that this god-tier stacking completely resets the moment a new stage kicks off. Min flashes a dangerous smile while gripping a glowing golden drop, the Angel Blood, which was his true objective for hunting down the winged girl from the very start. This specific item is a golden ticket that allows a player to awaken the ultra-rare Grim Reaper class. For context, every survivor unlocks the job system the second they hit level 10, with exactly 30 different classes floating around in the game, and players can actually trigger these awakenings through a few different methods. You can grind for a class by looting a specific drop from boss fights or by grinding out crazy hidden achievements. But there is an elite tier of hidden jobs classified as unique, meaning only one player in the entire world can hold the title. And naturally, these one-of-a-kind classes are fundamentally broken, totally outclassing the basic jobs. Min quickly pulls up his world map clear rewards, ultimately locking in a massive experience multiplier for the upcoming stage, fully aware that speedrunning to level 10 is his absolute top priority right now to secure that Grim Reaper awakening. He knows damn well that this is his final timeline loop, meaning he has absolutely no room for error and must become an unstoppable force by ruthlessly exploiting every single glitch and hidden item he can find. Suddenly, the timer hits 0, wrapping up the tutorial phase and forcibly teleporting every surviving soul back to their home dimension. Across the globe, regular folks start gasping for air as they wake up on Earth, their consciousness snapping back into their bodies, completely bewildered by the absolute madness they just witnessed. The masses assume it was just some collective fever dream, but a quick look around reveals that their physical bodies had just been slumped over on the floor the exact second they got isekai'd. Glancing at their phones, panic sets in when they realize the clock perfectly syncs up with the exact hours they spent fighting for their lives in that hellish tutorial, sending a massive wave of creeping dread through the population. Their brains feel like mush, and their muscles scream in agony like they just ran a marathon. Young Min and his squad frantically scan the room, quickly realizing that several people are still lying completely lifeless on the ground, permanently trapped in that nightmare, and never waking up. Whispers erupt through the surviving crowds as people compare notes, terrifyingly putting the pieces together that this bloodbath was 100% real. The countdown is already ticking for round 2, and there is zero escaping it. Scrambling to their feet, survivors frantically shake their unconscious buddies, desperate to wake them up. But the second their fingers brush against pale skin, a sickening chill sets in. No pulse, no breath. The horrific reality crashes down. Their friends are absolutely, utterly gone. That is when the sheer terror violently grips the crowd. The twisted promise about only half making it out alive was not some sick prank, it was a blood-soaked guarantee. Absolute hysteria detonates through the plaza, and even our resident street thug finds himself shaking uncontrollably. But beneath that shivering exterior, this toxic garbage fire is actually smiling. Wealth, status, trashed. This apocalyptic nightmare just leveled the entire playing field. Flexing his newfound ego, he snaps at a hyperventilating dude beside him to take a breather and touch grass. He smirks, dropping the harsh truth that society has always been a rigged game anyway, force-feeding the terrified kid a brutal reality check. The bald guy snaps back, arguing that even if his existence screams NPC energy, he still has massive dreams to grind for. But the local psycho completely tunes him out, his venomous eyes scanning the chaotic mob for a specific target. Where the heck did Min vanish to after blacking out? A sinister chuckle escapes his throat, heavily assuming that a pathetic pushover like him probably flatlined in the dirt, without making a single sound. Suddenly, his radar zeroes in on some random dude rocking full-blown fantasy armor, casually swiping at an invisible, glowing screen. The punk's brain clicks, he mentally triggers his own status window. Watching his lackeys absolutely lose their minds over their floating holographic menus, the whole squad finally registers the insane truth. They literally brought video game loot back into the real world, though these digital interfaces are strictly locked to the user's eyes only. Wanting to take this literal cheat code for a spin, the thug grabs a solid chunk of concrete and squeezes. Dust explodes through his fingers. Staring at the pulverized debris, the snake-eyed menace flashes an utterly unhinged, power-drunk grin. Cut to the following morning, the media is absolutely melting down. Social feeds are overflowing, with viral footage of a massive civilian blackout triggered right after some bizarre, angelic entity dropped from the clouds. Looking straight out of a sci-fi flick, conspiracy theories are blowing up, claiming this cosmic being can literally explode skulls or plunge thousands into instant comas. Scrolling past the clueless talking heads panicking on live television, Min already knows the horrific punchline. The planet is going to shatter into pure anarchy, the exact moment authorities realize half these comatose victims are about to flatline from sudden heart failure, taking down A-list influencers right along with them. But the real bloodbath kicks off when law enforcement realizes the ones waking up are basically walking weapons now. Sure, their rookie-level stats are cute for now, but give it time, these awakened superhumans will eventually outscale the entire global military complex. And that is exactly where our boy steps into the ring, ready to brutally humble these power-tripping maniacs before they can nuke the entire planet into dust ahead of the ultimate deathmatch. His strategy? Absolute, monstrous, overwhelming dominance. But unlike his past life, he is playing 4D chess. Securing the allegiance of the top 4 heavyweights is mandatory if he plans on breathing past the final phase. Yet, before he can save the world, he has a desperately personal side quest. Stepping back into his cramped apartment, Min hits the kitchen, his chest tightening with heavy guilt at the sight of an empty instant noodle cup his kid brother's entire dinner. Moving like a ghost, he cracks the bedroom door open, desperately trying not to disturb the sleeping kid. A warm wave of relief washes over him, seeing Juan completely knocked out, safe and sound even without his protector around. Because despite shooting up like a giant beanstalk, this towering 7th grader is still just a kid who lost his entire world in a fatal highway pileup, leaving the two brothers completely alone. Gently touching the heavily bandaged knuckles on the boy's bruised fist, a brutal surge of raw agony rips straight through Min's soul. Sympathy time is over. He violently flicks on the overhead lights, barking at his sibling to pack up immediately. Half asleep, Juan groans, whining about the ungodly hour, but our ruthless protagonist literally rips the covers off, demanding he throw some clothes on immediately. The mission is critical, and the debriefing will happen while they are moving. The younger sibling totally complains, swearing that if this is another one of his brother's weirdly intense fitness jogs, he is out. But the absolute icy drop in Min's voice freezes the room. The apocalypse is literally knocking at their door, and sleeping through it is no longer an option. Squinting through the confusion, the kid asks if some massive beef went down during that New Year's countdown party his older brother ditched him for. Min just doubles down, promising a full breakdown once their feet hit the pavement. Slipping through a dead silent alleyway, the middle schooler is practically drowning in confusion over this sudden, wildly intense change in energy. Breaking the silence, our MC simply orders him to pull up his social feeds, hinting that the world practically ended while he was busy dreaming. One glance at the glowing screen, and Juan's brain short-circuits, staring completely dumbfounded at the absolutely chaotic trending hashtags about a literal killer angel. That nightmare dimension snatched up a ton of teens, and Min finally drops the bomb. He was actually one of those unlucky victims forced into the twisted game, barely crawling out alive after clutching up the first brutal survival phase. Hearing this, his little brother totally freaks out, practically begging to know if he is physically okay. Ever since that fatal car crash took their parents, Min is literally the only family Juan has left on Earth. The kid vividly remembers drowning in grief back then, yet his older bro was an absolute rock, radiating this comforting warmth that kept their parents' memories alive. But let's be real, a guy can only tank so much trauma, and even someone with unbreakable mental fortitude could crack after being forced to slaughter 100 nightmarish monsters. Reading Juan like an open book, Min flashes a chill smile, explaining how the player system basically buffs your real-life stats, meaning even a scrawny dude built like a twig gets seriously overpowered. But little bro is not buying this main character speech. Min promises the anxiety will vanish the second he sees him in action, asking Juan to just trust the process and follow his lead for now. Juan isn't having it. He stubbornly crosses his arms, planting his feet like a statue, refusing to take a single step until Min finally spills the dark secret he has been guarding this whole time. Min's eyes drift down to an ugly, purple bruise marking the kid's hand. His expression goes ice cold. He shatters the silence, directly dropping the name of the absolute scumbag who has been making Juan's life a living hell. Pure, unfiltered panic hits Juan instantly. Hearing that monster's name slip from his brother's mouth makes him sweat bullets. He is absolutely paralyzed, mind blown that his massive secret is already exposed. He slowly turns to his older brother, his voice trembling as he asks if he actually knew the truth from day one. A massive wave of guilt crushes the kid, especially since he broke his back trying to hide the abuse, terrified of dropping another heavy burden onto a guy already fighting for his own survival. Yet, deep inside, it is Min who feels completely awful. He owes his little bro a massive apology for being totally blind to the agonizing torment the kid was suffering behind his back. In his past timeline, the truth hit Min in the most devastating way imaginable. He was just crashing on the couch for a quick nap when Juan casually mentioned he was going for a quick walk. Hours rolled by, and an annoyed Min picked up a random phone call, having zero clue his entire reality was about to shatter. The nurse on the other line delivered a cold, soul-crushing reality check when she frantically urged him to rush to the emergency room. It turns out, those lowlifes jumped his little brother, brutally beating him down in the dark until his vision was permanently destroyed. Standing in that sterile room, Min felt utterly pathetic, suffocating under the crushing weight of his own absolute uselessness. That exact nightmare is the dark fuel driving him in this second life. He vows to violently protect his blood from ever tasting that kind of despair again. Meanwhile, deep in a shady alleyway, the bully Taehyung aggressively launches a random nerd into a brick wall, barking that the loser was supposed to cough up 20,000 won today. He screams absolute venom, while his victim just twitches on the concrete like a completely broken NPC. The heavyweight tyrant unleashes a merciless barrage of kicks. It gets so brutally out of hand that even his own loyal thugs start sweating at the pure carnage. While his crew stands totally paralyzed by his psycho energy, the oversized bully starts complaining. He whines there is zero chance he can score a heavy-duty bike, sturdy enough to carry his massive bulk without that stolen cash. Annoyed, he snaps his neck toward a lackey and demands to know who else they can easily shake down for funds. The gears are barely turning in his head until a dude with a massive forehead chimes in, suggesting they target that tall, curly-haired walking stick. Just visualizing Juan's timid face makes a wicked grin slice across Taehyung's cheeks, and he casually boasts that his ultimate New Year's resolution was to completely rearrange that specific kid's face. While his brainless minions hype up the supposedly genius plan of milking Juan for cash, the Grease Lord quickly shuts it down. He reminds them their favorite target is basically dead broke, and every single time he folded that shack-dwelling loser, his pockets were completely empty. But the very second he mentions how Juan lives with his older sibling, his greedy eyes lock onto two shadows stepping into the alley. To his twisted delight, it is his absolute favorite human punching bag, flanked by his big brother. Just catching that visual makes the basketball-shaped menace, and his entire squad smile like wild hyenas. He laughs out loud, joking that usually speaking of the devil summons a demon, but today, the universe literally hand-delivered him a gift. Instantly, the heavyweight flips the psycho switch and hurls vile insults at Juan. The pure intimidation makes the kid freeze up, trembling violently as he stammers out a terrified apology. But Min does not even blink. He shoots the bully a dead-eyed, predatory glare that silently screams his free trial on life has expired. Taehyung just smirks back, assuming this pathetic kid just brought him a fresh, squishy toy to demolish. He cockily steps forward, demanding to know what kind of idiot he actually dragged here to play hero. Before Juan can squeak out a single syllable, the older brother casually steps into the spotlight, causing the massive bully to grin like a total maniac. He sneers at Juan, laughing that bringing backup was a fatal mistake, and now Big Bro is about to get completely hospitalized for his snitching. But catching a weird vibe, the oversized boss hesitates, signaling his low-level goons to rush in first. To test out exactly what this new guy brings to the table, the first thug practically bursts into tears laughing, completely underestimating Min just because of his height. Completely unbothered, our main guy responds by planting a flawless right hook directly onto his jaw, flooring him with an insanely satisfying crunch. That counterattack leaves the discount Justin Bieber completely shook, prompting him to instantly launch a desperate haymaker, throwing his entire weight into a strike that slices through the air. But our protagonist simply hits a clean, effortless sidestep. The resulting impact launches the absolute clown backward into a stack of crates, literally bawling for his mother. Simultaneously, the bald minion and Taegyu's final lackey crumble to the concrete, entirely folded and trembling from a single strike each. Witnessing his crew get utterly dismantled, the heavyweight bully starts shaking, hardcore coping with the absolute massacre unfolding right in front of him. He desperately tries to convince himself that Juan's older sibling merely picked up some basic martial arts at a local gym. Masking his panic, the giant scoffs, claiming a dude shaped like a string bean literally lacks the power to leave a dent. Marching forward with serious JoJo antagonist energy, he uses his massive frame to loom right over our hero. With a massive smirk, he mocks how those cheap fighting classes clearly skipped the lesson on extreme weight classes. Min simply chuckles at the human meat shield, asking if this dude ever bothers to check the local broadcasts. That arrogant smirk triggers the giant instantly. He hurls a massive fist, desperate to flatten him, but our guy flawlessly slips past the strike, leaving the oversized bulldog stumbling blindly as he turns every single evasion into pure cinematic sauce. Taegyu's heart rate spikes dangerously, genuinely risking cardiac arrest just from the intense cardio. Completely lost on why he keeps swinging at ghosts, the discount Big Smoke finally gets silenced when Min delivers a single, glorious strike that puts him straight to sleep. Standing over him, he casually mentions that keeping up with current events would have saved him this massive reality check. Barely clinging to consciousness, the massive unit blindly rushes Min again, only to get absolutely clapped a second time. Pulling a straight-up ninja teleport, Min completely vanishes, popping up directly behind the heavyweight to bury a flawless uppercut right into his massive jaw. Gripping his face in pure agony, the giant starts screaming absolute garbage until pure panic sets in. He just spit out a completely shattered tooth. This realization triggers absolute rage. Looking like a gamer who just lost a high-stakes match, he lunges into a completely desperate attack. Min, zero hesitation. He absolutely rains down a flurry of savage combos directly onto that massive target, leaving Taegyu wobbling like a corrupted NPC. Meanwhile, his completely useless gang spectates from afar, absolutely paralyzed with fear, practically freezing in their tracks. Furious and desperate, the knockoff boss desperately copes, tricking himself into believing this skinny sibling is only winning through lucky cheap shots. He figures one heavy impact is all it takes to launch this string bean completely across the entire room. Channeling major main character energy, he unleashes everything into one definitive, match-ending blow. But Min flawlessly deflects the momentum, redirecting the human bowling ball directly into the nearest wall. While the colossal bully pathetically drags himself across the floor, our protective sibling simply glares down, dropping a chillingly casual question about how it feels to finally taste his own toxic medicine. As haunting memories of one suffering constantly flood his vision, Taegyu completely drops the tough guy persona, pleading for a second chance while quivering on the concrete exactly like the helpless targets he previously tormented. Unfazed, Min takes a slow step forward and grips the guy's arm. The massive bully squeezes his eyes shut, bracing for ultimate destruction. After a deliciously agonizing pause, our protagonist unleashes a menacing smile and directly states that his ultimate, unforgivable life error was ever choosing to mess with one. Instantly, Taegyu takes a solid second to process the horrific popping noise ringing through his skull, finally realizing his own wrist just got folded into an unrecognizable pretzel. Min does not pause for a single breath, immediately grabbing the remaining arm. The subsequent crunch is so insanely visceral that the surrounding minions literally sprint for their lives. One, totally unequipped for this level of brutality, turns his head away. But his older sibling is absolutely locked in, guaranteeing this pathetic excuse for a boss permanently understands the consequences of his actions. Yet, he flashes one last wicked smirk at the crying mess, mocking him for assuming a fake apology would actually work, making it crystal clear that pure trash never gets an ounce of trust. He permanently disables Taegyu from ever throwing hands at another victim again by executing a maneuver that would totally earn this channel a community guidelines strike. Moments later, a baffled one questions his brother, demanding to know where he acquired those absolutely god-tier combat skills, suspecting a secret training arc hiding in the background. Min finally drops the truth bomb. Recent broadcasts just revealed a handful of chosen individuals awakened as literal players with otherworldly stats. Chilling back on Earth, our guy casually flexes one of his sick new daggers to Juan, instantly making his little bro lose his mind, geeking out like he just unboxed a mythic tier weapon skin. Min then drops some lore, explaining how styling on his enemies was entirely thanks to his maxed out agility stats, basically leaving Olympic sprinters in the dust. But he hits the brakes on the story. The second Juan gets way too invested and starts firing off a million questions. Min just brushes it off, flashing back to that one time his big mouth got his little brother snatched by a rogue player. And even though Juan survived without a scratch, our MC is dead set on making sure his sibling never catches strays or experiences that kind of trauma ever again. The heavy mood totally shatters when Juan's stomach drops an absolute beat drop of a growl. Catching the hint, Min promises to treat him to a top-tier convenience store feast, celebrating the fact that nobody tried to pack them up today. Walking down the aisles, Juan drops a line so heartbreaking it actually hurts, staring confusedly at the cheap instant noodles, and wondering why his older brother is just walking right past their usual struggle meal. Min just tells him to chill for a sec while he literally drains his entire life savings at the ATM, swearing that everything is under control. Strolling back, he gives Juan the ultimate green light to grab literally anything he wants from the premium food section. Juan freezes up, sweating over the thought of starving before the holidays. But the temptation totally wins him over, and he snatches up a box of chicken nuggets like it is a holy relic. His eyes sparkle as he admits he has been dreaming of tasting these bad boys. Seeing that pure, unfiltered joy melts Min's heart completely, making him swear that next time they are hitting up a legit restaurant where Juan can finally experience the magic of actual beef. Watching his kid brother treat $5 microwave nuggets like a 5-star meal hits Min hard, silently begging Juan to just hold out a little longer until he secures the ultimate bag. Later on, Min watches Juan munch away in absolute bliss, basically ascending to heaven, but then reality violently kicks down the door. Our MC marches back, aggressively smacks a pen onto the table, and drops a bombshell. He just dumped their entire survival fund straight into lottery tickets. Juan instantly goes pale, practically sweating an ocean as he stammers out, asking exactly how much cash he actually burned, only to watch his brother casually admit he zeroed out their bank balance. This sends Juan straight into a massive panic attack. Meanwhile, Min ignores the meltdown and speedruns filling out the forms. Peeking over his shoulder, Juan spots something insanely sketchy happening and questions why he is spamming the exact same digits across all 20 slips. Smirking like an absolute menace, our hero confidently declares it is just his lucky sequence. Cut back to their dingy apartment, and Juan is having an existential crisis staring at the TV screen as the hosts slowly pull the winning balls. He is aggressively gnawing on his fingernails, mourning the massive feast they could have demolished instead of gambling it all away. But that crushing anxiety vaporizes in real time the second the host starts screaming out the digits. His jaw hits the floor, staring blankly as every single number aligns flawlessly with his brother's so-called lucky picks. And just to seal the deal, the broadcast confirms they snagged the ultimate jackpot. Convinced he is trapped in a crazy fever dream, Juan gets all teary-eyed and begs his older brother to physically pinch his cheek just to prove he isn't hallucinating. Min just roasts him for crying like a literal toddler, flashing $1 million smirk, confirming this is 0% fake, and they are officially filthy rich. Our guy then tells his brother to take a chill pill and stop screaming before the neighbors call the cops, all while secretly dying of laughter on the inside, because he remembers squealing like a total fangirl the very first time he predicted these exact numbers. But nowadays, with awakened players completely crashing the global economy, printing money feels like an absolute cheat code. Fast forward, our main character casually struts right up to the bank teller, dropping the bomb that he is the grand prize winner, here to secure the bag. The employee hits him with the standard congratulations, internally judging how the jackpot owner literally looks like a high schooler skipping class. He asks for the location of the purchase, but the second the branch code drops, the teller completely short-circuits. He instantly recalls a rumor about over 100 winning slips originating from that exact spot. The math clicks in his head, realizing one absolute madman bought out the entire batch. He also remembers his boss's strict orders, demanding he summon the big boss the second this mystery winner walked in. Panicking internally, he politely begs our boy to hold on for a minute. Moments later, the bank director rolls up in person. The boomer introduces himself, flashing a smile so greedy it screams red flags, almost like he is plotting to finesse our hero's wallet right then and there. Still, he keeps up the act, personally guiding his VIP guest up to the penthouse office. Stepping inside, the director's secretary immediately bows at a perfect 90 degrees, completely convinced that the boss just dragged his teenage son into work. But the director instantly shuts that down, hyping up Min as an ultra-exclusive, top-tier client. Time to roll out the red carpet. The teller immediately clicks that she is standing face-to-face with the absolute myth, the absolute madman who swept 100 jackpot stubs. She fights the urge to totally fangirl, trembling while laying on the ultimate customer service charm. Min completely brushes her off, demanding she cut the small talk and hand over the bag. He tosses the fat stack of paper across the counter, and her mind straight up flatlines when she spots the identical digits, stamped across every single slip. Once she runs the verification and proves these beauties are 100% legit, Min cuts right to the chase, demanding the final payout number. Even after the government ruthlessly yoinks a third for taxes, this dude still secures a jaw-dropping 15 billion won in pure profit. He pivots hard, scooping up a cozy little studio pad and diving headfirst into day trading, mostly because he holds the ultimate cheat code, knowing Bitcoin is about to absolutely skyrocket to the moon. Fast forward to the crib, Min completely blindsides his little bro with a high-end luxury setup that looks like a straight-up movie set. But the kid instantly presses him, wondering why he did not just flex and buy the whole property instead of leasing, considering they are supposed to be drowning in endless cash. With a massive smirk, Min drops the bomb that they are technically dead, broke again. Why? Because he yeeted every single penny directly into crypto, instantly causing the brain of Juan to completely glitch out and evaporate. The older sibling smoothly rests a hand on the shoulder of the kid, promising that he is playing a massive game of four-dimensional chess and telling him to chill since that mysterious dream grandpa actually leaked the winning digits for the next 4 lottery drops. Snapping back to reality, Juan violently rattles Min like a spray paint can, shrieking at him to carve those digits into his skull, as if Min could ever erase them, especially after suffering through this exact same tedious time loop, literally millions of times. Shoving the drama aside, Min orders him to speedrun, packing their trash, because they are relocating to the premium pad tonight. Cut to a completely different scene, where some absolute unit of a player is obliterating a solid concrete wall like a knockoff Avenger. This meathead is mentally crowning himself a genius for dumping every last stat point directly into pure brute force, but he is not your average gym rat. He is rocking the Rune of Power, a broken artifact that multiplies a base strength stat by 2, pumping his ego so high he genuinely believes he could easily fold both Mike Tyson and Jake Paul in the ring. Gripping hands the size of cinder blocks, he figures it is finally time to unleash these massive weapons in the real world. He pulls up to the trashy old apartment of our protagonist, pounding the door into splinters while screaming for Min to stop ducking him like a coward. Met with dead silence, the brute starts wondering if his target already kicked the bucket in some random alleyway. Just picturing that arrogant, punchable smirk Min flashed him before makes his veins pop with pure rage. He keeps battering the entrance like an absolute psycho ready to catch a body, only pausing when his tiny brain finally computes that the room is empty. The raging meathead roars that if he detects even a single breath from inside, he is kicking the hinges off like a heavily armed tactical unit. Perfectly on cue, a random grandpa rolls up, demanding to know why this giant is throwing a temper tantrum in his hallway. The aggro player spits zero respect, aggressively barking at the boomer to kick rocks, since he clearly does not hold the deed. Completely unfazed, the elder ruthlessly mogs him by revealing he is literally the landlord, before calmly questioning if this hulking trespasser is looking for a buddy. Taking a solid minute to force his final 2 brain cells to spark, the brute fakes a friendly vibe, begging the owner to unlock the unit because he is absolutely devastated with worry over his best pal, who has been missing in action for ages. Instead of falling for it, the landlord leaves the giant frozen in absolute disbelief, casually dropping the info that the college kid dipped out days ago without leaving a forwarding address, sending the meathead into a legendary state of fury. Cutting back to the luxury high-rise, Juan is absolutely mesmerized by the elite amenities, acting totally unhinged like a country bumpkin who just teleported into the future. The second they cross the threshold of their sprawling penthouse, the kid interrogates his older sibling about the true price tag of this massive suite, knowing full well it is way too huge for just a duo. Min does not even blink as he casually reveals the monthly lease hits at a light 22 million won. The astral body of Juan practically ejects from his physical form, flashing back to when he was stressing, overspending 5,000 won on some cheap fried chicken. Panicking, he begs Min to stop burning through cash like a degenerate, demanding they downgrade immediately. But our overpowered protagonist coldly states that paying for maximum security is completely non-negotiable, mostly because players are forced into a coma-like sleep on day 1 of every single month, transforming them into sitting ducks against everything from massive earthquakes to rival assassins. Through brutal past lives, Min learned the hard way that flexing god-tier stats in the system means absolutely zero if somebody clips you while you are napping in the real world. Min gives him the grand tour and asks for his verdict. Honestly, Juan is absolutely stoked about the new crib, but that massive grin totally vanishes a second later. Guilt trips hard, apologizing for being dead weight and draining Min's time and energy, especially when his older brother is already dodging death left and right in that brutal alternate dimension. Min just chuckles, delivers a solid clap to his shoulder, and asks the kid if he seriously doubts his survival skills for the upcoming round. Brushing off the heavy vibes, he orders his younger sibling to finally chill out and hit up the ultra-luxe, 5-star dining spot, right downstairs. Meanwhile, Min dips out to scroll through his notifications. He practically rolls his eyes at the toxic spam and furious rants flooding in from Young Min, but he leaves that psycho on read without blinking. Let the dude yap all he wants, operating as the legendary Black Scythe. Min is literally untouchable right now. Fast forward to the next morning, Min steps out of his bedroom, only to catch his brother all geared up and ready to hit the road. All smiles, one announces he is heading out to grab a fresh batch of custom-ordered rice cakes. Wait, what? That completely short-circuits Min's brain. Why? Because across all 99 past lives he remembers, his introverted sibling has literally never pulled a stunt like this. Totally baffled, he asks what the big deal is. One casually explains he just wants to break the ice and vibe with the neighbors, seeing as they are the new kids on the block. Respecting the old-school tradition, Min feels low-key proud of his brother's character development. Still, playing the protective older sibling, He insists on tagging along just to play it safe. One tries dragging him back to the couch to rest, swearing he earned the downtime. But cut to the first neighbor's door. They hit the buzzer, and one eagerly pipes up on the intercom, telling the sweet elderly lady about his housewarming gift. The grandma totally melts at the wholesome gesture, showering the boys with blessings for a beautiful day. Mission accomplished. They keep grinding through the floor plan, knocking on doors until they reach the absolute final unit at the end of the hall. Walking over, Min drops some trivia. Every single resident in this mega complex owns a custom penthouse, meaning they are strictly dealing with filthy rich CEOs or A-list celebrities. One hammers the final doorbell, but getting zero response. They figure nobody is home. They pivot to leave. Boom. Both guys freeze in their tracks. Strutting right down the corridor is a breathtakingly gorgeous woman rocking a flawless golden dress. It is none other than the iconic megastar actress, Corn. Instantly, one is totally starstruck, practically hypnotized by her visual tier. Min, he stays completely unfazed, holding down that stone-cold Sigma energy. Right as they try handing over the treats, her massive bodyguard intercepts them. The dude instantly gets hostile, aggressively pressing the brothers to see if they are just creepy stalkers. Min violently shuts down that massive ego with an absolute death stare. Keeping his voice icy, he clarifies he is not some random fanboy from the streets, just a new resident, dropping off a traditional welcome gift. Realizing he overreacted, the meathead drops his guard only to ruthlessly reject the food anyway. His excuse? Top-tier idols like Aaron absolutely cannot ruin their strict diets with random carbs. Yanking the heavy front door wide open, he gestures for the superstar to step inside. Before vanishing, she shoots the boys a subtle, guilty glance, practically apologizing with her eyes for her guard's garbage attitude. Min could not care less. He turns to one, brutally stating that those stuck-up vibes are a massive red flag, and advises steering entirely clear of them from now on. However, one instantly morphs into the ultimate simp, geeking out so intensely that Min is left genuinely bewildered by the massive hype. The lanky kid physically grabs his older sibling's shoulders, shaking him violently. He is completely losing his mind over the fact that Min does not recognize the sheer legendary status of a pop culture icon like Seo Aaron. Cut to the inside of the penthouse. Seo is aggressively doom-scrolling through brutal news headlines. Every single article screams the same dark reality. Over 50% of the famous icons dragged into the alternate dimension have been brutally wiped out or self-deleted. That horrifying stat sends her spiraling into a pit of pure paranoia about her own dark fate. Suddenly, her phone screen lights up with a text from a mutual, dropping the bombshell that a veteran actor from their circle just passed away. The message coldly asks if she plans on attending the grim memorial service tomorrow afternoon. Reading that, she completely zones out. A chilling realization hits her. Without the heavy carry of her magical rune, she would absolutely be just another tragic thumbnail on a newsfeed by now. A heavy wave of imposter syndrome crashes down on the starlet, making her cringe at her past ego. She had actually been tripping hard enough to believe she radiated true main character energy, when in reality, she is just a hyped-up, flash-in-the-pan idol. Even her fleeting fame and this ultra-expensive company-funded studio apartment are completely manufactured by her label. Catching her mid-spiral, her massive bodyguard, Sang-chul, softens his rough tone and softly asks what is eating away at her mental state. When she tries brushing it off as nothing serious, the giant gently pushes back. He urges her to drop the mask and vent about absolutely anything, zero judgment attached. Finally cracking under the pressure, Erin confesses she is absolutely terrified about surviving the upcoming death game, especially in a brutal reality where A-listers are crashing, harder than Tesla stock. Looking her dead in the eyes, Sang-chul calmly tells her to chill the heck out, swearing on his life he will shadow her through every single waking second of the nightmare. The big guy gently points out she has been trapped way too deep inside her own head lately, begging her to just lean on his strength for once. That pure loyalty earns a genuine, radiant smile from the actress. Her mind flashes back to how hard she was side-eyeing him, back when the agency randomly assigned him as her personal wall. But that suspicion vanished overnight, after the absolute unit clutched up and literally saved her from a brutal elimination. Kicking things off in round 1, Sang-chul promises he has got her back, no matter what. That totally melts her heart. Feeling playful, she teases him about those mouth-watering rice cakes the neighbors just dropped off. But the dude straight up ruins the vibe, telling her she is getting soft and definitely should not be packing on extra pounds. Still, she fires back that rejecting them like a total jerk was uncalled for. Honestly, finding people who actually care about old-school traditions is super rare right now. Sang-chul just brushes it off, claiming that acting friendly is a massive waste of breath. In his eyes, everyone is basically a clout-chasing leech, only acting sweet when they want something in return. Erin is not buying that cynical mindset, though. Her mind keeps flashing back to their pure, wholesome faces. She points out that one of the kids definitely seemed older than 15 and questions if they might actually be a player as well. It blows her mind how today's teens can literally send 100 goblins to the lobby and just go grab iced coffee, like it is a normal Tuesday. Song Chol just chuckles, flexing that wiping out 100 low-level mobs is absolute light work for anybody. But Erin claps back, insisting that your average Joe does not just wake up with god-tier combat skills. Sure, he is a literal bodyguard, but even he got completely folded by that downright terrifying guy, known as Black Scythe. Watching that dude go full Grim Reaper honestly made her feel a little sorry for the monsters. She would not even be shocked if he was a literal professional cleaner in the real world. Guys with that kind of crazy aura are practically locked in to clear the next stage. Meanwhile, Irene is low-key panicking, wondering how a fragile girl like her is supposed to survive round 2. Fast forward to the next day. While one is doing chores like an absolute saint, Min finally strolls through the door. He breaks the news that his 4th lottery haul was not nearly as massive as his previous jackpot. Curious, one asks how the lotto people reacted to his insane winning streak. Min smirks, saying he hit them with the classic excuse about a mystical grandpa whispering the numbers in his dream. One then pivots, asking if Min is still dumping his entire bank account into crypto. Min puffs his chest out. His portfolio has already skyrocketed over double. The younger brother throws up a caution sign against getting too greedy, suggesting it is time to secure the bag. But our big bro waves him off, telling the kid to chill out, because he is driving this ship perfectly. They bounce over to the dining hall, ready to absolutely devour some premium eats, like a starving man going to town on his absolute favorite meal. Boom, a few days vanish. Now, the clock is ticking, just 5 minutes left before the new month drops. One grips his older brother's hand for dear life, begging him to promise he will make it back in one piece. Min just gives him a soft head pat, reminding the kid how he completely wrecked that bully earlier. There is zero reason to stress. Go to sleep, he says, promising they will both be awake and safe when morning hits. And just like that, they say their goodbyes. Flash Black Scythe and the rest of the players get yanked straight back into the chaotic alternate dimension. Instant panic sets in. The crowd starts frantically looking around, realizing this map looks absolutely nothing like the previous zone. Suddenly, someone screams out. The undisputed top ranker is parting the sea of players just by walking forward. Leaking pure boss energy, Black Scythe easily spots how terrified everyone is, treating him like walking dynamite. He wonders when the guide is dropping in. On cue, a brand new angel spawns in. Honestly, practically a copy-paste of the last one. She acts super casual, checking if the whole lobby is loaded in. Hearing the whispers, she claps her hands and cheerfully spills the tea. The previous angel is taking a little vacation after experiencing a massive skill issue. Flashing a smile that screams pure villainy, she promises there is nothing to fear, they belong to her now. Striking a majestic pose, she unfurls these blindingly bright wings and officially drops the patch notes for round 2. Glowing system screens pop up in everybody's faces, displaying a single objective: vote for a zone rep before the 3-hour timer hits 0. The players are frozen, just staring at the glowing text. Talk about a curveball. Most of them were gripping their weapons, fully expecting a monster raid. Someone in the back mutters that the survivor headcount will not even drop after this clears. That realization sends a massive wave of hype through the mob. Catching their bewildered vibes, the glowing entity steps up to break down the mechanics. She confirms their theories. Put the swords away, guys. 0 combat required. Instead, this round is purely a popularity contest to crown a shot caller. But then she drops the bait. Whoever snags the crown gets absolute admin privileges over the rest of the players. We are talking 0 defiance mind control. You could force someone to game over themselves or literally eat dirt. She is practically vibrating with joy over how insanely toxic this power dynamic is. Meanwhile, the players are just side-eyeing each other, completely creeped out by her twisted hype. Bathed in a divine halo of sunlight, she lays down the law. Once those 3 hours dry up, the polls open. Pick your king, or else. Breaking the silence, a dude rocking blue hair finally speaks his mind. Our guy questions if there is some sketchy catch they need to worry about, but the angel totally brushes off the paranoia. She straight up guarantees 0 strings attached. Just drop a vote in the box, and boom, everyone gets a one-way ticket back home. Pitching it as a literal vacation round, the whole crowd explodes into massive hype, totally ecstatic that nobody has to get unalived this time around. A few even joke about how ridiculously free this stage is, but while the masses are busy throwing a party, Min just stands there, completely iced out. He glares forward, his face an absolute brick wall. Flashing them a completely unsettling smirk, the angel wraps things up. She drops a strict deadline for their choice, then literally vaporizes into this blinding flash of pure holy energy. A massive holographic countdown replaces her, but the players keep vibing, insanely pumped that picking a name is their only job right now. Plus, they all practically have a free shot at grabbing the crown. But over in the corner, young Min is grinding his teeth into dust, totally mauling and itching to crack some skulls. One of his yes-men desperately tries to chill him out, but the meathead is full-on raging about dumping every single stat point into pure brawn. The fact that he cannot even flex that insane muscle right now is basically making him froth at the mouth. Min eavesdrops on the tantrum and instantly connects the dots. Young Min absolutely secured the strength rune. He mentally shrugs, realizing this entire scenario is flowing exactly like the original timeline, without a single glitch in the Matrix so far. More than that, he knows that while these clowns waste breath bickering over who gets to play leader, they are completely sleeping on the real prize. Our main guy zeroes in on the actual meta. If the system hands out main quests, you better believe hidden side hustles exist too. Slipping away into the dense woods, Stage 2's secret objective officially drops. It is a literal class awakening trial. Our boy twirls his blade, locking his sights on speedrunning straight to level 10. Catching a glimpse of a mutated hobgoblin through the fog, he absolutely shreds it in seconds. His broken passive massively multiplies his experience yield and loot drops, proving that going rogue to farm was a massive brain play. He instantly calculates the odds where there is one stray mob. A whole pack is definitely lurking in the shadows. Right on cue, a dozen glowing, blood-red eyes ignite inside the brush. Min cracks a wicked smirk. As he squares up against the rushing swarm, he slices through the monsters like hot butter, and the system violently pings to announce his level up. Ripping open his status screen, our dude confirms he just hit level 9. Going all in on damage sounds incredibly juicy, but he decides to dump every single point directly into speed. He knows brute force is a total joke. If the boss simply one-shots you before you can even swing, every stat matters, and since his ultimate goal is the Grim Reaper build, which heavily scales off both melee and magic, balancing his entire kit is the only smart move. Out of nowhere, his spine turns to ice. Another aura is creeping up on him, and he realizes he got way too lost in the sauce during that bloodbath to spot the stalkers sooner. Whipping his blood-soaked sword dead center at the tree line, he orders the rats to step into the light immediately, or brace for a world of pain, heavily implying that making the wrong move will literally cost them their heads. The leaves rustle, and an absolute 10 out of 10 girl walks out from behind an oak. Min actually blanks for a split second when he registers his personal stalker is literally the mega celeb CO Aaron. She quickly stammers out an apology for tailing him, but before he can even process that, a massive shadow steps out right behind her. The hulking dude also bows his head and scrambles to swear they are not hostile, begging our main character to lower the weapon and chill out. Min instantly clocks the massive non-player character as Unsung Chol, basically the right-hand attack dog for Boss Ma. That boss is a literal heavyweight who goes by Heavenly Demon, a monster Min fully intends to draft into his own squad later. Plus, he desperately needs a specific priest tied to Ma's crew to survive stage 20. Bumping into this heavy hitter way too early totally scrambles Min's brain, making him highly suspicious about why an underworld enforcer is babysitting a pop idol. Grinding the mental gears, he bets that Sung Chol is acting as her personal meat shield, no doubt cashing a check from Ma himself. Min intensely interrogates them on their stalking timeline, massively ticked off that the future is already going off script. Aaron folds immediately, confessing they tracked him from the jump, pleading for forgiveness if they crossed a boundary. But when Min applies more pressure, she frantically drops a business pitch. Having watched him completely style on the first stage, she begs to party up. Our guy genuinely chuckles at the absolute audacity, coldly reminding her that alliances only happen when the other side brings actual value to the table. Min shatters her hopes with a 0-degree glare, flat out stating they are both dead weight. He prefers the solo leveling grind anyway, ordering them to drop the fantasy and crawl back to the safe zone. Our savage protagonist turns his back and vanishes deeper into the deadly woods, cementing his ruthless rejection. Sang Chil curses under his breath at the kid's massive ego, while Arin literally collapses, completely intoxicated by the suffocating weight of Min's aura. She breathlessly admits that his vanguard rank is no joke. The dude just drips with sheer, terrifying alpha energy. Sang Chil, however, refuses to drink the Kool-Aid, so Arin's ego is absolutely shattered that her pretty privilege totally flopped, while Sang Chol immediately jumps down her throat. He minces no words, reminding her he already called it lone wolf types like him are never going to play nice with a squad. He keeps chewing her out for burning through the clock, obsessing over a guy who clearly wants zero part in their little club. She genuinely thought this chill-looking zone would be totally monster-free, but now she gears up to farm some mobs, with her personal muscle right by her side. Meanwhile, Deep within the thicket, a panicked hobgoblin frantically checks its blind spots, totally oblivious to Min, dive-bombing from the canopy like a literal shadow making a stealth kill. Our guy is still low-key salty about that whole team-up pitch, fully convinced deadweight would just ruin his speedrun, all while flawlessly sending this green menace to the afterlife. His UI flashes with a fresh kill tally, but that split-second breather gets cut short when vicious, hyena-looking beasts start swarming out from the tree line. Min just stares in pure shock at the sheer number of them, realizing the random number generator gods are finally blessing his run. The gnolls rush in, foaming at the mouth to shred him, but he does not even blink. He blitzes right through the pack, dicing them up like hot butter. Mangled monster parts rain down like a parade while the blue screen chimes in, crowning him with a clean level 10. Dripping in mob blood, Min locks eyes with the holographic text, a massive smirk spreading across his face because he finally bagged the absolute top-tier class he had been waiting for. Pop-ups start spamming his vision, flexing his leveled-up stats, and a sick new set of abilities. But while he glues his eyes to the interface, his brain is already 2 steps ahead, mapping out the next phase, thanks to his past life memories. So when the prompt demands he fetch a specific class transition catalyst, he doesn't even sweat it. While normie players would be totally bricking it right now without a guide, Min stays stone cold, having memorized the exact secret criteria to snag those ultra-rare drops. For instance, meathead warriors have to grind their strength to 10 and slaughter 30 beasts in less than 60 minutes, while the unhinged berserkers need to brawl for a solid hour while actively bleeding out. On the flip side, rogues gotta land surgical backstabs just to secure their loot. Basically, your playstyle from minute 1 completely dictates your awakening. Back in his previous regressions, Min used to mindlessly farm without a strategy, trapping him in the basic hunter build every single time. But the second he realized how insanely broken the Grim Reaper specs were, he never looked at another class again. Min burns the angel's blood for his advancement, triggering an instant system alert, telling him to think twice because there is zero going back once he locks it in. Without hesitating for a fraction of a second, our protagonist smashes that confirm button, setting off a blinding shockwave as the game finalizes his legendary evolution. Hitting the jackpot, our lead scores the Grim Reaper rune, hardwiring an absolutely busted list of passive buffs straight into his digital DNA. The game literally gifts him a menacing scythe and a 50% off coupon to use on any single piece of shop gear. It gets better, he skyrockets straight to the apprentice tier, sitting pretty at the second to last rank out of a possible 6, and cops a restricted ability named Seal of Death, plus complete mastery over his spooky new weapon. Min knows damn well that missing this window leaves you as a permanent scrub, so his crazy rush to the finish line just paid out massively. Snagging the server first achievement nets him a fat stack of coins and a highly sought-after utility spell called Tracking, basically giving him a legal wall hack to hunt down anyone as long as he knows their actual name. Naturally, he decides to take this shiny new toy out for a spin, locking it onto that hyper-aggressive meathead Min Huang from earlier. A sharp chime rings out as the radar activates, painting a neon pathway straight to his target and projecting the exact distance in meters. He instantly realizes something is sketchy when he spots the idol, and her handler barely 200 paces away, concluding they definitely crept after him into the danger zone. This throws off his entire vibe since it rewrites his original timeline, so he resolves to drop in and give them a terrifying piece of his mind. Meanwhile, deep in the brush, the mismatched pair is hauling out of there in pure terror, until Seo Aaron faceplants into the dirt, entirely out of stamina and refusing to move. She immediately starts complaining at the top of her lungs to Song Chol, who desperately tries pulling her up before the psychos chasing them close the gap. He spits out some quick motivational quotes while dragging her, but she just keeps crying about her arrow injury burning like pure fire. Her protector points out that their physical bodies are probably safe from actual damage, as long as they do not catch a game over in here. She bites back her tears and agrees to push forward, but right on cue, a toxic voice echoes through the trees, completely freezing them in their tracks. The duo pivots around in sheer horror, locking eyes with the very mob of delinquents hunting them, spearheaded by Min himself. Songchol internally roasts the diva for acting like the main character and wasting their escape window, bracing himself for a brawl since running is no longer an option. Min totally clowns on the older guy, calling him a washed-up boomer for even daydreaming about winning a one versus all scenario. Songchol tries to pull a pacifist run by swearing they are completely innocent, but the street thug just laughs it off, easily agreeing that they are totally guilt-free, leaving the two victims utterly bewildered. Then the gang leader drops the vile truth, admitting they are only doing this because they want to claim the gorgeous celebrity all for themselves. The meathead finally rubs two brain cells together, and it clicks. He isn't the main target here. They want Aaron. These creeps are practically foaming at the mouth, undressing her with their eyes. Honestly, They could care less if she's the actual famous actress or just a dead ringer. Aaron stands there, completely paralyzed by sheer terror. Meanwhile, Young Min flashes this arrogant smirk, offering the bodyguard a free pass to walk away without a single scratch if he dips right this second. The big guy freezes. You can practically see the gears turning in his head. If he had known she was the prize all along, he totally would have ditched her at the starting line. Look, nobody is trying to get packed up and sent to the afterlife today, but one terrifying thought keeps gnawing at him. There is zero chance he survives facing his boss if he abandons her now. That pure dread, it's all the fuel he needs to put his life on the line. Across from him, Young Min keeps running his mouth, itching for a bloodbath. Desperation kicks in, and the bodyguard takes one final shot at talking his way out of this, straight up reminding them that kidnapping is a massive felony. The squad of thugs absolutely loses their minds laughing. The lead meathead steps up, sarcastically asking what imaginary cops Sang-chul plans on calling in the middle of nowhere. Young Min completely verbally destroys him, asking for a shred of proof or a master plan to track them down later. Sang-chul's blood starts to boil. But the worst part? Deep down in his gut, Sang-chul knows the scumbag is spitting straight facts. Talking is officially off the table. He squares up, ready to throw hands and go down swinging. But right before he launches his first strike, a shadow in the distance steals his attention. Enter Min. He casually steps out of the shadows, chilling against a tree trunk, while his monstrous aura starts bleeding into the air. The whole battlefield instantly freezes in shock. Black Scythe closes the distance with these slow, heavy footsteps, coldly demanding a status report. Young Min scrambles to open his mouth, but Min instantly silences him with a glare. He completely ignores the thugs, turning his attention to the cornered duo instead. Sang-chul spills everything in a panic. He exposes their plot to snatch Aaron, and practically begs on his knees for backup, swearing he'll owe Min a massive life debt. Min slowly shifts his gaze back to Young Min. The dude is instantly drenched in cold sweat as Min drops a bone-chilling question. Is he telling the truth? Young Min tries to front, desperately barking at Min to stay in his lane and mind his own business. But our boy? He is not entertaining that garbage for a second. His body erupts into this sinister, overwhelming aura as he loudly declares the duo as his personal squad. The thugs are absolutely paralyzed, staring dead at his pitch-black flames. But Young Min, somehow still finding the nerve, tries to call his bluff. Big mistake. Min instantly summons his signature scythe, his voice dropping to sub-zero as he vows to never abandon his so-called friends. Absolute terror washes over Young Min's face. He is panicking, mentally scrambling to figure out how this overpowered freak is about to wipe the floor with them. The cornered duo finally exhales, showering Black Scythe with endless gratitude for the save. But hold up, our protagonist isn't doing this out of the goodness of his heart. He is looking for a massive payout. There is absolutely zero chance he walks away from this chaotic mess empty-handed. His inner tactician goes to work. By bailing out Mr. Ma's right-hand man, he is guaranteed to cash in on some heavy-hitting favors down the line. It's the perfect setup to forge a totally overpowered, mutually beneficial alliance. And the absolute cherry on top? He already despised these low-level thugs anyway. Honestly, wiping these dudes off the map is just a massive 2-for-1 deal. The lackeys absolutely lose their minds, as Min takes slow, deliberate steps in their direction, desperately screaming at him to back off. He pauses, flashing this icy, sinister smirk, totally mocking them for being all talk. Reality smacks Young Min right in the face. He remembers how violently Min butchered that goblin horde, snatching that undisputed #1 spot. He knows deep down that stepping up to this monster is practically a death wish. Min turns up the disrespect, demanding they cut the crap and speak the truth. Young Min nervously calculates if he can somehow negotiate a free pass, but our boy completely shuts that down, telling them to drop on all fours and beg like actual stray dogs. The meathead's brain absolutely short-circuits, trying to process this disrespect. Before it clicks, Min is treating them like absolute jokes, aiming to humiliate him right in front of his crew and Aaron. Every fiber of Young Min's being screams at him to run, but his fragile ego traps him there. Then, the most brain-dead idea sparks in his head, as he genuinely gaslights himself into thinking his gym gains are enough to fold our protagonist like a cheap lawn chair. Pumping himself up with massive levels of delusion, he starts trash-talking loudly, promising Min the most vicious beatdown in history. Boiling over with toxic rage, the brute stomps forward, basically telling Min to pack up his bags before he gets completely destroyed. The absolute unit closes the distance, calculating that he just needs one clean shot to the skull, fully convinced that a single, heavy knockout punch will put Black Scythe in the dirt permanently. He is already visualizing his massive win, but his jaw practically drops when Min just casually dismisses his giant weapon, looking him dead in the eyes and asking what his next move is. Min practically laughs in his face, flexing that slicing him up would end the show way too fast, so he is dropping the difficulty level to keep things entertaining. The meathead cracks this bewildered, ugly smile, but that confidence literally vaporizes a split second later, as Min just poofs right out of his field of vision. Our boy rockets forward like a bullet, while Young Min forces a cocky grin, foolishly assuming a fistfight guarantees his victory. He launches this massive, sloppy haymaker, aimed right for the jaw, but to his absolute shock, Min ducks underneath it like it is moving in slow motion. Before the brute's remaining brain cells can fire, his eyes bulge out in blinding agony, as a devastating knee strike craters into his gut, launching his heavy body backward through the air. The clueless thug wheezes, gasping for oxygen, as he frantically scrambles on the dirt, still having the sheer audacity to spit trash talk. 0% phased, Black Scythe casually strolls up to the grounded loser, immediately handing out a brutal reality check with a devastating, teeth-shattering punt right to the jaw. But this absolute violation is just getting started, because Min effortlessly hoists this massive dude up by the shirt, unleashing a relentless barrage of heavy slaps that literally echo across the clearing. Youngmin's mind is totally scrambled, completely failing to grasp how these bare hands feel like straight-up sledgehammers crushing his skull. The horrifying truth suddenly drops on him, that this kid is not just matching his raw power, he is blatantly overpowering him. Without even equipping a single strength rune, the bruised and battered meathead silently questions how anyone could reach this god-tier level of physical strength, right before his legs give out and he faceplants into the dirt. Min coldly admires his bloody masterpiece, but the piece lasts for exactly 1 second before the remaining lackeys try to pull off the ultimate cowardly sneak attack. A sniper from the back lets a high-velocity arrow rip, making Aaron shriek in absolute terror for him to get out of the way. But honestly, with his insane stats, our guy just tilts his head, letting the projectile whistle past completely harmlessly, throwing the archer into a massive panic as he frantically fumbles to load a second shot. Bobbing and weaving like an absolute phantom, Min perfectly sidesteps every single projectile. He blitzes across the battlefield, swallowing the distance in the blink of an eye. Stopping dead in front of the shaking sniper, he gives a sarcastic nod to his aim, but casually suggests he start praying to whatever gods might be listening, because his free trial of life officially expired the second he aimed at the wrong guy. With zero hesitation, Min summons his iconic weapon, delivering a buttery smooth, agonizing slash that completely severs the dude's limb, ripping a blood-curdling shriek from his throat. The rest of the squad is shaking in their boots, yet their room temperature intelligence still pushes them to fight a literal Grim Reaper. Another absolute fool practically signs his own death warrant, charging in with a pathetic combat knife, screaming his lungs out about taking Min straight to the grave. Too bad our protagonist is completely unfazed, standing there cooler than absolute zero. With a totally laid-back flick of his wrist, he pops his signature skill, Seal of Death. The massive, terrifying blade carves through the wind, as genuine killer intent flares up behind Min's glowing eyes. The charging attacker does not even have time to blink, before the dark steel glides through his knees like a hot knife through butter, instantly folding him onto the dirt, while the last standing buddy is just paralyzed by sheer nightmare fuel. Absolute terror floods the survivor's veins as he stares at his friend's chopped-off legs. But before his brain can even catch up to the horror, Min is already pouncing, hoisting the massive scythe way above his head. Since the gear is already out and hungry for blood, he coldly questions if this guy is ready to cash the check. His mouth wrote. A blinding flash of dark metal violently rips through the air, completely amputating the guy's arm in a single stroke, instantly turning him into a sobbing, shrieking puddle of regret. Min casually inspects his handiwork, giving a quiet nod of approval, extremely satisfied that his raw damage output can bypass heavy armor like it is literal paper. The entire hit squad is just littering the forest floor, bleeding out, while our untouchable king stands tall among the carnage, realizing this whole so-called ambush was basically a mild warm-up routine. But even with everybody kissing the dirt, the nightmare is far from finished. Min takes a menacing step forward, dead set on traumatizing these dudes for the rest of their miserable lives. Trust me, these guys are never making eye contact with him again. Absolutely demolished. The goons are practically on their knees, sobbing for Min to chill out, genuinely convinced they are about to clock out permanently. But Min just tells them to grow a pair, while casually wiping the gore off his massive scythe, radiating such an insane aura that one dude violently flinches just from him standing there. Having had his fill of breaking these clowns, our boy decides playtime is over, and pivots straight toward Youngmin, who is currently trying to pull a vanishing act. Min zeroes in on him like a heat-seeking missile, and makes it crystal clear that playing hide-and-seek is useless, because no matter how fast his legs move, he cannot outrun the Grim Reaper. Black Scythe swings that heavy blade straight down, cleanly severing the punk's arm and ripping a blood-curdling shriek from his throat. Staring at him with absolute zero empathy, Min calls him completely pathetic for crying over a tiny flesh wound, especially when you compare it to the pure hell these dirtbags put innocent people through. He refuses to give the guy even a split second to process the trauma, instantly cleaving right through his other limb without batting a single eyelash. The dynamic duo watching this unfold are completely glued to the spot, totally paralyzed by the sheer carnage happening right in front of them. Seongchul is mentally short-circuiting trying to process this level of savagery, watching Min ruthlessly dismantle targets who threw in the towel 5 minutes ago. Sure, to an average person, this looks completely psychotic, but that terrifyingly calm focus catches the bodyguard totally off guard, making him realize this kid actually rivals his own boss in pure dominance. Seongchul finally snaps out of his trance when Min casually asks if they are holding up okay. The bodyguard bows deeply, pouring out his gratitude for the save, and Min just brushes it off, promising them those walking corpses are no longer a threat. He gestures to the broken mess on the floor, pointing out their brains and bodies are completely fried, leaving them good for nothing except casting a vote later. They nod along in deep respect, but Aaron stammers out a question, nervously wondering what happens if these guys just bleed to death right here. Min tells her to let karma handle the rest, secretly rolling his eyes at how dangerously naive and pure she is. He genuinely cannot fathom why she gives a single rip about the monsters who tried to wreck her, guessing she is just desperate to keep up that innocent angel persona. Seongchul cuts through the silence, raising a hand to respectfully object. He totally questions why Min is keeping these pieces of garbage breathing, throwing the goons' exact words back at them by stating that dropping bodies in this twisted world brings absolutely zero consequences, sending a violent shiver right down Youngmin's spine. Min actually smirks at that logic, weirdly impressed that the bodyguard is actually using his brain, and calmly explains that sending them to the grave brings zero value to his own endgame. The suited guy pushes back, warning that letting them live is a massive recipe for future revenge. But Min is totally unbothered. Pointing at their shell-shocked faces, he guarantees their troublemaking days are permanently cancelled. He breaks it down, revealing that wiping them out is a huge tactical blunder, because shrinking the player pool right now just ruins the quotas for future stages. It finally clicks for Seongchul, whose mind is blown, realizing this insanely overpowered kid is also a total tactical genius. He just stares in absolute awe, terrified and captivated by his raw power and huge IQ. Swallowing his pride, the bodyguard reluctantly agrees to leave the human garbage heap untouched. Knowing his mission here is fully complete, Min pivots to dip out, but the pair instantly stops him in his tracks, desperately asking for his bank routing info so they can send a massive cash reward. Our boy basically tells them to keep their money and casually strolls off into the shadows, leaving them completely dumbfounded that he literally demanded zero compensation. Seongchul instantly decides he needs to brief his boss about this absolute monster of a kid immediately. His inner monologue is violently derailed by Youngmin wailing in agony, sounding like a guy who just took a baseball bat straight to the family jewels. The bodyguard is itching to stomp him into the afterlife, but decides to honor Black Scythe's grand plan instead. Hawking a massive wad of spit right onto the loser, he securely escorts Aaron away from the bloodbath. Cut back to the main clearing, and the entire crowd is basically losing their minds, tearing each other apart over who gets to wear the crown as the zone representative. The screaming match violently levels up into savage insults and near fistfights, forcing random bystanders to jump into the mosh pit and play referee before it turns into a total battle royale. A handful of loudmouths try to hijack the spotlight, flexing about how they are the ultimate alpha leaders who never crack under insane pressure. One absolute tool even starts name-dropping his politician dad to gain clout, but everyone instantly calls cap since he has exactly zero receipts to prove it. Right as things hit peak toxic, a super smooth voice cuts right through the noise, ordering everyone to chill and aggressively pointing at the ticking clock, telling them to stop acting like toddlers having a tantrum. The crowd suddenly shuts up and stares at this mystery guy, rocking mint chocolate chip hair, asking if he actually has a cheat code to fix this mess. The dude drops an insanely confident smirk that instantly puts the whole room on high alert, secretly laughing his head off at how painfully easy these sheep are to manipulate. He mentally celebrates, knowing his broken rune of persuasion is popping off flawlessly again. Mint Choco Guy gets a quick flashback to day one of unlocking this power, where he legit thought the system totally scammed him. He figured the skill was completely trash, entirely useless against monsters, meaning he was basically destined to become an afternoon snack. But right as depression starts kicking in, a light bulb violently flickers on when he watches a squad of players literally wrestling a goblin into the dirt. Targeting a random non-player character, he projects his voice like a true commander and brainwashes the entire group into playing White Knight for a random damsel in distress. The squad ditches their loot in a heartbeat, sprinting off with pure main character syndrome to play the hero. With the coast totally clear, Chocoman scoops up the leftovers, locking in his sweet 100 kills, while a twisted grin creeps across his face. He is practically foaming at the mouth to snatch that zone leader crown. Snap back to reality, and Chocoman is currently pitching his master plan. He suggests locking down 5 or 6 solid options before casting any ballots. The completely brainwashed crowd eats it up, nodding along. Like this is the most logical idea ever. Taking the reins, Mint Boy tells the herd to start dropping names of players who actually radiate trustworthy energy. Some doughboy noble tries to slide his own name into the mix, but Chocoman instantly unplugs his microphone, verbally dismantling him. He totally roasts the arrogant guy, dropping the basic facts that if self-nominating was a thing, literally everyone would be doing it. The sheep blindly agree to these rules, while Chocoman is secretly dying of laughter on the inside, mind blown by how ridiculously easy these extras are to manipulate. Total static hits the crowd, nobody having a clue who to actually vote for. But Mint Chocoman has been playing ultimate mind games this whole time, fully aware they will just gravitate toward the loudest voice in the room. Right on cue, a clueless player takes the bait, tossing the blue-haired manipulator into the ring, while hyping up his insane, natural leadership aura. Chocoman hits them with the fake bashful act, while the oblivious player doubles down on his glowing endorsement, totally clueless that he is playing right into the palm of Chocoman. Sporting a massive internal smirk, the blue-haired villain thanks him for the absolute layup, then casually asks the room if anyone else wants to step up to the plate. Someone randomly throws Black Scythe into the ring, which is a total no-brainer since the dude absolutely dominated the last phase. 2 more players instantly chime in, tossing the silver and bronze medalists from that exact same round onto the ballot. With 4 heavy hitters locked in, Chocoman does one final call for any dark horse candidates, but the whole place goes dead silent. He claps his hands to officially close the polls, and signals for the chosen 4 to drop their best elevator pitch. Flooded with absolute ego, he grabs the imaginary mic and steps up first, totally convinced he has the entire lobby wrapped around his little finger. Mint Boy gears up to drop his speech, but before a single syllable escapes his lips, a booming voice orders him to shut his trap. The dude freezes, whipping his head around in sheer confusion to pinpoint the absolute disrespect. Enter Jo Jung-sik, notoriously known as Life is a Documentary, stepping out of the shadows and stomping toward the stage with zero chill in his eyes. Radiating pure hostility, Joe demands to know what kind of scam Choco Boy thinks he is pulling. Mint Boy tries to play peacemaker and cool the vibes, but Joe bulldozes right over him, getting in his face to ask who crowned him king and gave him the authority to run the show. A massive wave of panic crashes over Mint Chocolate, terrified that Joe somehow cracked his cheat code, though he desperately gaslights himself into believing it is just a random fluke. Joe does not let up, aggressively calling out the massive red flags, but Chocoman finally bites back, dragging Joe for his trashy background, an absolute lack of class, praying to the system that his mind control finally kicks in. Mint Boy thinks he is defusing a bomb, but he is actually just smashing the detonate button. Mr. Documentary totally loses it, promising to bury him, clearly way past the point of casual warnings. Mint Boy completely short-circuits, panic setting in as he realizes his mind control is absolutely useless against this tank. But Joe is already done with him, pivoting his attention to the shaking crowd with a death glare. The absolute menace threatens the entire lobby, roaring that they better write his name on that ballot or brace for maximum regret. Mint Boy claps back, branding him an absolute clown, spitting that 0 people with a functioning brain would ever follow a thug like him. He practically begs Joe to take a hike like a good little dog. For a split second, the gangster goes terrifyingly quiet before closing the gap and violently swiping a dagger cleanly across the throat of Chocoman. Mint Boy attempts to speak, but the red fountain erupts way too fast for any words to escape. As he desperately grips his own neck, Joe just laughs at the pathetic sight, calling his resistance a total rookie mistake. While the helpless schemer's vision goes dark and his body violently hits the floor, Mr. Documentary casually turns back to his audience, broadcasting that this little horror show is exactly what happens when you refuse to fall in line. Absolute hysteria erupts through the lobby as every single player locks eyes on the fresh corpse of Chocoman, screaming at Joe and labeling him a straight-up psychopath. The gangster could not care less, casually twirling his bloody blade and double dog daring anyone to step up and do something about it. One clueless extra totally ignores the giant red flags and keeps yapping, handing Mr. Documentary the absolute perfect green light. Flashing a demon-level smile, the brute dashes forward, slicing through the few players stupid enough to keep complaining, turning the entire zone into a modern art masterpiece of red. His expression completely shatters into something wildly psychotic, totally addicted to the adrenaline rush of butchering anyone in his way, with 0 admins around to ban him. To this absolute maniac, this bloody sandbox is straight up heaven, his personal playground, where the rules simply do not exist. With his blade completely drenched, he hoists it into the air one more time, begging the lobby to test him, but the entire crowd is completely paralyzed, way too shook to even breathe. The mob boss is fully ego-tripping, convinced absolutely nobody would be crazy enough to step up to him now, and he is dead set on snatching that representative crown. In his twisted head, the second he grabs power, his first order of business is folding Black Scythe in half like a bent iPhone 6. He calculates that clapping Min removes the only actual threat standing between him and total domination. Cut to Min, who is completely off the grid, furiously grinding points and slaughtering beasts back to back. He is absolutely min-maxing his runes and stacked buffs when a system alert suddenly flashes on screen, hyping him up for hitting level 16. But our sweaty tryhard is practically yawning. The XP grind is hitting a massive wall, and despite shredding through mobs at a crazy pace of 100 per hour, he has only ranked up 6 measly levels. The only silver lining here is that sweeping the low-tier trash mobs feels like a complete breeze. He is now dual-wielding the Grim Reaper and Slaughter runes. Min checks the clock, realizing 3 solid hours have vanished, signaling it is time to wrap up the hunting trip. But before his boots even hit the dirt, a blinding golden beam crashes down from the sky, forcing a massive server teleport that drags every player back to spawn. Back at base, Sangchol and Arin are visibly trembling, totally traumatized by the absolute bloodbath Jungshik just triggered. Ryu Min quickly reads the room, analyzing that Joe, running the whole Jungsik syndicate, is definitely a hardcore veteran who consistently clutches second place on the regional leaderboards, even though the guy is pure toxic garbage. He realizes a loose cannon like this needs to be permanently deleted when the timing is perfect. Suddenly, the psycho himself rolls up on him, and our boy demands to know his deal, prompting Joe to flat-out order Black Scythe to become his loyal attack dog, or get completely wiped from existence. Our protagonist takes that disrespect personally and immediately claps back, ordering Joe to drop to his knees and plead for mercy if he actually wants to keep breathing. But the mobster totally misses the massive red flags and keeps blindly yapping about his guaranteed spot as the area boss. Min instantly cuts off the trash talk, summoning his massive scythe and asking if a one-way ticket to the grave will finally fix his hearing. Joe freezes up, eyes bulging at the sheer aura of the blade, finally connecting the dots that he just poked a literal raid boss. Min stands his ground, demanding a straight answer. Yet the gangster stubbornly doubles down, screaming that the head of the Jungsik family bows to absolutely nobody before throwing out a deathmatch challenge. Min respects the blind courage, but knows the tutorial games are over. Wanting to dodge the main character spotlight to heavily manipulate the upcoming vote, he tactically decides to let Joe take the fake crown so Min can puppet master the entire next stage from the shadows. Just as the tension peaks, the angelic game master descends, violently stealing all the aggro in the room. Min uses the distraction to slide in close, whispering to the boss that he just dodged a massive bullet, warning him to sleep with one eye open if he wants to avoid getting packed up early. Jungsik lets out a shaky breath as the killing intent fades, the terrifying realization of his near-death experience finally setting in, internally vowing to brutally execute Min the second he gets admin privileges. The angel slowly scans the terrified survivors, questioning if the pathetic humans actually managed to elect a leader yet. She looks mildly amused by the absolute slaughterhouse around them, coldly stating that breathing or bleeding out, they are all just filthy bugs to her anyway. She violently kickstarts the polling phase, spawning glowing holographic user interface panels for every player, explaining they just need to lock eyes with their chosen target and mentally cast their ballot, dropping a heavy threat that anyone skipping the vote inside of 5 minutes gets instantly deleted. Players immediately start darting their eyes across the room, and Joe smugly assumes he is the main event. But the split second he realizes the crowd is totally ignoring him, he aggressively snaps, screaming that he will personally slaughter anyone who denies him their vote. The giant red timer hits 0, confirming every single ballot is locked in, abruptly ending the crazy election arc. The angel immediately flexes the scoreboard, revealing that Joe, rocking the incredibly goofy username Life is a Documentary, barely clutched the win by a single hair, with Black Scythe trailing right behind him at number 2. The gangster is absolutely stunned, shooting literal daggers at the crowd, mentally hunting down the absolute rats who dared to back Black Scythe over him. The angel ignores his tantrum and officially crowns Joe as the local server administrator, gifting him a broken commander skill that lets him mind control exactly 10 players. Joe cracks a totally psychotic smile, already daydreaming about using his shiny new toy to ruin his enemies. However, his evil villain fantasy instantly shatters when he checks the debuffs, finding out the skill expires after 10 turns, limits him to one single command per use, and is absolutely useless against anyone holding a completed class job. Before they can even blink, The Angel drops a massive lore bomb, casually leaking that the starting zone featured a secret quest line to unlock a class way before the election even started. The whole squad looks totally lost, until the Angel drops a massive reality check. That hidden quest was hard-coded to pop off the second anyone hit level 10. The mob instantly starts crying foul, complaining they got robbed of XP because the map was practically empty of mobs. But the Angel just gives them major side-eye, bluntly stating that the forest was actually swarming with beasts the entire time. She tosses them a pity bone, though, revealing that only a legendary 8 players across the entire globe managed to secure the clear. Then she drops the real bombshell. A player from their very own zone just awakened a highly coveted class. Swiping open the holographic leaderboards, she exposes the MVP. Surprise, surprise, Black Scythe is sitting straight on the throne. He didn't just dominate the local server, he snagged the global #1 spot, locking in the absolutely overpowered Reaper class. The entire lobby snaps their necks to stare at our boy in pure shock, while he just stands there looking cold, farming infinite aura from their dropped jaws. The rumor mill instantly goes crazy as players try to calculate exactly how broken a Reaper build actually is. Some guess the class gifted him that insane weapon. Meanwhile, Joe is completely frozen, looking like a total clown. His master plan was to use his command right to force Black Scythe to game over himself, but it just hit him. His absolute authority is now completely useless against our guy. The Celestial Guide breaks down the math. Global rankings were purely determined by speedrun times. Even she is high-key shook. Our MC didn't just bag a rare job. He completely blitzed the entire planet's time trial. She openly questions the crazy synergy between his username and his new title. Was it pure luck, or was he playing 4-dimensional chess from day one? Our hero flashes a subtle smirk and brushes it off as luck, secretly knowing these heavenly beings are totally clueless about the actual unlock criteria. Finding his answer hilarious, she wonders out loud if this is that main character Destiny humans are always hyping up. Then she highlights the craziest perk, his total immunity to the leader's absolute control, sending another shockwave through the survivor crowd. Having successfully grabbed everyone's attention, she lays down the law. Anyone possessing an awakened class completely bypasses the rep's authority. Just when you think she is finished, she decides to absolutely nuke the thug's entire dictatorship. Looking like she waited all day to roast him, she casually drops the fact that his absolute command only has a hard cap of 10 uses anyway. A massive wave of relief crashes over the lobby, while Joe furiously grinds his teeth, practically steaming with rage. Pivoting back to our MVP, the Angel materializes his ultimate loot drop for conquering the global leaderboard. She slides him a basic gear voucher bundled up with a highly exclusive mystery chest. Popping the voucher instantly pulls up a holographic selection menu, featuring 3 distinct armor sets. He auto-locks the skilled hunter's leather armor. It is the absolute optimal build for blending damage mitigation with raw movement speed. Busting open the premium chest triggers a legendary triple choice: a massive XP multiplier, 3,000 gold coins, or leaked intel for the upcoming phase. Already knowing the next zone is going to be an absolute mob grinder, he instantly secures that XP multiplier without blinking. Loot distributed, the Angel forcefully logs everyone out, cheerfully dropping an ominous warning that the next phase is going to be wildly entertaining. Ryu Min violently jolts awake in his own bed, hyperventilating as he aggressively pats himself down to confirm his limbs are actually attached. He exhales a massive breath. The system rules hold true. Severe damage does not translate to real life as long as you barely survive the round. Clenching his jaw, he makes a rock-solid vow to never, ever cross paths with Black Scythe again. The sheer trauma of dealing with our absolute menace of an MC makes him terrified to even share the same zip code. Cut to the hotel suite. Song Chol gives Aren major props for surviving, but she humbly confesses she was totally dead weight, heavily bowing in gratitude for the carry. Keeping his cool, stoic vibe, he reminds her he was just clocking in and doing his job. Aren then brings up how desperate she is to properly thank their dark savior. Only problem? She has zero clue how to slide into his DMs. Seongchul logically breaks down why trying to track down Black Scythe is a massive dead end. The guy has stayed completely ghosted. Plus, the fact that he straight up refused any cash drops or wire transfers makes his intentions crystal clear. He is actively dodging the spotlight. He is way too smart and knows a financial paper trail would instantly blow his cover in the real world. Instead, the bodyguard suggests gifting him a high-tier item during the next server merge as the ultimate flex of appreciation. Aren eagerly nods to the plan. After a quick goodnight, the scene sharply cuts to Seong Chol inside a descending elevator, dialing up Kyunggrok Ma. He questions why the boss is still pulling an all-nighter. Ma gruffly mutters through the speaker that he desperately needed a heavy pour of liquor. Seong Chol immediately drops the respect, congratulating the older man on successfully unlocking the brutal Dark Knight class. Ma instantly flips the script, demanding their stat report. The bodyguard admits they hard stuck at level 8 after taking critical damage mid-run. Ma's curiosity peaks when Seongchul mentions he needs to file a highly classified debriefing, asking if the boss has a minute to spare. The second the name Black Scythe gets dropped, the vibe shifts. Ma immediately orders him to pull up to the suite for a face-to-face. Lurking in the shadows, Min tracks Seongchul, whipping his ride out of the lot, instantly connecting the dots that he is making a beeline straight for Ma's location. Just a minute ago, Min had his tracker skill locked onto Seongchul, with the system pinging his location right around the corner. Suddenly, that distance metric spikes. Seongchul is booking it, leaving Min to wonder, is he finally linking up with the big boss Ma? Not wanting to miss out on the action, Min hits the streets to catch him in the act. Meanwhile, chilling in his high-end hotel suite, Ma flexes over how insane the Dark Knight class is for his twisted little side quests, though he knows he needs to check that report first. Kicking back, his mind instantly drifts to Black Scythe. What kind of crazy intel could this document actually hold about the guy? Paranoia kicks in. Ma immediately jumps to the darkest conclusion. This overpowered protagonist definitely jumped his manager, Seongchul. And if that's true, blood will spill. In his eyes, touching his right-hand man is a direct attack on him, and he completely vows to obliterate absolutely anyone who steps on his toes. Right on cue, a knock echoes through the room. Ma swings the door open to find Seongchul standing there, and the two exchange a quick nod. The manager immediately starts kissing up, claiming he only survived because of his boss. Ma totally shuts it down, reminding the guy he wasn't even in the same zone to help. Unfazed, Seongchul layers on the glaze, swearing that just breathing the same air as him was pure motivation. Ma rolls his eyes at the major cap, pointing him straight to a chair. The guy literally will not stop hyping up Ma's survival skills, which the boss just brushes off like an annoying fly. Then he pivots to heavily praising Ma's brand new class, acting like it was pure luck. When Ma agrees, Seongchul insists that luck only favors the absolute elite, hyping up how insanely impossible it is to snag the global rank 2 spot. He claims serving him is the ultimate flex. But Ma is already over the small talk. Cutting right through the thick layers of brown-nosing, the boss demands to know what kind of favor his manager is actually fishing for. Given the green light, Seongchul stammers for a second before dropping the real question. How exactly did he bag that insanely rare class item? Without missing a beat, Ma lies straight to his face, claiming it dropped from grinding monsters. The actual truth? He pulled it from that completely randomized rune shard the first angel handed out to every single player back at the dawn of round 1. That single shard was the golden ticket, unlocking the completely broken Dark Knight path the absolute second he hit level 10. Deep down, he fully admits his early game RNG was absolutely god tier. Even so, dropping that kind of massive intel to a subordinate is a rookie mistake. People flip sides faster than a coin toss. Flipping the script, Ma aggressively demands to know who messed up his manager, instantly asking if Black Scythe was the one throwing hands. Seongchul scrambles to shut that theory down, dropping a massive plot twist. He actually owes his life to the guy. Ma's eyes widen with pure intrigue as the story unfolds. His manager breaks down how a pack of brainless thugs targeted Arin, pushing them both to the absolute brink of death. That is, right until Black Scythe casually crashed the party and wiped the floor with the attackers. He makes it crystal clear even if the idol managed to survive the physical beating, the massive trauma would have completely torpedoed her entire career. The heavy realization hits Ma like a freight train. He was literally inches away from losing his absolute best asset and his cash cow, leaving the room in a totally dead silence. Breaking the ice, he coldly asks about the dirtbags who pulled the stunt, fully expecting them to be resting in pieces. But Seongchul hits him with another shocker. Black Scythe let them walk. Before Ma can even rage over the spared lives, his right-hand man explains the protagonist's cold logic. Executing low levels yields absolutely zero benefits. Catching bodies right now would just tank the overall player count, heavily nerfing humanity's odds for the upcoming stage. Sure, Seongchul is high-key stressing that those absolute losers might spin the block later, but he fully admits the scythe wielder practically went superhero mode for them. By extension, that means the big boss himself is currently swimming in debt to a stranger. Refusing to owe anyone, Ma immediately decides they need to pay the guy out. But Seongchul shuts that idea down fast, revealing that the shadowy savior hard passed on any reward and just vanished into the night. The gears shift in Ma's brain. He instantly clocks that refusing a massive payout is the ultimate stealth play, proving this guy is playing high IQ, ultra-cautious chess. He orders his manager to slide a formal thank you into the protagonist's DMs during the next phase, while keeping him under intense surveillance. The objective is clear: act as backup whenever possible, purely to wipe that disgusting feeling of owing someone off Ma's chest. But right as Seongchul reaches for the doorknob, the boss freezes. With ice in his voice, he demands the exact names of the trash who dared attack his people. Meanwhile, our main guy takes a beat to read the room, heavily vibing with the fact that tailing the manager was a straight shot to uncovering Kyung-Rok Ma. Moving like an absolute ghost, he dips from the scene before anyone can even spot his shadow. It blows his mind that a top-tier mob boss's right-hand man literally bunks in his exact same apartment complex. Striding back to his ride, he smirks. He totally holds all the winning cards right now. All because his brother was randomly handing out rice cakes and stumbled into a top idol and her manager. Talk about a massive glitch in the matrix that he can now use to speedrun Ma's trust. If he plays this neighbor dynamic flawlessly, he can basically hack his way right into the VIP circle. Even so, he is still heavily debating whether dragging a dangerous wildcard like Ma all the way to round 20 is actually a big brain move or a massive throw. His thoughts drift to that totally busted Dark Knight rune. Honestly, getting an elite drop like that so early is basically a cheat code for the game's start. It literally feels like a developer oversight. Standard runes absolutely never hand you a fully fleshed out class, but this specific one breaks all the rules. The only catch? It permanently locks your build. For the mob boss, it means he is strictly forced to farm a highly specific resource, known as Dark Mana, just to ignite his signature Dark Aura skill. And the craziest part? The method for farming that pitch black energy is so unhinged, it flawlessly syncs up with Ma's totally psychopathic mindset. This makes him question whether keeping Ma as a teammate is the best option. Still, he figures Ma could prove useful, so he decides to keep him in mind as a viable candidate. He knows there are other good candidates out there, one of them being a girl. He decides it's time to get to work. The following day, the scene shifts to a local retail store, where the shop owner sighs, clearly worried about his sales dropping. Just then, his daughter, Juri, appears and asks why her dad seems down. He explains that Lotto is pulling sales from their shop, because the government is uncertain about the players and how they'll use their powers. He's concerned about how he'll manage financially, but Juri reassures him that she'll help once she graduates, and even considers working a part-time job. Her dad urges her to focus on her studies, insisting she shouldn't worry about their finances. He points out that she has good grades and can get into a good university to become a doctor, but Juri tells him that she gave up on her dream a long time ago, given their current situation. Her father, with tears in his eyes, understands that money is the real issue, and he's deeply worried that Juri will have to survive the upcoming rounds as well. Overcome with emotion, he breaks down, struggling to find an explanation for himself, and starts weeping, but Juri holds his hands gently and tells him not to feel guilty because everything that's happened was unavoidable. She then reveals that she gained a profession during the second round. Before her dad can fully comprehend what she's saying, she uses an ability that casts a green aura around him, leaving him confused. She explains that she gained the profession of buffer, and with it, she can boost anyone's stats by blessing them. For regular people, it feels like an energy boost. Her dad starts to feel better, and Juri assures him that she'll use this ability on him often. He feels a surge of energy and tells her he'll try his best. Just then, Min enters the shop, leaving the owner in shock. Juri asks if her dad knows the guy, and he whispers that Min is the person who won first place in the Lotto lottery and wrote the same number for every ticket he bought. Min asks if the owner remembers him and introduces himself as the guy who bought lotto tickets worth 100,000 won last month. The owner is intrigued by this introduction and asks why Min is there. Min explains that he wants to apologize, mentioning that he saw in the news that Lotto withdrew their tickets from the store because of his win. He elaborates that he never intended to cause any inconvenience. The owner reassures him that it's not the customer's fault, and adds that Lotto pulling their tickets won't make him bankrupt. Despite this, Min pulls out an envelope containing 10 million won and hands it to the shop owner as compensation for any trouble he might have caused. The shop owner is stunned and insists Min doesn't need to pay him, but Min firmly tells him to take the money, because he wants him to before leaving the store. The owner is overwhelmed by the situation and refuses to accept such a large sum. Juri volunteers to run after him and give the envelope back, and her dad agrees. She rushes after him and eventually catches up, calling out his name. However, Min doesn't recognize her. She tells him they're in the same class, but Min claims he isn't good at remembering faces and doesn't know her. In reality, he knows exactly who Juri is. She's the store owner's daughter and has the buffer profession. He recalls the first time he met her and how he discovered they were classmates, which surprised him. He had intentionally made their first meeting during this regression seem like a coincidence so that Juri would join his team. Without hesitation, Juri asks if they can talk somewhere, and Min agrees. The scene shifts to a local park where they're sitting on a bench. Juri hands him back the envelope. Min recognizes the envelope as the one he gave to the shop owner, and Juri explains that they can't accept such a large amount. Min smiles, knowing they wouldn't have taken it, because Juri despises owing anyone, even when she's in a difficult situation. Juri urges him to take it, but Min refuses, saying the money was meant as an apology, and his moral compass won't allow him to take it back. Jury repeats that the amount is so large it's uncomfortable to accept, which Min knows all too well. He counters by saying the amount isn't big for him, so there's no need for them to worry. While Jury wonders why Min is being so stubborn, he stands up and begins to walk away. She stops him and negotiates, asking if it would be okay to return 9 million and keep 1 million instead. Min challenges her, asking how she can decide that without the shop owner's approval. Jury reveals that the owner is her father. Min pretends to be surprised and calls it a coincidence. Jury also finds it strange that the lotto winner turned out to be her classmate and he doesn't recognize her, while she recognized him the moment he walked into the shop. Min again pretends he's not good at remembering faces and says it's the first time she's talking to him. Looking right at him, it hits Jury like a ton of bricks. This dude literally just learned her name today, too. She shoots up from her seat, closes the distance, and hits reset on their introduction. "Burn my face into your memory," she tells him. Min gives her a nod, locking it in. But then reality crashes down on her. How depressing is it that she's basically a stranger to her own classmates? They are literally inches from graduation. Min catches her drifting into her feelings and smooths things over, promising he won't ghost her after they grab their diplomas. Then he drops the bomb. He asks for her digits. Jury freezes, totally caught off guard. After a second, she punches her contact info into his screen. Min casually drops a "let's be friends" and turns to walk off. Panic spikes. She completely forgot to hand back the cash envelope. She shouts his name, but Min just tosses a chill wave over his shoulder and vanishes. Jury is left frozen on the spot. Suddenly, her brain short-circuits. He actually asked for her number. Sure, he threw the friend label on it, but her heart is doing absolute gymnastics right now because she's been harboring a massive crush on this guy. Her mind flashes back to that one core memory, watching him get jumped by bullies. Guilt and duty kicked in, so she dialed the cops and secretly trailed him all the way back to his place, only to watch him clock into his shift like he hadn't just been battered. That was the exact second she realized the dude was built incredibly different. Absolute iron will. From that day on, she was hooked. But her social anxiety kept her paralyzed, making it physically impossible to even walk up and say hi. Well, the waiting game ends today. The universe practically shoved them together, especially after he casually dropped 10 million won into her lap. Fueling up on pure adrenaline, she hypes herself up to ask him out on a lunch date. Smash cut to our boy Min, chilling in his room, when his screen lights up. It's Jury, shooting her shot, and asking if he is down to grab food and chat. Fast forward, Min goes to cover the check, but Jury absolutely refuses to let him pay. A smirk creeps onto his face. His mastermind plan is clicking into gear perfectly. By letting her wipe out this debt, he is totally cementing her loyalty for when things get dicey later. He hops up to get dressed, quietly vowing to carry her all the way past round 20 in this timeline. Right as his hand hits the doorknob, one hits him with the classic, "Where you off to?" Min plays it cool, claiming he is just meeting a buddy, but one immediately sniffs out the vibe and asks if this buddy is actually a girl. Min doesn't even deny it. He tells his bro to grab his own dinner because he will be feasting out on the town. One's jaw practically hits the floor, completely convinced his brother somehow scored a girlfriend. The camera jumps to a high-end steakhouse, where the duo is slicing into some prime cuts. Jury is internally screaming, unable to process that she is actually on a solo lunch date with her ultimate crush. The air is thick with awkward silence until she finally forces the words out. She demands to know how he magically hit the jackpot, 4 separate times back to back. Min doesn't even blink, smoothly lying that a crazy prophetic dream handed him the winning digits. When she presses him on the exact payout, Min just leans back and drops the ultimate flex. His bank account is so fat, he is set for life. Zero financial stress forever. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in Jury's head, and she pivots the conversation to the death game. How did you survive round 1? Min plays the rookie card, complaining about how annoying hunting down those goblins was. Then he strategically pivots, fishing for info about her starting zone. He acts forgetful, claiming his map ID ended in a 5. Her shoulders slump as she reveals hers ended in a 7. Total buzzkill. She thinks they are locked out of teaming up. But our boy Min knows the system's hidden mechanics. The servers merge once the body count gets high enough. She interrogates him about his stats next. Min lies through his teeth, capping his level at 10. Her eyes light up like fireworks. She is level 10 too. She pushes for his class selection, but he shrugs, claiming he is totally classless right now. Jury practically beams, bragging about her insane RNG. She scored the ultra-rare buffer class. Min acts totally clueless, asking if she is basically a living video game support, even though he knows her exact skill tree. She breaks down her signature move, Bless, a straight-up stat multiplier. Then, leaning in, she offers to juice up his stats right there at the table. Min gives her the green light. A wave of energy hits him, spiking his raw power by a massive 50% for a solid 3 hours. He fakes being blown away while internally calculating that her max level aura will eventually double this output. But here is the real kicker why he manipulated this entire buffing session. He is holding a mysterious loot pouch from the last trial. It spits out pure cash, completely scaled off the user's base luck stat. More luck equals an absolute mountain of gold. He throws her a grateful smile, and she gets completely flustered, promising she will be his personal buff station, literally any time he needs it. Getting back to business, Min asks why she called this meeting in the first place. Juri's tone turns serious, mentioning her dad. He wanted to officially pass on his deepest gratitude for the massive bailout, and swore on his life they would pay back every single cent. Min immediately waves it off, telling her to keep her wallet shut. Refusing to be a freeloader, Juri decides to settle the score right now. By sliding an exclusive drop from the tutorial phase across the table, it is a glowing purple gem. Fast forward to them stepping out of the spot, throwing up a peace sign and wishing each other insane RNG for the nightmare awaiting them. Cut to Min, isolated in a dead park, ripping open his system menu. His jaw drops. That random rock Juri handed over? It is a pure mana crystal, a straight-up A-tier rarity drop. He completely miscalculated her luck. Scanning the incredibly vague system text, he realizes no newbie is going to understand how busted this thing actually is. The real meta doesn't unlock until everyone hits the level 20 threshold. This tiny gem is the key to insane weapon fusion enchantments, giving players some seriously overpowered buffs. This game rocks 7 distinct crystal categories: crimson, amber, gold, emerald, sapphire, indigo, and amethyst. Each gem packs a completely unique punch. Crimson spikes your raw damage. Amber cranks up overall power. Gold juices your luck. Emerald makes you lightning fast. Sapphire boosts your brain power. Indigo tanks incoming hits. And amethyst? That is the holy grail. A mythic drop that elevates every single stat on your blade. Riding high on his temporary luck buff, our boy suddenly realizes the clock is aggressively ticking. He needs to move lightning fast if he actually wants to pop open his random gold pouch. Going full exploit mode, he rips out a bag of feeder worms, ready to crush them, and trigger his slaughter rune, which legally cheats the system by granting a 1% stat boost per kill. He mercilessly stomps the bugs into paste, watching his attributes double right before his eyes. Just like that, his luck skyrockets from 15 to a staggering 45. Secure in his buffs, he dives into his inventory, yanks out the mystery gold pouch, and activates it, hoping to score maybe 3,000 to 6,000 coins if the universe is feeling generous. But the actual payout completely shatters his reality. The system aggressively dings as Min cracks the seal, and he just freezes. His jaw practically hits the floor when a colossal 10,000 gold drop manifests right in front of him. He is genuinely paralyzed, considering that across all his past lives, he has literally never secured a bag this massive. This insane pull bumps his stash to roughly 16,000 coins, which puts premium epic tier gear right in his crosshairs. There is a catch though. The specific god tier weapon he wants will not spawn for another 14 days. Guess playing the waiting game is his best move for now, holding onto the cash until the drop. Later that night, Min kicks his apartment door open, instantly spotting his younger brother, glued to a glowing screen, brain rotting on TikTok like an absolute champion. The second Juan spots him. He goes total interrogator mode, hounding Min about his supposed romantic rendezvous. Catching total whiplash from the accusation, Min instantly shuts the rumors down, making it crystal clear that he and the girl are strictly platonic. Desperate to change the subject, he asks about dinner. Juan's face lights up, flexing that he absolutely obliterated some top-tier cup noodles. Min sighs, practically begging his bro to expand his palate and try literally any other cuisine, but Juan is a die-hard loyalist. Unlike his shady ex, he sticks by his instant ramen, swearing it hit the exact spot his soul was craving. Hearing that hits Min right in the feels, dragging up dark memories of their rock-bottom days living off scraps, before the universe finally threw them a lifeline. Going down memory lane suddenly sparks a realization. He hasn't checked his crypto wallet in forever. Knowing the market is a ticking time bomb ready to implode, he decides to secure the bag right now, cashing everything out. To finally go grab a driver's permit. Cut to Min at his desk, audibly groaning at the online driving exam. Having taken this exact test a million times across his countless regressions, the whole thing is basically muscle memory. He speedruns the entire module, without a single drop of sweat, clicking submit, and pushing his chair back in record time, ready to bounce. The proctor glares, absolutely certain this kid just rage quit halfway through, but his jaw drops to the floor. When the screen flashes Min's flawless, near-perfect score, leaning on his regressor cheat codes that are practically tattooed on his brain, Min secures his physical license, in under 4 days flat without even trying. Honestly, the speedrun leaves him spiraling into a tiny existential crisis. Counting all his past lives, his soul is basically a balding, retired senior citizen at this point. Shaking it off, Min channels his inner baller, hunting down his ultimate dream ride. We are talking a hyper-rare, limited edition Lamborghini that would make Tate weep with envy. He demands a timeline from the dealer, who politely estimates a 30-day wait. Without blinking, Min slams the payment down. The salesman practically throws a parade, treating him like pure royalty while screaming congratulations. 14 days vanish, and 0 hour hits. Min dumps his entire Bitcoin portfolio, dodging the incoming market crash like a total ninja. Catching his brother's sinister little smirk, Juan gets suspicious, asking if he just won the lottery. Playing it dangerously cool, Min casually drops the nuke, whispering that he liquidated everything for a soul-crushing 300 billion, causing Juan to literally spit his coffee across the room, in pure terror. He is completely paralyzed, failing to comprehend how their pathetic savings went straight to the moon. But for Min, it is literally just another casual Tuesday. Juan vividly remembers begging his older brother not to dump their life savings into magic internet money, utterly shell-shocked by the actual payout. Playing dumb, Min shrugs it off, claiming he just hit a lucky new high score. Still shaking, his innocent bro asks if they are finally cashing out to safety, breathing a massive sigh of relief when Min just nods. But that peace is violently shattered 2 seconds later. Juan almost drops his mug again when our protagonist casually smirks, dropping the bombshell that he is taking his talents to the stock market next. Cue Juan absolutely losing his mind all over again, completely terrified. Juan is straight up hyperventilating about Min's total lack of market experience, but our guy just waves off the panic, telling his little bro to trust the process. Min is oozing absolute confidence right now, and somehow, his naive younger sibling actually takes the bait, taking a deep breath and asking exactly what they are investing in. Juan decides to just roll the dice and blindly trust his brother this one time. Now, our main character completely understands why Juan is having a meltdown, but those past life regressions were not just some fever dream, so he knows exactly which golden goose is about to lay the ultimate egg. He locks his sights firmly on Chunma Consulting, a corporate giant, already moving a staggering 900 billion won. Sure, to the untrained eye, it looks like just another boring firm, but Min knows their stock is going to absolutely skyrocket the second the 4th round officially drops. He does not even blink before shoving his entire net worth into the market. This is a massive big brain play, aimed at snatching up enough shares to totally hijack their future board meetings. But the real endgame? Building an empire of endless wealth and absolute authority. Our boy literally dumps 280 billion won straight into the company without breaking a sweat, leaving his terrified brother pleading with the heavens that they do not end up sleeping on the streets again. Financial takeover complete, Min pivots his attention toward the ultimate prize waiting in the quest shop. Fast forward to midnight. He kicks back in bed and fires up the digital marketplace, hunting for some desperately needed upgrades. At first glance, the inventory looks like absolute trash, but the real veterans know the secret sauce is checking the rotating daily shop items. A rookie would brush this off, but our protagonist has spent over 10 years memorizing the exact spawn schedule for every single drop. He violently smashes that refresh button, instantly revealing the prize of the day, an insanely underpriced skull bone necklace that grants a massive buff to attack speed. But wait, it gets better. Min whips out that dusty discount coupon he snagged earlier, effortlessly copying the artifact for literally half its normal value. Checking his digital wallet, our guy practically jolts upright. He somehow still has roughly 14,000 gold, just chilling in his balance. His gears start turning, weighing the pros and cons of grabbing some shiny new armor right now versus hoarding another 6,000 gold to unlock a straight-up broken tier skill later. Big brain logic wins out, and he chooses to save up. The universe is totally on his side anyway, since the upcoming stage is a pure monster farming fest, making the grind an absolute breeze. The days blur past, and when March 1st finally hits, the entire player base gets violently teleported back into the trial dimension, completely blind to what twisted games the gods have lined up for them this time. Flashes of light drop the participants in one by one, and everyone instantly goes on high alert, scanning their bizarre new surroundings. They are standing inside what used to be a bustling village, now reduced to absolute rubble, completely stripped of any signs of life besides the players themselves. Scouting the perimeter, they spot massive fortified walls, enclosing the ruins like a heavy-duty stronghold, with gates facing every direction. A colossal, glowing crystal dominates the center square, making everyone scratch their heads over what the actual objective of this round could possibly be. Propped up against a crumbling wall, Min silently watches the chaos unfold, totally unfazed by the growing panic sweeping through the clueless crowd. Across the square, Joe is shockingly keeping his cool, at least until the peanut gallery starts loudly whispering behind his back. The mob starts exchanging wild rumors about his bloody past as a ruthless mob boss, roasting him for miserably failing to bully them into voting him into power, especially since everybody practically begged Black Scythe to lead them instead. You can practically see the steam shooting out of the gangster's ears. A slightly more rational dude tries to play peacekeeper, warning the group that Joe could easily snap and use his ability to silence them permanently. But nobody is even flinching, because the secret is out. His power caps at exactly 10 uses. Hitting his breaking point, Joe starts hurling explosive threats at the crowd, but that just pours gasoline on the fire. The players brutally gang up on him, dragging his garbage personality through the mud. Roaring at the mob, Joe aggressively demands to know which loudmouth started the disrespect, but the silence is deafening, pushing his blood pressure through the roof. Suddenly, a loud thud breaks his blind fury when some random guy drops into a deep, respectful bow, treating the mobster like an absolute superstar. Joe shoots him a wildly confused glare, aggressively demanding an explanation. The weirdo cheerfully introduces himself as Yang Man, dropping Joe's actual full name, while claiming he just wants to pay his respects. Paranoia spiking. The thug fiercely interrogates him to see if he is from a rival syndicate, but Yang Man shakes his head, eagerly admitting his ultimate dream is to roll with Joe's crew. The mobster's brain literally blue screens, completely failing to process why this massive dork is actively begging to join organized crime. Without missing a beat, Yang Man confesses he is a huge fanboy, desperately pleading for a spot in the family. While the gangster is still trying to decode this bizarre interaction, Yang Man dramatically slams both knees right onto the dirt and swears ultimate loyalty, loudly claiming Joe as his absolute senpai for life. Joe flashes this completely unhinged smirk, honestly shocked someone could match his chaotic energy. But honestly, he is absolutely here for the audacity. He snaps at the wannabe gangster to stand up and spill his actual agenda, because let us be real, nobody with a working brain would glaze him after the absolute bloodbath of the last phase. Ryu Min just puffs out his chest like a proud peacock, claiming history means nothing to him, and that he purely respects Joe as a total king. He swears he could not care less about the haters yapping, and that being his ultimate hype man is literally his life goal. Joe eats this up in seconds, promising to turn him into a pure aura farming menace that would make Pablo Escobar look like an absolute joke. Sweating bullets of relief, Ryu Min nearly snaps his own spine, bowing again, praising Joe for his god-tier generosity. The rest of the lobby just stares in pure disbelief, watching this guy voluntarily leash himself to a total psycho, writing him off as totally unhinged. Meanwhile, Min just gives them major side-eye, quietly smirking as history perfectly repeats itself. Flash. A blinding light erupts, revealing the angel hovering dead center above the crowd, calling for absolute silence. She fakes a dramatic gasp, casually pointing out how the player count took a massive nosedive since the last phase wrapped up. The lobby instantly spirals into confusion, everyone frantically trying to decode her twisted riddle. But then, a system alert aggressively steals their focus, confirming a massive chunk of the roster is just completely gone. The angel tilts her head, playfully guessing that since nobody threw hands in the tutorial, they must have taken their beef to the real world instead. Panic spikes when some random guy screams for everyone to check the passing quota. Pure chaos drops instantly when the screen reveals only 25% of them are surviving this phase. One desperate dude actually yells that the game is bugged. The angel practically loses her mind, laughing at the massive cope, assuring them her system does not make glitches. She coldly drops a reminder. The rule was always a 50% wipeout per round. The crowd just freezes, completely stunned, realizing that since nobody caught a game over last phase, she is just adjusting the math. 75% of them are turning into literal ashes today. The lobby erupts into furious screaming, but she shuts them down with a bored wave, telling them to just try harder. Pivoting instantly, she drops the Phase 3 mechanics. Beasts will flood in from all 4 gates, swarming toward the massive, glowing crystal dead center in the village across 5 brutal waves. She heavily pushes the idea of teaming up, warning them they have to defend the core for exactly 3 hours or face absolute nightmare tier penalties. But wait, there is a catch. Letting the rock break does not technically fail the phase, because the actual leaderboard purely tracks your total kill count. She keeps rambling, promising that while the swarm will be massive, the beast stats are seriously nerfed so they do not all get instantly wiped. The trade-off? The loot pool is totally nerfed too. Hearing this, Joe is literally vibrating with hype, realizing he gets to mindlessly slaughter an infinite army of mobs. And the absolute cherry on top? He holds the boss role for this zone. Acting like she straight up read his mind, the angel claps twice and directly calls out the zone leader, confirming Joe gets to flex his absolute authority right now. Then, Feeding into the heavy tension in the air, she drops an absolute nuke about the leader title. A completely wicked grin stretches across her face as she spells it out. If the boss dies to a mob, the special rank vanishes completely into thin air, but if another player lands the finishing blow, they instantly hijack the throne, securing absolute admin powers for themselves. The entire lobby instantly locks onto Joe like a pack of starving wolves staring at a free meal, while the angel brightly announces they have exactly 10 minutes before the horde drops. Flashing one last toxic smirk, she mockingly tells them to play nice with each other, then straight up evaporates into thin air. Obviously, Joe instantly starts screaming total profanities at the sky. But that rage cuts off fast when the metallic sound of dozens of weapons pulling aggro rings out around him. The gangster instantly materializes his blade, challenging every single player in the room to step up and test their luck. The crowd starts throwing heavy disrespect, inching closer for the kill, totally blinded by the insane urge to steal his admin role. But Min, he is playing a completely different game. He casually strides straight out of the raging mob, carrying such intense aura that not a single person dares to breathe. Joe angrily barks at Black Scythe to explain himself, but our guy just stays ice cold, claiming he just wants to talk business. Mr. Documentary desperately tries to mask how deeply shaken he is by our protagonist, demanding to know his real angle. Min just smoothly shuts him down, tossing out a wild bargain. After easily realizing Joe is trapped in a completely unwinnable corner, Min casually rests that massive scythe on his shoulder and straight up offers to act as his bodyguard. Joe just blue screens in pure confusion while Min dryly repeats that he will keep the mob off him. The entire lobby basically freezes, completely terrified by the sudden realization they might have to box with Black Scythe. Instantly, an anxious wave of whispers sweeps through the ranks. Doubting his odds of making it out alive, Joe is having a super hard time wrapping his head around the crazy heavy reputation attached to our guy's name. He actually toys with the idea of shaking on the deal, but firing up his usually dead brain cells for a split second, he senses a massive trap waiting for him. So, he presses Min for the hidden terms. Without missing a beat, our main character drops the cold hard truth. The price tag? Absolute loyalty. Joe has to follow every single order dropped his way without uttering a peep of disrespect. The thug freezes, totally mind blown. He is the top dog of the zone, yet Min is straight up telling him to hand over the crown and act like an obedient pet. The mobster barks out, demanding to know the logic behind this insane request, but our dude just hits him with dead silence. Joe tries probing for answers, but Min stands like a brick wall, coldly demanding total submission and nothing else. Pure rage starts bubbling up in the mobster's chest as he inches dangerously close to telling him to shove the offer. Yet, the terrifying mental image of getting completely folded by that lethal scythe sends shivers down his spine. Min shatters his internal panic, telling him the clock is ticking because the surrounding crowd is running totally out of patience. A lone drop of cold sweat slides down Joe's cheek, right before he opens his mouth and fumbles the bag, shooting down the golden lifeline like an absolute clown. Honestly though, our boy saw this coming from a mile away. Joe's massive ego was never going to let him bow down in a million years. The rest of the crowd instantly starts flaming him for his trash survival instincts, laughing at how his giant pride stopped him from playing second fiddle. Blades flash in the air as the challengers ready up to hand the thug a brutal beatdown, while Min smirks, deeply satisfied that the timeline remains unbroken. Figuring he might as well add some fuel to the fire, Min locks onto Joe's gaze and icily broadcasts that, since the mobster refused his backup, the floor is completely open for the mob to rip him to shreds. Turning his back on the mess, our protagonist casually strolls off, leaving behind a chilling promise that keeping the thug breathing holds zero value anyway. As the bloodthirsty crowd tightens the circle, weapons gleaming and ready to slice Joe into ribbons, the mob boss clutches his blade for dear life. Regret hits him like a truck as he questions his life choices. But right before the total bloodbath kicks off, the system suddenly clutches up for Joe, flashing a massive red warning that the monster wave is officially starting, sending the entire lobby panicking and rushing to defend the glowing crystal. Joe knows he is absolute toast if he tries fighting the horde with a massive target on his back. Besides, playing nice with a team was never the vibe of this quest. From the corner of his eye, the thug spots Min drifting off toward a completely isolated spot. Curiosity gets the best of him, so he shadows his every move. Creeping from the shadows, he tries to guess if our guy is seriously crazy enough to solo the entire incoming horde. The quiet tension shatters instantly. Ear-piercing, feral roars echo across the zone, dropping an absolute blanket of terror over the lobby. Then, the system casually drops the craziest nuke. They are going up against 10,000 goblins. The sheer number freezes the blood in everyone's veins. The mobster immediately camps out on high ground, but he is low-key losing his mind trying to figure out how Black Scythe is just standing there chilling. Scanning the battlefield, Joe spots a brutal detail. Even though the spawn gates are barely cracked open, an absolutely insane wave of monsters is squeezing through at once, an overwhelming sight that would make a max-level veteran sweat bullets. Peeking over a balcony railing, Joe copes hard, smugly betting that Min is all bark and zero bite, and will probably dip at the first sign of danger. Vicious green creatures start flooding into the arena like a broken dam, but our guy is locked in. He carves through the front line like a hot knife through butter, dropping bodies left and right in a flawless rhythm. Keeping his foot on the gas, Min dashes straight into the swarm, blurring past the monsters while literally turning them into chopped salad. Joe's jaw hits the floor. He watches the massacre unfold, his brain completely short-circuiting at how incredibly broken our boy's stats are. The ugly creatures try swarming him in a massive circle to steal the upper hand, but get totally wiped out by his unavoidable, devastating area of effect sweeps. Hyping himself up with the thought of unlocking that kind of insane power, the mobster finally gets sick of camping and stops acting like a total coward. He leaps into the fray to farm some quick experience points. With the entire lobby distracted by the green wave, Joe sneaks around to exploit the mayhem, planning to steal some easy kills. While the rest of the squad is sweating hard to defend the massive glowing relic from the endless horde, Joe slithers his way into the crossfire. Catching sight of a few stray monsters, the brawler zeroes in on his prey and starts absolutely deleting the low-level creeps. A wicked grin stretches across his face as his glowing rune feeds him every incoming attack pattern before it even happens. But his main character moment shatters instantly when a random arrow zips right past his head, slicing open his ear. The thug goes completely ballistic, frantically scanning the crowd for the shooter. Only problem? There is not a single sniper monster in sight. It hits him instantly. Another player is actively gunning for him. His fury skyrockets straight into the stratosphere, as he happily pictures choking the life out of the unseen backstabber. But right before he can even shift his weight, a sharp, blinding pain explodes in his side. Another challenger just sneaked up and brutally buried a blade deep into his ribs. The random scrub starts celebrating his easy sneak attack, but the absolute unit of a mobster shuts him up instantly, gripping the spear and ripping it right out of his own flesh like an absolute boss. The dude is literally spamming trash talk. He suddenly panics, but it is game over. Joe claps back, sinking his blade right into the guy. Right as Joe goes absolute goblin mode with his tiny sword, an arrow grazes his cheek. Locking eyes with the camper, Joe does not even hesitate. He hoists up a stolen spear, winding up for the throw while the archer scrambles to knock another arrow. But boom, headshot. The spear absolutely obliterates the sniper. Joe clutches his bleeding side, fuming over his own sloppy mistake, and that ridiculous cursed title dragging him down. Mr. Documentary is practically sweating bullets trying to shake this debuff. The regret of curving Min's earlier offer is eating him alive, but his ego kicks in. An alpha, like him, does not bow to anyone, and he flat out refuses to be some overpowered player's lapdog. Frantic, his eyes dart across the bloodbath, desperately searching for a loophole to dodge these aggro players. And farm in peace. And boom, the perfect meat shield drops right into his lap. Black Dragon, the server's number 3, absolutely obliterating a goblin squad. A wicked, utterly toxic smirk creeps onto Joe's face. Creeping up on the powerhouse, he pops his authority skill, without a second thought, and instantly brainwashes the guy into becoming his own personal secret service. Meanwhile, cut to Min. Our guy is out here soaking up XP like a sponge, effortlessly wiping the floor with the goblin horde, with zero sweat. Our MC pops open his inventory, and a fat smirk hits his face, after seeing he already hit his quota. But legends do not sleep. He decides to stay in the trenches and farm another 2,000 gold, just for the flex. Min hits a total galaxy brain realization. He can casually buy out 2 skills right now, and speedrun his way to unlocking the Rune of Thoughts, way ahead of schedule. Thinking he is away from keyboard in his menu, a pack of goblins tries to pull off a sneaky flank on Black Scythe, but big mistake. You literally cannot catch our boy lacking. One fluid, devastating spin of his scythe, and the ambushers are turned into pixel dust. The rest of the mob freezes. Seeing their squad get instantly deleted puts the fear of God into them. But Min's blood is pumping now. He literally trash talks the monsters for being absolute fodder before launching himself straight into their front lines. Right after the bloodbath, a blinding laser of light tears through the pitch-black sky, forcing everyone to hit pause on the violence. One by one, the surviving goblins start glowing like radioactive beacons and dissolve into pure energy, despawning completely. The battered survivors immediately erupt into cheers, hyping up their Wave 1 victory, but let us be real, they are running on fumes. Min does a quick head count and gets a harsh reality check. Almost 1,000 players got wiped out. It completely flips his perspective on how lethal even nerfed goblins can be. Scanning the sea of exhausted survivors, he locks onto Joe. Honestly, Min is shook that this absolute clown made it out alive. but his plot armor might expire in round 2. The wannabe gangster is raging. He cannot believe these players completely ignored the monsters just to jump his bones instead. Out of nowhere, an NPC tries to execute a stealth takedown. He lunges at Joe, but instantly gets absolutely flattened by the brain-hacked Black Dragon and Ryu Min. Joe lets out a massive sigh of relief. If it were not for these two walking meat shields, he would be taking an eternal dirt nap. Ryu Min starts freaking out over his senior's gaping wound, but Joe is totally zoned out. He is tripping over the fact that he did not even burn a mind. Control charge on this absolute simp. Suddenly, reality hits. Joe groans, gripping his bleeding side like a vice, desperately trying to keep his insides on the inside, and panic sets in. Can he even survive the next phase? Gritting his teeth, he forces himself to lock in. His only motivation? Pure, unadulterated spite. He is going to live just to flex on all the haters who preyed on his downfall. Suddenly, a deafening emergency siren shatters the silence, announcing the immediate start of round 2. And this time, hobgoblins are joining the chat. A massive tidal wave of fresh monsters floods the zone, with zero warning. But Min, he is just standing there, casually manifesting a terrifying aura, licking his lips at the absolute feast of free XP sprinting right at him. The goblin slaughter is officially unpaused. Our boy spins his grim Reaper scythe, carving through the horde like a hot knife through butter. It is literally child's play. Mid-carnage. A glowing system prompt pops up. Level 20 achieved. His player rank instantly bumps up to regular tier, and a massive wave of dopamine hits him. Why? Because he finally unlocked the crafting system. Now, he can mash skills together and recycle all his garbage loot into god-tier equipment. The system does not stop there. It casually drops a brand new skill into his lap and buffs his old one, Seal of Death. Min is grinning from ear to ear. His current build has insane synergy with his runes. The brain-dead mobs try to rush him again, but it is an instant fade to black. Min triggers his fresh drop, Night of Death, plunging the entire battlefield into absolute, suffocating darkness. Black Scythe becomes a literal phantom. He blinks past the blinded goblins, handing out one-way tickets to the afterlife. The abyssal shadows literally melt everything they touch, leaving nothing but a towering mountain of mangled corpses in his wake. As the sweet sound of the system chime confirms Wave 2 is fully cleared, our MC lets his heavy weapon hit the dirt with a massive thud. Time to go shopping. He pulls up the quest store, hunting for a fresh ability. After scrolling through the catalog, he locks in his purchase, Sixth Sense. This broken passive acts like a permanent radar for anything, within a 100-foot radius. Min flips the switch on the skill, but his radar is completely dead, nothing but goblin corpses pinging back at him, which serves as a rude awakening. He still has a massive 20,000 gold quota to hit. Instantly, Wave 3 drops. It is business as usual. Min is out here turning goblins into minced meat, while Black Dragon is still playing bodyguard under Joe's toxic mind control. Once Wave 3 officially wraps, the difficulty spikes again. The battered survivors are staring down a relentless pack of gnolls for Wave 4. Joe starts absolutely abusing his authority powers, shamelessly throwing his fellow players straight to the wolves just to keep his own HP intact. Following a violently exhausting bloodbath, that familiar system bell rings out once more. Round 4 finally hits 0, and Joe is practically melting, dripping sweat, and struggling just to stay on his 2 feet, realizing just how massively he fumbled the bag. Our resident mobster has completely drained all 10 of his skill charges, coping hard by telling himself he is untouchable as long as his mind-controlled meat shields keep breathing. Then the system drops a bombshell. The ultimate wave is starting, forcing the survivors to face down. Nearly 11,000 massive beasts, making everyone literally freeze in pure terror. Cutting straight to the absolute bloodbath, humans and monsters are just tearing each other to shreds. Meanwhile, Joe is sweating bullets, scrambling to farm these, walking loot boxes, and totally steal that #1 rank. But his main character syndrome gets shattered the second he turns around, watching 2 of his puppets get completely impaled. Seeing an opening, a squad of players, thirsty for that top-ranking rush Joe, absolutely determined to knock him out of the game. Going full panic mode, he literally chucks 2 of his hypnotized pawns right into the crossfire, screaming at them to be useful, while trashing his attackers for playing dirty right at the buzzer. Sadly, a couple of sniper precision arrows instantly drop his zombie guards, leaving the mob to push forward with weapons drawn. His anxiety spikes to max level, forcing him to ditch his pride and sprint for his life. The hunters stay hot on his trail, absolutely refusing to let this snake slither off, while Joe just guns it on pure adrenaline. Over by the gates, Mr. Documentary spots our main boy taking a quick breather from the carnage. The gangster instantly locks on and slides through the dirt, practically begging to be his personal attack dog in exchange for some heavy armor. Min just gives him dead silence, and when Joe nervously repeats the offer, our protagonist hits him with a soul-crushing glare. dropping a hard no. Joe literally loses all the color in his face as Min hits him with cold hard facts. You reject my deal once, that door closes forever. The scythe wielder just turns his back, leaving the confused gangster scrambling to keep up. Min ruthlessly shuts him down, stating an empty shell with 0 command points left is pure garbage to him. Reality smacks Joe in the face, making him violently regret fumbling that early golden ticket, knowing he is totally cornered. The bloodthirsty mob instantly catches on that his VIP protection plan got cancelled, making Joe shrink back in pure terror. Mr. Documentary just watches in low-key horror as the haters start brutally flaming the mobster, joking that his pathetic downfall is about to become prime television. Fully accepting it is game over, Joe clenches his teeth, waiting for the execution squad to wipe him out, until a random voice cuts the tension. Out of nowhere, Young Min struts up, acting like the loyal hype man ready to save his boss. Genuinely shocked by the backup, Joe completely drops his defense, which is exactly when his supposed sidekick absolutely folds him in half with a devastating right hook from hell. The kinetic force literally launches the gangster face first into the dirt. Gripping his shattered jaw in pure agony, Joe looks up to see Young Min smiling like an absolute demon, telling him to speedrun his final prayers. The fallen boss attempts to choke out a curse, but Young Min just feeds him knuckles to shut him up. Moving in for the kill, the traitor mounts him, dropping an absolutely savage ground and pound routine that knocks the soul right out of him. Mr. Documentary is left standing there, visibly shook by his own camera guy's brutality, with his facial structure completely rearranged and his tragic backstory flashing on speed dial. Joe watches helplessly as Young Min stands up, radiating dark energy, delivering one final, lethal stomp. Just like that, his respawn rights are permanently revoked. The traitor erupts into unhinged laughter. The split second, the system forcibly crowns him the new district boss, instantly letting his mind wander to all the crazy perks he is going to pull with his idol crush. Glancing down at the absolute wreckage of his former boss, the punk ironically thanks the dead guy for the massive power-up, straight up gaslighting him, claiming this tragic ending was entirely Joe's fault for playing it way too safe. Pivoting on his heel, the brand new boss addresses the audience, putting on a masterclass performance acting like this was his galaxy brain strategy all along, leaving the entire lobby utterly speechless. The crowd is feeling a gross mix of absolute disgust and pure disbelief, watching someone ride a villain's coattails for so long, just to violently backstab him at the finish line. That shock rapidly morphs into raging fury over the fact that a literal snake in the grass holds the top spot, sparking an instant mob mentality to cancel him permanently. But Young Min totally predicted this aggro, making a mad dash directly toward our lone wolf hero. Catching Min's attention, the rat violently flexes that he is the one holding all the authority chips now. The scythe wielder just stares at him with 0 hype, forcing the punk to recycle the exact same pitch Joe tried earlier, desperately promising absolute loyalty. Young Min is fully convinced he just cracked the code, assuming the only reason the mobster got denied was because his cooldowns were fully cooked. Since his own admin rights are fresh out the box, he sees literally 0 reason to get curved. Our goat simply roasts the guy for having a punchable face, casually dropping that he might let him breathe, if he instantly drops to his knees. The new boss just blinks in absolute glitch mode, trying to compute why he is still catching peasant treatment, until Min effortlessly drops reality on him. The snake is the one begging for a lifeline here. Doubling down, our protagonist demands the bow one more time, which completely triggers the traitor's ego. However, catching one glimpse of the raging army ready to turn him into digital dust forces him to aggressively swallow his pride, hitting the deck faster than light. Prostrating himself, the rat literally cries for the black scythe to have pity on a total scrub, while Min just observes with a blank face, experiencing major deja vu from all the past timelines where he forced this exact same guy to eat dirt. He owns up to the fact that even a total dumpster fire like himself could still bring some value to the table. Black Scythe decides to adopt this stray. Meanwhile, Young Min drops to his knees like an absolute fanboy, practically gluing his forehead to the dirt in gratitude for his new boss's mercy. Min snaps at the gangster to chill out, stepping right past his fresh sidekick to face the creeping mob head-on. Absolute panic washes over the gamers. Their blood runs cold at the mere thought of throwing hands with our overpowered protagonist. Some random dude pitches a group ambush, but instantly shuts his mouth when his buddy whispers 2 terrifying words: Goblin Massacre. The squad forms a tight circle, desperately plotting their next move. Min crashes their little strategy session with a cold ultimatum: tuck their tails and run, or stick around to taste his steel. He strongly hints they should bounce. Otherwise, his brain might blur the line between regular people and literal monster fodder. That chilling promise sends massive shivers down their spines. Nobody wants a free one-way ticket to the afterlife, so the cowards slowly back away. Young Min stares, absolutely blown away by his boss's insane aura. He silently thanks his lucky stars for swapping teams, completely ignoring their rough introduction. Scanning the blood-stained battlefield, our main character realizes round number 5 is wrapping up without a hitch. The beast population is basically sitting at 0. But peace is just way too boring. Flashing an absolutely wicked smirk, Min summons his newly acquired pawn. The gangster snaps to attention, waiting for his mission. Min locks eyes with him, commanding absolute, unquestioning obedience for his next play. Cutting off any potential whining, our guy casually drops a massive bombshell. He is cashing in every single one of those 10 mind control charges. The ultimate directive? Force the targets to completely wreck that massive glowing crystal. The clueless lackey totally blanks on the crystal's identity, blurting out a seriously dumb question before reality finally smacks him in the face. The celestial guide made it crystal clear. If that monument takes even a tiny scratch, apocalyptic levels of bad news will follow. Yet, the street punk is stressing way more over burning through all 10 of his control slots, desperately pressing his new boss for the hidden logic. He pleads to keep just a single charge in the tank. Min coldly shoots the idea down, standing like a brick wall. Yielding to the immense pressure, young Min caves to his master's insane plan, while Min takes full control over the actual hit list. Black Scythe rattles off the specific targets. Hearing the lineup, young Min's jaw drops as a heavily twisted connection clicks in his brain. Almost the entire roster is packed with his own former crew. He questions if this is just some cruel prank. Meanwhile, his cornered squad demands to know if he is truly about to backstab them. Shrugging it off, the gangster delivers the most hollow apology ever, insisting it is strictly business. Tapping directly into his mental dominance, he forces the hijacked gamers to launch an all-out assault on the relic. Instant, unfiltered pandemonium erupts as the server blasts a massive red alert to everyone alive, warning that their one safe haven is under siege. Stripped of free will, the puppet soldiers relentlessly bash their gear against the stone, ignoring the desperate screams of the survivors begging them to hold off. These guys absolutely book it straight toward the massive crystal. The bystanders realize talking is totally useless and resort to throwing hands just to snap them out of this trance. But the damage is basically done. That colossal artifact explodes into a million glittering shards, and absolute chaos instantly erupts across the zone. Right on cue, the system flashes a brutal warning, announcing that the penalty phase for blowing up the relic is officially live. Some overpowered celestial executioner is about to drop from the sky and unleash absolute hell, forcing everyone to scurry around like rats for 30 terrifying minutes. But Min just stands there flashing this wicked smirk. Why? Because popping that crystal triggered a secret mission loaded with a massive 3,000 gold bounty. Out of nowhere, dual prompts for a hidden objective and a side hustle pop up, daring the lobby to outlive this divine hitman for exactly half an hour. Pulling off this survival test guarantees a crisp 3,000 gold drop, totally dwarfing the measly 2,000 they would have scraped together by playing defense. The rest of the lobby is hyping up the cash, but our boy knows the hardcore reality. Shattering that relic triggers a nasty backlash. Any player who actually laid a finger on the crystal just ate a massive 50% stat nerf, leaving them completely raging at the zone admin. Then the curse locks onto Min, slamming his character with a permanent 50% downgrade across the board, a penalty that is basically a guaranteed game over. Unfazed, our main character pulls up the cash shop, dumping his leftover currency into base-level gear to somehow patch up his crippled stats. Knowing he has to literally body an executioner boss, he fires up the crafting menu to start cooking up some custom upgrades. He kicks things off by fusing a basic chain with a glowing purple gem, squeezing out a flat +1 bonus to his entire stat sheet. Then, he splices a deep navy shard straight into his chest rig, dropping any incoming strike damage by a crucial single digit. Finally, he morphs a blazing orange crystal onto his signature scythe, cranking its damage output by 2 points, perfectly aware he desperately needs the extra DPS. Out of nowhere, this bone-chilling hum vibrates through the atmosphere, forcing the entire server to tense up for the celestial raid boss. Min knows exactly how insanely brutal this phase gets. In his past timeline, only 500 gamers barely made it out breathing. This entity is so ridiculously busted that wiping it out normally demands a full squad of 5 level 40 heavy hitters locking in together. However, our guy is completely dead set on soloing this nightmare. He wants to absolutely hog that loot pool all to himself. The clouds literally rip apart, bleeding, blinding golden rays across the zone. But Min is chilling. He is banking on his cracked first Angel Killer title. That specific tag passively doubles his entire build against any Holy Order mob, completely nullifying the stat nerf when facing the glowing executioner dropping in. The boss touches down, and the lobby instantly clowns on him for being so tiny. They actually think juking this pint-sized threat will be a total walk in the park. The eerie bells attached to his weapon ring out. The executioner casually glides forward, points his staff straight up, and aggressively smashes it into the dirt. An invisible shockwave detonates, ripping open a massive restriction field across the map. This enormous, glowing dome surges outward, instantly cornering a huge chunk of the player base inside its walls. The second that barrier touches them, their stats get brutally slashed in half. Min does the math and realizes over 300 gamers just got boxed in. They are totally cooked. The boss flares up with an intense, blinding blue aura, ready to wipe the floor with them. Millions of laser beams explode out of the staff like a barrage of missiles, completely vaporizing every single living thing caught in the blast radius. The trapped victims scramble to escape, but trying to dodge this overwhelming bullet hell while locked in the dome is mathematically impossible. Reading the boss like an open book, Min spots his exact window. He shadow steps right behind the entity, camping his spot until the dome flickers out. The moment the barrier drops, our boy blitzes forward at max speed. He does not even care about making noise because this angelic freak lacks literal ears. Closing the distance in a flash, he breaches the 16-foot danger zone and instantly slaps a brutal seal of death hex straight onto the boss. The target snaps his head around, but Min is way too fast. The massive blade gouges cleanly through its eyeball before our anti-hero instantly backflips to safety. The death mark triggers a UI pop-up, confirming that this singular critical hit just chunked the Divine Executioner down to 60% HP. Just like clockwork, the boss panic triggers another dome to cage Black Scythe, but Min is already miles out of range. The second the shield drops again, he goes right back on the offensive. He launches a secondary rush, perfectly targeting the boss's remaining good eye. The Executioner screams in pure rage, violently throwing up the barrier a third time, and successfully locks Min inside. But our guy doesn't even flinch. He knows this celestial beast is practically blind now, boasting the aim of a total bot. Desperate to delete him, the boss starts blindly spamming light arrows everywhere, but the attack pattern is completely pathetic. Min coldly pops his Knight of Death ultimate. The skill acts like a black hole, and since light fundamentally cannot escape pure shadow, the devastating barrage gets completely swallowed up into the void. Black Scythe then launches himself into the air, twirling his weapon with terrifying accuracy, ready to close the curtain. A single, ruthless slash cleanly amputates the angel's right wing. The boss tries to strike back, but our protagonist casually sidesteps the counter and brutally lops off the left wing, sending the boss's health bar plummeting to a miserable 10%. But instead of going for the kill shot, Min tactical retreats. The angel suddenly triggers its ultimate defense mechanic, the Last Glorious Storm, granting it a brief window of total invulnerability. If Min had foolishly swung for a decapitation right there, the boss would have easily tanked it and teleported away. Throwing a total Hail Mary while his invincibility buff is still ticking, the Deliverer spams a chaotic barrage of attacks, praying it is enough to delete Black Scythe from the map. Min, though, he just stands back, munching metaphorical popcorn at the light show. The second that golden glow drops, Min steps in. One fluid strike. The boss loses his head literally. His experience bar explodes, and a massive jackpot of gold floods his inventory for scoring the server first clear. On the Deliverer of Divine Punishment, the system also slaps a shiny new title on him, the one who goes against Divine Punishment. This badge is completely broken, tanking a ridiculous 80% of incoming hits from any Holy Order mob. On top of that, he scoops up a condensed ether, and the Rune of the Glorious Storm. That ether is essentially a cheat code for crafting god-tier gear, while the rune amps up divine skills, and scales his intelligence stat directly with his player rank. The side quest officially wraps up, dropping a 3,000 gold stimulus check into everyone else's pockets, leaving the survivors catching their breath. But the vibe is entirely off, they are whispering. Totally spooked by Black Scythe, absolutely styling on the boss. Even the angel is low-key stunned, floating down to shove an imaginary microphone in his face. She presses him on why he went for the kill. On a literal raid boss, when merely surviving would have paid out, Min simply shrugs, dropping the hardest line. He just hates watching people drop dead. The entire lobby gasps. Wait, this cold-blooded Reaper actually has a heart? The angel's brain short-circuits, completely baffled by how humans can flawlessly toggle between ruthless killers and literal guardians. Min just hits her with a smirk, fully aware that a self-obsessed celestial could never wrap her head around basic empathy. Shaking it off, the angel flips the script back to reality, reminding the lobby that their ranks dictate their heartbeat before flashing the final leaderboards. No shocker here, our boy Black Scythe is hard carrying, snatching the crown on both maps after soloing 3,600 mobs, and hitting level 30, heavily carried by that sweet experience multiplier. The system hooks him up with a unique loot crate, alongside a mid-tier rare ring voucher for his first place carry. He cashes the voucher in for the Ring of Resistance, a heavily slept-on item that blocks those cheap, instant kill debuffs. When popping the unique crate, he goes straight for the raw gold, galaxy braining the fact that The upcoming phase is not going to be a simple mob grinding simulator. The Angel then drops a bombshell. Only the top 1,225 players are making it out of this round alive. Absolute chaos erupts in the bottom brackets as desperate players try to barter for their lives, but the system does not care. Anyone missing the cutoff gets instantly erased from existence, while the surviving players get booted straight back to reality. The camera cuts to Erin, bolting upright in her own bed, taking a massive breath of relief. Not only did she dodge death, but she also snagged the Summoner class, unlocking these clutch little fairies that deploy absolute lifesaver shields. Honestly, if it was not for her magical backup and Sungchul pulling all the mob aggro, she would have never survived, let alone cracked the top 3 on the local leaderboard. The system awards her a sleek purple crystal for claiming bronze, and she immediately daydreams about sliding it to Black Scythe as a thank you gift. Meanwhile, Ryu Min is completely crashing out in his room, shattering his bedside lamp and hurling insults at our MC for permanently crippling his character stats. He is heavily regretting forcing his squad to smash that artifact when his phone suddenly vibrates. One glance at the caller ID, and his stomach drops. He is totally cooked. The second he accepts the call, Seonghwan is already blowing out his eardrum, screeching at him for burning a command right to puppet his own Day 1 homies. Ryu Min frantically scrambles for an excuse, claiming Black Scythe would have packed him up if he dared to disobey. Seonghwan snaps back without missing a beat. Then you should have taken the bullet, instead of dragging your actual friends into the grave. Ryu Min tries playing the victim card, crying about his stats getting permanently slashed in half, but Seonghwan is having 0 of it. He barks back that a stat nerf does not excuse literal mind control, pointing out that this whole nightmare started because Ryu Min got incredibly greedy and fought to be the leader in the first place. Seonghwan officially stamps him as a backstabber. Before Ryu Min can even formulate a counter-argument, Seonghwan cuts him off, telling him to lose his number and stay 1,000,000 miles away in the tutorial zone, or he will personally put him in the dirt. Bubbling with toxic rage, the delusional Ryu Min tries to dial up the rest of the group chat to orchestrate a hit on Seonghwan, but gets left on red by everyone. Furious, he completely spikes his phone onto the mattress, growling that he never needed a squad anyway, since life is just a solo carry mission. Jaw clenched, he lets Seonghwan's death threat fuel his villain arc, promising to absolutely wipe every single one of them off the map if he gets the opening. We jump over to a swanky hotel suite, where manager Sangchul is giving Ma the full rundown on the nightmare they just survived. Both agree that the difficulty spike was insane though. Sangchul admits that the global mob nerf was the only reason they did not wipe. Ma presses him for his current specs, and Sangchul reveals he is locking in as a level 11 knight, with Arin matching him at level 11 as a summoner. Ma's eyebrows shoot up at that reveal, prompting Sangchul to explain how Arin's fairy summon practically spammed protective barriers on them, giving them a completely safe zone to farm experience. Hearing about this broken utility, Ma immediately tells his subordinate to stick to Arin like glue. Ma literally tells him to riz her up and date her if it helps. Sangchul looks visibly grossed out, but Ma breaks it down, saying that playing the boyfriend angle is the fastest cheat code to uncover Arin's weak spots. Seeing Sangchul's absolutely flabbergasted face just makes Ma crack a smile. He casually drops that the guy can totally bail on the idea. Sangchul instantly claps back, saying a top-tier actress wouldn't even look his way, considering she keeps things strictly professional. Shifting gears, Ma cuts the small talk and demands the rest of the intel. The manager bows his head, apologizing for completely failing to thank Black Scythe or even offer backup. He hypes up how our OP protagonist absolutely speed blitzed the deliverer of divine punishment. It was like he had the boss's cheat sheet memorized, proving Black Scythe is essentially a one-man army who doesn't need a squad. It hits Ma like a truck. He completely lowballed this guy. Suddenly, his massive ego overholding the rune of the Dark Knight feels incredibly embarrassing. Now, he is dying to meet this absolute legend face to face, totally letting the manager off the hook for botching the mission. Pivoting back to business, Ma asks if they got a lock on the street, trash who jumped them. The manager nods, dropping the lead thug's name, Ryu Min. Sure, it is a super common name nationwide, but narrowing it down to Seoul leaves them with just 5 targets. He promises to have the exact coordinates pinpointed within a month, syncing perfectly with the end of round 4. Next up, Ma checks their bankroll. Sangchul admits they only have 10,000 gold stashed. Ma sighs. That is literally only 50% of what they need to snipe the skill tracker from the shop. But right then, a light bulb goes off in the manager's head. He drops a massive bombshell. Some mystery whale just bought a terrifying chunk of their enterprise, Cheonma Consulting Group. Ma's jaw literally hits the floor when he hears the guy bought 31% of the total shares. Doing the math, that is a staggering 280 million won out of nowhere. Ma's brain goes into overdrive, scrambling to figure out who casually drops that kind of cash. Is it some underground billionaire? Or worse, one of his toxic siblings plotting a hostile takeover? Because honestly, scooping up a third of a company screams that they want total control over the board. Low-key panicking, Ma demands. The mystery backer's digits immediately. Cut back to our protagonist's crib. Min is chilling in bed, waiting for his burner to ring, when his little bro, 1, practically kicks the door off its hinges, demanding to know Min's current level. Turns out, the kids at school have been flexing their older siblings' stats and roasting. 1, all because some random middle schooler's brother hit level 11. Min smirks, promising his stats easily gap that guy's, but he keeps his actual god-tier stats on the down low to protect his identity. He feeds 1 a fake level 12, completely gatekeeping his class by calling it top secret, and kicks the kid out of his room. Right on cue, his phone buzzes. It is Ma Kyung-rock, the big boss himself. Min throws on his best poker face, ready to play this guy like a fiddle. He asks what the deal is, and Ma admits he is desperate to grab lunch with his new majority shareholder. Ma pushes for a Friday dinner, but our boy is booked with a quest, so they lock it in for Saturday. Just like Min calculated, dropping that insane bag on the company was the ultimate bait to grab the CEO's attention. Now, the protagonist needs to speedrun his next objective, securing the Rune of Thoughts before the big meetup. He mentally reviews the guide to farming runes. You can hunt them down in hidden zones, grind out specific rounds, clear crazy quests, or absolutely melt boss monsters. Sometimes, even trash mobs drop them. But here is the catch. Spotting a rune out in the real world is insanely rare, requiring glitch-level conditions. Armed with this knowledge, he rolls up to a sketchy, abandoned warehouse, staking out a guy named Jang Suk-hyun. This dude goes by his actual name on the streets, a detail burned into Min's brain. Why? Because this piece of trash kidnapped his little brother in a past life, trying to squeeze out spoilers about the apocalypse. Jang only figured out Min was a regressor because he got his hands on the Rune of Thoughts, letting him hack straight into their brains. Ever since that nightmare, Min made it his personal side quest to absolutely ruin Jang, in every single timeline. Sure, our MC acts all tough, claiming he is over the trauma, but he is still camping this warehouse to steal the mind-reading rune right out from under the villain's nose. To keep things stealthy, he slaps on a mask. Out of nowhere, the heavy metal door crashes open. Jung steps into the shadows, hauling a woman over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. He ruthlessly dumps her onto the concrete, ripping the duct tape off her face. He growls at her to keep quiet, but the second she can breathe, she starts screaming bloody murder. The kidnapper rolls his eyes, looking massively annoyed, and tells her to skip the cliché hostage dialogue, no begging, no crying about having kids, and definitely no trying to buy her way out. But then she completely short-circuits his brain. Instead of crying, she begs for his forgiveness, leaving the thug standing there, looking completely dumbfounded. Jang scowls, aggressively demanding to know why she is suddenly apologizing. Shaking like a leaf, she stammers out that catching his eye the previous night had completely set him off. Acting like the absolute creep he is, this dude sneers, asking why she would pull a stunt she is just going to cry about later. He snaps that she totally killed his vibe. Flashback to 48 hours ago. This massive lowlife is prowling the neon-lit streets, hunting for easy prey. The second he locks eyes on a gorgeous target, he goes full predator mode, tailing her from the shadows and waiting for the perfect strike. The minute she steps into a dead-end alleyway, he makes his move, ambushing her out of nowhere. Flexing his power, his entire body erupts into a blinding glow, straight up looking like a Super Saiyan knockoff. The harsh flash totally wipes her vision, leaving her completely defenseless, while this scumbag eats up every second of his sick power trip. The high of knowing he could pull whatever twisted stunt he wanted with zero consequences had him utterly hooked. He smirks, thinking back to his pathetic past life as a total nobody wasting away in absolute boredom. But scoring that Rune of Radiance changed everything, basically letting him flashbang anyone and twist them to his will. Cut to another day. This creep struts into a local cafe. His radar instantly pings on the stunning barista working the espresso machine. He drops an order for an iced Americano, and she rings him up for 5,001. Tossing his cash down, he plays the chill regular card, casually asking what happened to the usual shift worker. She sighs, explaining that her entire staff ghosted because the world is a literal nightmare right now, and nobody wants to get wiped out in a random death game. Intrigued, he asks if she is running the show, and she nods. Without skipping a beat, he starts prying into her age, dropping a sleazy line about how young she looks. She politely mentions she is 32. He mentally cheers, figuring that means she definitely is not an awakened player. Deep down, he is already calculating how helpless she is, without any combat stats or survival skills. Going for the kill, he aggressively asks for her digits, flat out stating he is into her. The bluntness hits her like a truck. She freezes up, incredibly uncomfortable, and totally at a loss for words. But this delusional guy reads the room completely wrong. He takes her awkward silence as a massive slap in the face. Throwing a huge tantrum, he accuses her of calling him ugly and instantly demands his cash back. Snatching his bills right out of her hand, he aggressively barges out the front door, clenching his jaw in pure rage. Stomping down the pavement, he bitterly mutters about attractive girls, always looking down on guys, completely blind to his own massive red flags. Craving payback, he scripts his own sick revenge arc, plotting to corner her in a dark alley the second she lets her guard down. Back in the grimy warehouse, the terrified boss is begging for mercy, promising she will never judge a soul again. But this psycho is not buying it. Jung violently throws her to the concrete, pinning her wrists down as he snarls that her apology sounds totally fake. Claiming it is payback time, he tells her she is paying the price. She thrashes wildly to escape, but he aggressively orders her to stop moving so he can drag her through hell. Out of nowhere, a booming voice echoes from the shadows, commanding the freak to freeze. Pure terror instantly floods the veins of Jang. Assuming the cops just busted him, Jung barks into the darkness, but the massive silhouette stepping into the light drops his jaw. A towering warrior grips a colossal scythe, his identity completely wiped out by a haunting white mask. The mysterious savior simply calls him a moron. He barks at the traumatized girl to sprint for her life. Jung tries to throw out a threat, but our boy moves like literal lightning. Closing the gap in a flash, Min drives the heavy scythe handle straight into the crotch of the creep, dropping him to the floor in absolute, paralyzing agony. Min orders the victim to bounce. The second she is clear, he locks onto the groaning scumbag and drops a freezing cold one-liner, stating that playtime is over. Jang spits a barrage of curses, desperately trying to look tough, but the masked vigilante is honestly just trying not to laugh at this clown. The desperate thug charges in, wildly swiping his blade in a frantic bid to land a lucky strike. But Min casually weaves through the onslaught like it is nothing. Bored out of his mind, he roasts the pathetic dude for wielding a trash-tier goblin dagger. In one ruthless motion, the scythe flashes, completely severing the hand of Jong. As the thug writhes and violently shivers, Min leans in close, mockingly asking if that stung. He whispers that the torture is just getting started. A split second later, the other arm gets chopped, and the terrifying reality sets in. Jang is absolutely not making it out alive. Panicking for his life, he tries to trigger his radiance skill for a quick flashbang escape. But to his absolute horror, nothing happens. Plot twist. Min had already cast his Night of Death skill from the jump. He literally swallowed up every ounce of light in the warehouse before this clown even knew he was in a boss fight. Moving like a phantom through the pitch black, Min strikes, brutally slicing through both Achilles tendons of the scumbag. The flawless strike rips a blood-curdling scream from the throat of Jang as he violently crashes to the concrete. Spewing curses. Sobbing, he screams at the masked Grim Reaper, begging to know why he is being tortured. Min does not waste his breath on a villain monologue. Instead, he brutally sinks his blade deep into the thigh of Jang, casually asking why normal people spray bug poison. Before the agony can even fully register, Min buries the steel into the other leg, delivering his ice-cold logic. He states that leaving roaches like him alive just breeds more disease. Then, without missing a beat, he unleashes a savage flurry of slashes from every single angle. Min isn't just hurting him. He's systematically shattering every ounce of willpower this scumbag has left. Choking on his own blood, the gangster weakly stammers out a plea, begging to know why he's getting slaughtered like an animal. He gasps out, asking if the masked Reaper holds some twisted personal vendetta. The sheer agony skyrockets, completely melting the trash mob's sanity. Pushed past his breaking point, the thug clamps his jaw down hard to bite off his own tongue and rage quit life. But Min reads him like an open book and violently forces his mouth open. The hero chillingly whispers that taking the easy way out isn't on the menu, before sinking his blade in even deeper to prove the real nightmare has just begun. Jang practically wails for the sweet release of death, but our masked menace just chuckles at the absolute audacity. Min leans in, demanding if the dirtbag even grasps why he's getting shredded. When Jang cluelessly shakes his head, the hero drops a bombshell. This isn't their first rodeo. Our boy even name-drops the thug perfectly. Panic setting in, Jang instantly assumes this terrifying vigilante is the kidnapped girl's secret boyfriend or brother. Min instantly shoots that theory down in flames. Instead, he drops a massive lore drop. Back in the day, this exact scumbag snatched his little brother off the streets. The ransom? Trading his sibling's life for some highly classified intel. Sweating bullets, Jong scrambles to play dumb and deny everything, but he can't even finish the lie. The masked Reaper brutally cuts him off, clarifying a mind-bending truth. That specific crime hasn't actually gone down yet. It's ripped straight from the future. He reveals that Jang was totally on track to score the overpowered Rune of Thoughts, at least until our hero crashed the party to rewrite destiny. Brain completely short-circuiting, the The gangster physically cannot process this timeline-hopping logic. Min ignores the guy's mental blue screen and keeps spilling the tea. He explains the system's hidden catch. That specific rune only unlocks when the user hears pure, unfiltered truth from someone else. Meaning, if Zhang had actually assaulted that helpless girl, her desperate, heartbreaking screams for mercy would have easily triggered the unlock condition, handing this monster the ultimate mind-reading cheat code. Armed with that kind of hack, he would have evolved into a literal supervillain. Min coldly states he already watched this exact horror movie play out across multiple timeline resets. Staring into the gangster's soul, our protagonist declares a death sentence, citing a massive rap sheet of 12 different atrocities, each one sicker than the last. Catching on to the absolute hopelessness of his situation, the bleeding mess begs for the executioner's strike, but our ruthless MC hits him with a hard pass. Instead, he violently shoves the heavy handle of his scythe deep into Zhang's mouth, completely gagging him. Min casually drops that this whole villain monologue was just him dragging out the clock. He just wants the blinding physical torture to fade to black. But amidst the agony, a question pops into the thug's head. Why force him to swallow a weapon handle? If the mind-reading rune literally requires spoken, heartfelt truth to unlock, mathematically, forcing him to shut up makes zero sense, right? Answering that unspoken thought out loud, Min flexes the ultimate power move. The relic already leveled up, the second Zhang sobbed for death with zero cap. The system rules pop up, showing the Rune of Thoughts creates an absolute psychic zone within a 30-meter radius. It acts like a cheat engine, broadcasting anyone's deepest inner monologue straight into the user's brain. Min smirks, admitting this whole brutal setup was literally just a beta test for his new toy. Seeing the mental broadcast working flawlessly, our boy is hyped. Yet when the dying gangster mentally projects one final desperate plea to get flatlined, Min ghosts him again. The Reaper coldly shrugs, pointing out the karma involved. A monster who spent his life destroying others entirely deserves to marinate in pure, unadulterated suffering. After what feels like an eternity, the thug's HP finally hits zero. Without missing a beat, our MC triggers a busted skill called Trace Erase. Like a magical delete button, the ability completely scrubs the crime scene, vaporizing the blood, the DNA, and the entire corpse into literal dust. Whistling at the spotless alleyway, Min gives his own handiwork a 5-star review, totally pumped that he finally bagged the psychic rune. With the side quest cleared, he locks onto tomorrow's main objective, tracking down the elusive Kyunggrok Ma. Fast forward to the apartment, and our protagonist is throwing on a seriously crisp suit. His little bro instantly starts trolling, hyping him up, and demanding to know which lucky girl he's trying to impress. Juan won't stop nagging, forcing Min to set the record straight. He firmly states he's clocking in for a high-stakes corporate meetup. Instantly, Juan's playful vibe dies, replaced by a massive spike of pure panic. Trauma kicking in, the kid starts overthinking, terrified that the startup will crash and burn, leaving them sleeping on the streets again. Seeing the kid shaking, our MC drops his edgy persona for a soft, reassuring smile. Knowing it just comes from a place of deep fear, Min shoots him an insanely confident grin, swearing on his life he'll drop the full story once the deal goes through. He playfully checks the kid, asking if he seriously doubts his big brother's carry potential. That instantly gets Juan fired up and extremely defensive. Chuckling, Min pats him on the head, giving him strict orders to lock the doors and camp inside. A shiver violently runs down Juan's spine as flashbacks of corrupted awakened players hit him. He remembers the absolute chaos outside superpowered lunatics treating real life like GTA, with literal villains actively breaking out of maximum security. Our hero internally nods, confirming the darkest truth of their reality. The apocalypse system absolutely does not give a single damn about anyone's morality or rap sheet. He knows the peaceful illusion is running on borrowed time. Flashing back to his previous timelines, he remembers the grim reality where awakened gods literally enslaved normal humans to build a terrifying new world order. Flipping his mental switch, Black Scythe makes a blood oath that he won't let that garbage timeline repeat. Completely locked in, he prepares to step out the door. He throws one last warning at his precious little bro to stay hidden, though Juan is clearly way too curious about this mysterious millionaire meetup. Promising the kid an epic storytime later, our MC acts like a true Asian mom, nagging him to actually cook a decent meal instead of surviving on corner store instant ramen. Cut to later that day. Our sharply dressed Reaper pulls up to a massive luxury hotel, completely unsurprised by the VIP location. Why? Because this entire skyscraper is secretly owned by Kyunggrok Ma. That specific flex is highly classified info, strictly kept within the billionaire's inner circle. Squaring his shoulders, our boy confidently strides right up to the front desk to kick off the main event. Flexing the secret intel, Min decides to weaponize his knowledge. The strategy? Go full smooth brain and play the ultimate starry-eyed fanboy. He immediately flips the switch, channeling that zero brain cell nepo baby energy, who casually survives off daddy's platinum card and awkwardly stumbles through a question about his appointment. The front desk girl gives him the green light and escorts him straight to the VIP lounge, promising that the big boss will slide in shortly. Min fully commits to the clueless bit, staring up at the ceiling with his jaw practically on the floor, acting like he just witnessed pure wizardry. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence. He jumps up, genuinely caught off guard, as Sang-chul steps into the room instead of the head honcho. Time stops for a split second. The bodyguard instantly clocks the familiar face, eyes locked on target. Min smoothly brushes it off, dropping the casual excuse that they're just apartment neighbors. That makes the muscle completely panic, bowing in a flash, as he backpedals and apologizes for his earlier disrespect. Even so, the dude's brain is short-circuiting, trying to process how a literal kid is walking around with that much generational wealth. Sensing the vibe shifting way too close to reality, Min immediately pivots back to his airhead persona. He even calls the bodyguard Mr. CEO, just to sell the illusion harder. Sang-chul nervously waves it off, clarifying he's only playing substitute manager, for the moment. Gesturing toward an adjacent room, he tells our protagonist to chill there for a second, but the absolute millisecond he dips out of sight, his thumbs are flying across his screen, frantically texting the boss that their brand new investor is giving off massive red flags. The bodyguard is low-key sweating, convinced Ryu Min is either hiding a massive dark secret or just playing the meat shield for a terrifying shadow boss. Meanwhile, our guy is kicking back with a villainous smirk. He totally predicted Ma would try to pull a cheap stunt exactly like this. I mean, be for real, a top-tier executive doesn't just casually stroll in late to a high-stakes deal. Finally, the heavy doors swing open, and the actual CEO enters the chat, stepping up to greet him, while his loyal manager hovers right behind him, like a literal shadow. After the obligatory handshakes, and taking their seats, Ma drops a subtle psychological flex by keeping his manager stationed in the room. It's an obvious play to dominate the room's energy. With a quick nod to the staff, the feast officially begins, as Ma smoothly mentions he hopes the menu hits the spot. Soon enough, the table is absolutely drowning in Michelin star-level plates, and our boy wastes zero time devouring everything, fully sticking to his clueless trust fund aesthetic. Ma forces a polite corporate smile at the praise, but mentally signals to his right-hand man that this kid's vibe is completely off. As the meal goes on, the boss practically convinces himself that Min is an industry plant sent to sabotage their entire operation, running through a mental blacklist of rivals. Sliding a calculating side-eye toward his guest, he casually drops a question about his age. Our guy doesn't even blink, dropping a flat 20. Ma's eyes physically widen in absolute shock, desperately trying to laugh it off by joking about them being the exact same age. But that's the exact moment the executive drops the fake pleasantries and straight up demands to know how a 20-year-old secured that massive bag. Our protagonist stays ice cold, shrugging and saying he was literally just a regular student 5 minutes ago. Ma doesn't quite catch the drift, so Min nonchalantly references a massive breaking news story. He asks if the boss remembers that legendary lottery winner, before dropping the ultimate mic and reintroducing himself. Ma internally spirals but violently keeps his composure. The puzzle pieces snap into place as he questions how Min managed to flip a 60 billion won jackpot into something way bigger. Without missing a beat, Min coldly flexes that he dumped every single penny into crypto, leaving Ma to openly admit he'd never have the guts for a gamble that unhinged. Sang-chul instantly pipes up with a wild theory, guessing Min must be rocking some maxed out luck stat, but our boy shuts that rumor down fast. Following that, the bodyguard remembers a viral clip about Min literally dreaming up the winning digits. Yet again, our protagonist completely debunks it and finally spills the actual tea. Acting slightly hesitant to drop the lore, he confesses that he possesses a supernatural rune that grants him a VIP pass to future events. He's basically a walking cheat code. Hearing a claim that absolutely crazy leaves the two corporate suits completely paralyzed. They're genuinely starting to wonder if their new investor has entirely lost his marbles. Upstairs, the CEO demands to know if it's legit, and our guy simply shrugs he has zero reason to cap. Ma is heavily side-eyeing the situation and challenges him to prove it by predicting the immediate future. Now, our boy could easily spoil the script right then and there, but he plays it incredibly smart and holds his cards close. He smoothly lies that his clairvoyance is passive, it triggers randomly, and isn't something he can just turn on. That explanation actually works for Ma, an ability that Broken would be way too overpowered if he had full control. But suddenly, a light bulb goes off in his brain, and he demands to know why Min aggressively bought up so many shares. Min just smirks and drops the easiest answer ever, because this company is about to go straight to the moon. Like, overnight. Hearing that his life's work is about to explode in value instantly shatters Ma's icy exterior, filling him with a sudden rush of hope that he might actually earn his father's approval. He violently reels his emotions back in, mentally slapping himself for showing weakness. But Min keeps his foot on the gas, playfully adding that if they truly want to dominate the market, they need to burn the entire company to the ground and rebuild it from absolute zero. Songchul instantly flares up at the unhinged disrespect, violently slamming his fist on the table. Ma barely manages to pull his attack dog back, while our protagonist just sits there, completely unbothered and standing his ground. He claps right back, making it crystal clear that leaking his rune abilities is a massive gamble that could easily blow up in his face. But as the top shareholder, he's got real skin in the game and genuinely wants this empire to skyrocket. Flipping the script, he demands to know what kind of psycho just casually drops 280 billion into a no-name hustle. He drops the ultimate reality check without his backing. They are completely cooked. Still, the two suits sit there, totally unconvinced by his crazy flex. So Min cranks up the heat, looking Seongju dead in the eye, asking if he actually believes them living right next door to each other is just some random fluke. That hooks Ma's attention. He demands context, prompting the bodyguard to confess that the brothers relocated to that exact high-rise just 2 months ago. Min drops the mic. He signed that lease the exact second he unlocked his foresight rune. Hearing that, the CEO looks ready to throw hands. He barks at his crew, furious that this intel was kept in the dark, but Seongju scrambles, swearing he was completely clueless until now. The gears turn in Ma's head. The massive cash drops, the strategic move. The math ain't mathing unless Min is literally seeing the future. Yet, wrapping his mind around the fact that this kid somehow knows his deep-rooted ties to the actress, that is a tough pill to swallow. But Ma isn't some rookie you can gaslight. Knowing he needs more ammo, Min pivots, casually spilling the tea on his own toxic family tree. He claims buying out this hotel is his ultimate boss move to win Daddy's validation. That's the breaking point for the bodyguard, who suddenly shoots up from his chair, screaming. He aggressively presses Min on who his real puppet master is, but Ma stays absolutely ice cold, ordering his muscle to shut it down. Songchul freezes on command. Regaining his composure, Ma levels with Min, stating that even if these facts are legit, it proves absolutely nothing since that family drama is basically public knowledge. Now, Ma's paranoia kicks in. What if Min is just a pawn in someone else's chess game? Playing along, he points out that even if he agreed to completely nuke his own industry, executing that kind of pivot is borderline impossible. Yeah, he wants to see his empire dominate just like anyone else, but the protagonist's master plan? It reeks of a scam. So he hits him with the corporate brush-off, thanking our guy for the bags of cash, but officially shelving the conversation until the next shareholder summit. Ma rises, ready to walk out, but our guy doesn't flinch, warning him to pump the brakes and seriously reconsider if dodging this deal is a fatal error. Rolling the dice, Min leaks an exclusive sneak peek at the upcoming phase of the death game. Boom, Ma's eyes go wide. He drops right back into his chair, utterly captivated by the massive alpha Min just dropped. Flashing a wicked smirk, Min challenges them, asking if that little spoiler is finally enough to prove he's a legit clairvoyant. Once the dust settles, Seongju begs for forgiveness over his little outburst. Ma just brushes it off like it never happened. Begging permission to speak his mind, the bodyguard confesses that the kid's entire vibe still screams red flag. Without a concrete motive for carrying their team, Ma suspects our protagonist is simply hungry for a bigger piece of the pie. Seongchul isn't buying the simple greed theory, shaking his head and warning that trusting this guy is basically playing Russian roulette. Regardless, Ma isn't about to fumble the bag if Min's visions are accurate. Keeping a profit in their corner? That's just strategic genius. Having that kind of cheat code on speed dial could literally be their only way out of the deadly quests. He tells his stressed-out enforcer to chill and let the situation unfold. Cut to Min strutting away, smirking to himself. Once the horror of Stage 4 hits, those suits will have zero choice but to believe every word. Sure, he gatekept the juicy spoilers, only giving them the bare minimum that the next trial is straight-up PvP. But he's absolutely certain that when the bloodbath ends, they'll be worshipping the ground he walks on. Because crossing a guy who sees the future? Actual suicide. Mission accomplished. Now, it's time to flex his newfound status and track down a very specific girl. Smash cut to a girl sprinting toward a crosswalk, practically losing her mind, waiting for the pedestrian signal. Suddenly, her eyes lock onto this insanely sleek supercar parked right on the curb. Jury is seconds away from trash-talking the obnoxious parking job, but chokes on her words when the tinted window glides down, revealing Min in the driver's seat. The second the light flips green, she bolts over, demanding to know if he actually owns this absolute beast of a ride. Playing off this accidental run-in perfectly, our boy offers her shotgun. Obviously, she instantly agrees, zero hesitation. He casually mentions he's just breaking it in since it's his first time driving it. Catching on, Jury desperately wants to know the price tag. Not missing a beat, he drops the 900 million won bomb like he's talking about pocket change. Her jaw practically hits the floor. That kind of insane capital could fund an entire franchise of her own businesses. Min just shrugs, reminding her about his epic lottery win. Buying a supercar barely scratched his bank account. The reality check hits Jury like a truck. They are existing in totally different tax brackets now. She immediately gets flustered, realizing this drive feels dangerously close to a romantic date. And the moment Min drops the confession line, her heart literally skyrockets into her throat. Luckily, he immediately backpedals, clarifying it's not a romantic confession. Good thing too, because Jury was about 5 seconds away from tuck and rolling out of a moving vehicle. Breathing a sigh of relief, she asks what the catch is. Without missing a beat, our guy comes clean. He completely faked that story about dreaming the winning lottery numbers. He drops the massive reveal about scoring his abilities through a foresight rune, completely exposing how he faked his profit status. Jury is absolutely hyped for him, praising our boy for landing such a broken skill. Honestly, it hits her right in the feels that he is keeping it 100% real with her, though Min quickly points out she had already spilled the details on her own powers first. Jury totally beams at that, completely geeking out over her personal rune and breaking down how her tankiness scales up, depending on the crowd size around her. Dropping that secret takes a massive weight off her shoulders, though she immediately questions why Min is suddenly spilling his guts. He admits this heavy burden has been gnawing at him for weeks, and he genuinely doubted anyone would even buy his story. The second he drops the massive spoiler about round 4, Jury literally gasps, completely short-circuiting, as she tries to swallow the nightmare fuel. Locking eyes with her, our main character goes dead serious, strictly ordering her to trust 0 people once the game drops. Jury gets major butterflies, melting over the fact that her gorgeous classmate actually gives a damn, totally swooning at being the sole girl holding his darkest secret. Stealing a quick glance at his jawline, her imagination runs completely wild, secretly praying he is actually catching feelings for her as well. Cutting back to his apartment, Min is mindlessly scrolling his feed when he realizes Jury is low-key crushing on him, leaving him absolutely shook. But playing master-level chess, he immediately realizes this massive crush is a total win, making drafting her to his squad a walk in the park. With the board perfectly set, Min finally logs off for the night, feeling totally refreshed now that this month's chaos is handled. In the blink of an eye, March 31st rolls up. Our boy stays 10 steps ahead, making a clutch pit stop at the shop, right before the server teleports them. He cops a slick pair of dark shadow gloves, packing a ridiculously broken invisibility buff, perfectly synergizing with his current kit. Suddenly, a sharp knock shatters his focus as his brother barges in to give a final warning about the upcoming raid. One is visibly stressing over him, but Min just smirks and tells him to grab some popcorn. Bringing up Min's insane profit powers, One practically begs him to survive. Our hero just chuckles, telling his brother not to jinx the run. The second he drifts off, every single player is instantly yanked into the nightmare realm, where Min is already grabbing his head, absolutely raging. Ripping open his system interface, he realizes his deadly debuff is still ticking. He ruthlessly beats himself up for ever backstabbing Joe, totally panicking over surviving round 4 while carrying a massive target on his back. His eyes dart around the terrifying zone, deeply weirded out by the sterile environment that makes him feel like a helpless lab rat stuck in a maze. Scanning the massive crowd, he locks onto Black Scythe and instantly starts fuming internally, fully convinced the dude orchestrated this entire disaster. It totally blows his mind how effortlessly the guy wiped out a literal god, yet he stays salty about lacking the pure stats to crush Min himself. But pride takes a back seat to basic survival, forcing him to swallow his massive ego and holler at our protagonist for a literal lifeline. The desperate thug nervously double-checks if their alliance is still standing, practically begging to stay under his protective umbrella, but Min brutally curves him on the spot, cold-heartedly stating his minion era is permanently over. Black Scythe immediately claps back, that his commander privileges are totally revoked, plus everyone in the lobby is already rocking a main class anyway. Cold sweat drips down Youngmin's face, as our savage hero bluntly labels him a walking liability with zero actual value. The meathead keeps spinning around, visibly terrified of getting ambushed, until our hero straight up tells him to chill out. The gangster stares back, completely lost, but our boy casually points out that his former rank is basically worthless in the current state of the game, since literally everyone snagged a job class. Hunting the former representative drops absolutely zero bonus loot. The harsh truth finally registers in the gangster's thick skull, though his internal loading screen is abruptly cancelled. When he flushes beet red after spotting a very specific duo marching straight at them, Arin slides right up to Min with a warm hello, while her bodyguard tentatively asks if our hero even remembers their faces, making Min question why they are invading his personal space. Sangchul bows his head, endlessly grateful for the rescue from that muscle-bound freak. But Min gets wildly triggered and steps up, ready to throw down. Min effortlessly blocks him with one arm, coldly telling the duo his charity work is finished. Pushing his luck, the bodyguard tries throwing cash at the problem and pitching a meeting with his boss, but Black Scythe instantly waves him off, totally unbothered. Seeing her window closing, Arin frantically whips out a glowing purple gem, desperately begging our main character to take the loot. Catching sight of the top-tier crystal, Min's eyes widen slightly, while the actress stammers that handing over this rare drop feels way more genuine than spamming. Empty apologies. Snatching up the premium peace offering, he instantly mentally plots out an overpowered crafting recipe for it. Once they extract, Arin shifts her weight nervously, totally blind to whether he actually vibes with the gift, while Min effortlessly hacks her internal monologue, chuckling to himself since she is completely clueless about the insane street value of the gem she just handed away. Immediately after that, our telepathic main character starts intercepting Youngmin's brainwaves as well, discovering the meathead is packing his own magic crystal and is genuinely floored that he managed to loot a reinforced black crystal this early in the game. It is a crazy rare drop rate, and the idiot just broadcasted it to a mind reader. Taking her shot, Arin excitedly volunteers to act as his personal shield, totally geeking out over her brand new summoner class and her fairy pets. But Min hits her with a polite yet brutal rejection, confirming he plays solo and needs zero backup. The rejection definitely stings Arin a bit, but they ultimately trade their goodbyes and part ways. But Min intercepts the thug before he can even pivot. Our guy goes full psychological warfare, completely gaslighting Min into doubting his next move. Sure, his class might be absolute garbage now, but that just paints a massive bullseye squarely on his back. Min spins a wild narrative, convincing the mobster that his fading abilities still pack a punch against a handful of classless scrubs. The gangster narrows his eyes, clearly skeptical. So, our hero drops the ultimate reality check. Are you absolutely certain nobody is hunting you down right this second? Hook, line, and sinker. The scumbag starts sweating bullets, desperately clinging to Min's sudden promise of protection like a lifeline. But nothing in this world is free. Our boy smirks, demanding every single stone rattling around in the guy's pockets. The thug forks them over without a second thought. Min tries squeezing him for extra loot, but the gangster is literally running on empty, nothing left but his bruised ego. Min lets him keep that shred of pride, officially stepping up as his bodyguard. Suddenly, the sky tears open with a blinding golden flash. The angel is back. Hovering above, she casually notes the shrinking player count like it's just another Tuesday. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Are people brawling back in the real world? Min scoffs internally. Honestly, it would be wild if they weren't tearing each other apart out there. Then, she drops the bombshell for round 4. The ultimate survival game just kicked off. A 3-hour free-for-all, where players must clear each other from the board. A grating, unhinged laugh erupts from the golden entity. She orders the group to follow one dead simple rule. Start swinging. Pure dread washes over every single face in the arena. Unfazed by their terror, she breaks it down 0 monsters this time, meaning they are the ones responsible for thinning the herd. The vibe instantly sours. Finally, one brave soul speaks up, stammering out a question. Do they only need to clip one target per person? She brushes it off with a smirk, claiming the mystery makes the game spicier. But our hero already sees right through her lies. She is literally gagged by the system. Angels are nothing but glorified tour guides, while the elusive host pulls all the real strings from the shadows. Even so, she tosses them a bone. Sending someone to the lobby won't magically secure your survival. The leaderboards? Completely cloaked. She adds that the mechanics of this bloodbath exist entirely outside the ticking clock. Wrapping up her twisted monologue, she wishes them luck in their little stabbing simulator. A massive digital timer materializes in the sky, sending shockwaves of panic through the mob. The reality sets in. It is time to throw down. Min practically froths at the mouth, eyeing the crowd like an all-you-can-eat buffet of victims. Honestly, Min saw that psychotic energy coming from a mile away. This setup is a massive dub for the gangster. With the rest of the lobby frozen in fear, the playground is wide open. His brain instantly connects the dots. What better time to settle scores with his backstabbing ex-buddies? Out of nowhere, Black Scythe vanishes into the shadows, rematerializing right against the thug's spine. The gangster nearly jumps out of his skin, stuttering out a desperate question. Min flashes back to his earlier promise. Without skipping a beat, he whips out his massive blade and delivers a blindingly fast, horizontal slash. The scumbag's head physically disconnects from his neck in spectacular fashion. A blue screen pops up, hyping our hero up for crushing the hidden objective. Premium loot drops right into his inventory. Nearby, a random girl shrieks at the top of her lungs, while some dude frantically points a shaking finger directly at the executioner. The sheer hypocrisy is wild. These guys were ready to butcher each other 2 seconds ago. Instantly, the mob mentality takes over. They gang up on Min, screaming that he is a straight-up psychopath. Our boy just stands there, completely unbothered by their fake moral high ground. I mean, yeah, his body count is getting pretty hefty, but he never drops anyone without absolute justification. Plus, clearing the lobby is literally the name of the game right now. Yet here they are, clutching their pearls and acting like saints. Let's be real, half of these clowns just want an excuse to snatch his overpowered gear. The absolute audacity makes a sinister smirk creep across Min's face. Seeing him smile sends the crowd into a total meltdown, convinced they are locked in with an actual lunatic. Suddenly, a booming system notification shatters the tension. The screen officially crowns Min as the dominant zone representative. Pin drop silence hits the arena. Black Scythe immediately goes on the offensive. He roasts their sudden mute button, mocking them for acting tough just seconds ago. He mercilessly targets the trembling, classless newbies hiding in the back. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed survivor points up, stuttering out that the text hovering above Min's head just shifted hues. Frantic murmurs spread about the glowing crimson tag. Meanwhile, our hero's brain flashes back to his previous timelines. Catching a body automatically triggers the red flag, and the saturation only gets deeper the more you wipe people off the map. It is the ultimate aggro magnet. Desperate players will inevitably swarm the red names, only to inherit that exact same target on their own backs once they strike. An endless, brutal feedback loop designed to plunge the entire zone into absolute anarchy. Standing around, shaking in their boots, is only going to make the incoming massacre 10 times worse. Min aggressively taunts them to step up, but the cowardly crowd stays frozen. He absolutely nukes their hypocrisy, reminding these phonies that they were scheming to assassinate the top dog just one stage prior. Now, he lays out the raw truth. You either start swinging, or you end up as pavement art. He stares down the mob, tossing out the ultimate question. What exactly is their game plan when push comes to shove and they have to pull the trigger to see tomorrow? He demands they pick a side, right here, right now. Time to make a move. Our guy casually tosses out the idea of another little group chat before walking off. But deep down, he knows the truth. These clowns are going to end up at each other's throats regardless. But by the time the blood starts spilling, the clock will already be at 0. All this pointless yapping is just burning through the timer, meaning way fewer people are actually going to clear this stage. And that guarantees a massive wave of game overs. Some chick tries to step up and mediate, but some random dude immediately bites her head off. Obviously, that just makes her snap right back. Then, some background character pitches a whole tournament arc, which gets instantly rejected, because who has time for a whole bracket system right now? With the mob getting super heated, Erin starts panicking about their next move. She seriously contemplates just riding the coattails of Black Scythe. Sangchul is totally on board with our overpowered lead. The bodyguard drops some harsh reality on the actress, telling her that her own survival easily outweighs some random nobody's life. He warns her to mentally prepare for an absolute bloodbath, making Arin low-key suspicious. Like, has this dude survived a death game before? Sangchul shuts that thought down real quick by switching topics, so she pivots and asks who they are supposed to take out. Ultimately, the duo decides to just camp out and watch the chaos unfold. Meanwhile, the vibe in the room gets insanely toxic. Nobody can agree on who gets to bite the dust, and a few brave idiots seriously start plotting a sneak attack on Black Scythe. They try whispering their garbage strategies, completely oblivious to the fact that our guy has insane hearing. They instantly avoid eye contact. The second he shoots a terrifying glare in their direction. The yelling matches just keep multiplying as the panic level hits maximum capacity. Half the room is screaming that they need to start dropping bodies to survive, while the moral police demand they only hunt down the actual instigators. Some arrogant extra openly laughs at another dude's strategy, instantly sparking a massive shouting match. Veins are popping, spit is flying. Then a third guy jumps in just to troll them, barking at them to stop flirting and actually throw hands. That immediately backfires. The original two shift their absolute rage onto the troll, and in a flash, cold steel is drawn by all three. Min simply shakes his head. To him, this whole room is just all bark and zero bite. But right in the middle of this total meltdown, some guy catches a massive glitch in the Matrix. Young Min randomly sits up straight, completely unbothered by the fact that he was quite literally headless a minute ago. The screaming cuts out instantly. Every single eyeball locks onto the gangster like he is a walking jump scare. Of course, Black Scythe already knew the cheat code. The system literally respawns any wrecked player after exactly 10 minutes. Young Min blinks in utter confusion, totally clueless as to why the whole squad is staring at him like a museum exhibit. He does not even remember how he ended up on the floor. The collective realization hits the mob like a freight train, completely shattering their grip on reality. Death in this tutorial is not permanent. With the ultimate safety net confirmed, Hands instantly fly to the hilts of their weapons. Suddenly, catching a body does not seem so bad anymore. One lone girl trying to hold onto her sanity begs everyone to chill, pointing out that they have zero clue about the actual cooldown rules for this respawn mechanic. But the fuse is already lit. A shadow creeps up right behind her, delivering a fatal, merciless strike. The crazy dude screams at her to drop dead. He buries his razor-sharp claws deep into her back, screaming for her to wake back up. The rest of the lobby is completely paralyzed. Absolute horror sweeps through the room. Pure panic sets in when the girl just lays there lifeless instead of instantly bouncing back. Then, a big brain in the back remembers the 10-minute timer from the gangster's little nap, so they all just stand around holding their breath. Exactly 10 minutes later, her brutal wounds magically knit together, and she snaps awake like she just hit snooze. The second reality kicks in. She unleashes a terrifying shriek, hunting for her murderer. The claw guy instantly lunges for a second round, but before his blades even connect, an absolute unit swings a massive battle axe, completely obliterating the claw guy into pixels. The giant flexes, hyping himself up over the infinite respawn glitch. The whole room goes totally silent, standing on a razor-thin edge. Black Scythe knows the drill. Just because you can come back does not mean catching a body is suddenly cool with normal people. But he also knows the literal psychos are about to let their inner demons run wild. The dam finally breaks. Total anarchy explodes as players just start swinging at everything that moves. A few tiny beefs instantly snowball into a massive, blood-soaked war zone. 1,000 terrified gamers just start going completely ballistic, tearing each other to shreds. Our boy decides it is time to join the server, immediately styling on 3 randoms, sending them to the respawn screen before they even blink. A squad spots his crazy movement and foolishly tries to jump him in a group. He literally deletes them with a single, lazy swing. Over his shoulder, the main character locks eyes with Black Flame Dragon. The third-place champion from the last phase is absolutely eating up the chaos. Our hero clocks that the dude's broken, Rune of Absorption, is feeding him crazy buffs right now. Min glares at the guy's floating tag, which has already turned a violent blood red. That crimson glow means this tryhard has racked up at least 10 eliminations. Wanting to spice things up, Min decides to personally farm this edgelord a couple of times. Totally clueless, Black Flame Dragon pulls up his interface, grinning like a maniac, as his ultimate gauge skyrockets. Every single takedown pushes that XP bar higher. The rush is totally intoxicating, one more full gauge, and boom, a fresh stat point is his. He flatlines another target, and the meter violently spikes. He smirks, wondering if that poor soul was actually matching his level. Pure greed takes the wheel. His mind completely spirals into a wild fantasy where he actually manages to butcher Black Scythe. That would max out his stats in a literal heartbeat. But reality hits like a freight train. He's absolutely out of the hero's league. So, he pivots. Why fight a boss when you can joyfully terrorize the absolute noobs instead? Blackbeard Dragon goes on an absolute rampage, drinking in the pure terror, flashing across his victims' faces right before they drop. Last phase was a total bust. That obnoxious gang leader burned a command seal just to chain him down as a glorified bodyguard, meaning zero hunting. But this stage, it is his absolute playground. It's a literal all-you-can-eat buffet of free XP just waiting to be harvested. Meanwhile, the rest of these hard-stuck losers are just spinning their wheels, completely locked out of the leveling curve. He gets a sick thrill watching the respawn animations pop, only to instantly spawn camp them back to the grave. He even debates expanding his turf to claim more bodies, but then he freezes. Standing right in his blind spot is Black Scythe. Zero hesitation. The hero instantly triggers his Night of Death aura. The entire battlefield plunges into pitch-black shadows, sending massive panic through the mob. Through the darkness, Dragon locks eyes on the hero's weapon. The blade is glowing semi-transparent. Every survival instinct screams at him to turtle up. He heavily drops into a defensive stance. Too slow. Before his brain even registers the movement, his entire field of vision violently flips upside down. Head, meet floor. He's wiped out before he can even blink. Cut to Young Min. He's standing dead center in this chaotic meat grinder of endless deaths and respawns. The twisted logic of this phase finally clicks in his head. His gaze turns completely ice cold. It's payback time for the so-called squad that left him out to dry. He aggressively scans the bloodbath. Target acquired. Sung Hwan is ducked behind cover, casually lining up shots on random stragglers. Young Min sprints like a bat out of hell. No warning. He just straight up detonates a haymaker right into Sung Hwan's jaw, launching the traitor halfway across the dirt. Stalking forward with pure murder in his eyes, Young Min snatches him up by the collar. He aggressively dares the guy to end him, if he actually has the guts. He doesn't even give him a split second to breathe. Young Min just completely unloads on him, dropping an absolutely savage combo of bare-knuckle strikes. Every single hit connects heavier than the last. Bones crunch. The beatdown only stops when Seung-hwan is nothing but a motionless heap in the mud. Panting hard, his knuckles dripping red, Young Min just towers over the mangled corpse of his former bro. His radar is already pinging for the next targets. 2 more fake friends are still breathing out there in the chaos, and he is not resting until both of them pay the ultimate price for tossing him aside. Meanwhile, Arin is completely zoning out. She's staring at the carnage, utterly convinced that this is what actual hell looks like. Just a sickening wasteland, driven by nothing but unfiltered bloodlust. Sang-chul clocks her, totally breaking down, and snaps her back to reality. She just spills all the massive anxiety eating her alive right now. Sang-chul does the math. If this girl's mental health completely crashes, her whole idol career is totally chalked. And worse, he'd severely botch CEO Ma's #1 VIP protection mission. Right on cue, some absolute creep sneaks up directly into Erin's blind spot. He violently yanks her hair back and raises a combat knife for the execution. But Sang-chul's reflexes are god tier. His broadsword flashes out, parrying the blade into orbit. With a fluid spin, he completely reverses his grip and sinks his steel straight deep into the ambusher's shoulder, dropping him instantly to his knees. Sang-chul barks at Arin to take the kill. She's absolutely shaking, tears streaming down her face, but survival kicks in and she violently finishes the guy off. The aftermath leaves her completely traumatized. Sang-chul barely even blinks. He's just breathing a massive sigh of relief that she actually pulled the trigger. Trembling like a leaf, she begs to know how much longer this nightmare lasts. Sang-chul replies flatly that they have exactly 60 minutes left on the clock. She's practically crying, completely failing to understand why everyone is so insanely desperate to butcher each other. Sang-chul actually feels a twinge of pity for her way too soft heart. He does a quick check-in, asking if she has hit her 50-kill quota yet. She nods, and a massive weight drops off his chest. That means her name is officially locked into the leaderboard safety zone. He promises to handle the heavy lifting from here. She whispers a heavy thank you, totally oblivious to the fact that Sang-chul is silently thanking her for giving him the perfect excuse to farm a massive high score. Fast forward. The massive holographic timer in the sky aggressively flashes red, just 10 miserable minutes left until the buzzer. Cut back to Black Scythe, absolutely shredding through crowds like a human lawnmower. He is dead set on securing that global #1 spot to unlock stage 20. His entire strategy? Min-maxing his power levels right now. The endgame boss is a total mystery, and he isn't taking 0 chances. He aggressively herds a squad of runners. One dude completely gives up, waiting for the fatal blow, but the hero literally just vaults right past him. Scythe already cracked the code. Duplicate kills on the same target drop 0 points, so farming the same guy twice is a total rookie mistake. He casually glances over at Young Min, who totally missed the memo. The guy is just endlessly spawn-killing his ex-squad in a blind rage. All he's actually doing is actively tanking everyone's survival odds, heavily nerfing his own score in the process. 60 seconds left on the clock. The hero is speed-running the map, furiously scanning for fresh meat, but the lobby is totally dry. Finally, he locks onto 2 unlogged targets and violently dives in for the ultimate double kill. The clock hits 0. Massive energy shields instantly trap the surviving players, and right on cue, that twisted angel drops from above to call game over. Looking totally entertained, she teases the crowd about how much they loved butchering each other, pointing out the pristine white floors now painted completely crimson. The freakish host claims she is bringing the dead back to life since the match wrapped up. But our main guy? He instantly knows it is pure cap. It is actually the game system running the automatic respawns. Mangled corpses suddenly jerk back to life, immediately locked inside their own glowing barriers. Young Min's so-called buddies look absolutely livid. They immediately start screaming at him for handing them a downright savage beatdown during the trial. Catching the raging drama, the angel shoots them a lethal glare, threatening to literally pop their heads like balloons if they do not shut their mouths. That shuts everyone up real fast. The scoreboards flash online, and the angelic host casually drops a massive bombshell about a hidden side quest. The secret mission? Assassinate the map representative before the timer ran dry. She smirks, announcing that exactly 1 absolute unit actually pulled it off. And obviously, it was none other than Black Scythe. Shocked whispers ripple through the surviving crowd. Meanwhile, Black Dragon violently grinds his teeth, fuming over the epic loot he just fumbled. Brain scrambled from the chaos, Young Min frantically swipes through his status window, looking for that command skill, only to find absolutely nothing. He feels completely backstabbed by our hero, who swore to keep him breathing. Right after the quest reveal, the Twisted Guide drops another massive reality check. Racking up unique kills was the real ticket to maximum points. Spawn camping the exact same players over and over? Totally useless. The leaderboards light up, and big surprise, Black Scythe absolutely dominates the #1 spot on both global and local charts, with a jaw-dropping 722 eliminations. The angel practically glows with joy as the lobby freezes in pure horror. Over 700 bodies? That was not a match. It was a straight-up slaughterhouse. Showering the MVP with loot, she hands over a mid-tier rare armor voucher and a highly coveted unique reward crate. Cashing in the armor ticket, he immediately locks in the blood-stained assassin suit. As for the premium crate, he secures a wild 50% stat boost for the upcoming stage. Then the vibe goes ice cold. The angel declares that anyone ranked below 521 is getting wiped from existence, triggering a pathetic wave of screaming and begging. Tears will not save them now. Luckily, Ryu Min barely scrapes by to see another day. Eren watches the mass deletion in pure agony, completely traumatized. Our hero simply shuts his eyes, taking one quiet moment to process the carnage before the system boots them right back to reality. Cutting to a high-end hotel, manager Songchol is literally sprinting down the corridors. He violently crashes into Ma's private suite, jolting the sleeping boss wide awake with the sheer panic in his entrance. Catching his breath, the manager sputters out apologies, swearing he was just terrified for his boss's safety. But Ma waves it off, totally chill, casually reminding the guy about his god-tier ranking. They both sigh, admitting that specific trial was an absolute nightmare from start to finish. Ma thinks back to his own run, securing just north of 430 kills, and openly questions what kind of literal demon Black Scythe is, to casually rack up a 700 body count. Seongchol throws out a wild guess, wondering if this insane player is some Black Ops ghost, or an elite special forces weapon, considering the downright terrifying skill set he flexed in the arena. Pacing the room, Ma obsesses over the flawless track record of this mystery slayer. Mask or no mask, the boss decides right then and there, he needs Black Scythe in his squad. His master plan? Grill Prophet Min for intel on this overpowered beast. Seongchol then brings up a crazy detail. The entire bloodbath played out flawlessly, exactly matching Min's insane prophecies. Sure, they thought he was bluffing at first, but the brutal gameplay proved the visionary was 100% legit. Ma nods hard, flashing back to their intense sit-down, and the mind-blowing secrets Min dropped. When the manager asks what the play is regarding this so-called prophet, Ma does not hesitate. He declares the entire future of their corporate empire literally rests in Min's hands, even if it means ripping apart their current business model. Stressing that this alliance is beyond crucial, he shoots Seongchol a dead-serious warning: do absolutely nothing to tick this oracle off. The boss orders him to basically act like the ultimate yes man, agree to whatever Min says, lock down his loyalty, and ride that wave to infinite wealth. Seongchol immediately falls in line. Flipping into networking mode, Ma commands his lackey to dial Min up. The mission is to invite the VIP, his family, and that famous actress Erin Seo to an exclusive bash. Smash cut to a chill local cafe. Our undercover protagonist, Min, is hanging at a booth, waiting on Jury for a classic lunch date. She rolls up, they swap quick hellos, and slide into his ride. Jury hits him with the ultimate praise, admitting his god-tier cheat codes are the only reason she made it through round 4. Min raises an eyebrow, asking why she gambled her life on a stranger's word. Her answer? She knew he had literally zero motivation to scam her. She drops a heartfelt thank you for the lifesaver intel. Looking at her, Min realizes that with her busted rune of protection, she honestly could have soloed the stage anyway. Total opposite of Eren, who he mentally writes off as a fragile, pampered flower, sheltered in some safe little greenhouse. Jury? She is a total survivor, forced to level up in the brutal, unforgiving real world. They pull up to a sick restaurant and load the table with an absolute feast. She smiles, thanking him for the massive spread, and they dig in. But halfway through a bite, she freezes. The crushing PTSD of slaughtering other players suddenly hits her like a truck. Catching her dark vibe instantly thanks to his rune of thoughts, Min leans in. He looks her dead in the eye and tells her to bury the guilt. It was survival, plain and simple. When it comes to taking out other players, he drops a harsh truth bomb. Every single one of them, him included, has to get their hands dirty just to make it to tomorrow. Jury completely shatters, tears streaming down her face. But Min doesn't coddle her. His voice cuts right through the sobs, ordering her to drop the excuse about having a family, praying for her safe return from this hellscape. The sheer thought of her dad's heartbreak if she bites the dust flips a switch in Jury. She balls her hands into fists, her teary eyes locking in with absolute resolve. Taking a deep breath, she actually thanks Min for the reality check. He just brushes it off, admitting he only brought out this god-tier feast to help her decompress. As they smash the rest of the food, Min catches Jury, finally dropping her guard, her whole vibe shifting from terrified to totally chill around him. He lets her heart rate level out before dropping the actual bomb. He looks her dead in the eyes and reveals some massive intel. Regarding the upcoming phase, Min warns Jury that round 5 is going to be an absolute bloodbath. Way worse than anything they have faced, because the player zones are crashing together into one massive arena. Spooked, Jury immediately asks if they can squad up when the worlds collide. Min doesn't even blink as he feeds her a straight-up lie, claiming the odds of crossing paths are basically zero. He knows that if he tells the truth, she would burn the clock, hunting him down instead of surviving. He needs to keep her breathing while staying totally in the shadows, so he drops a wild piece of advice. If she actually wants to live, she needs to beg Black Scythe for backup. Jury's jaw practically hits the floor at the name drop, making double sure he means the literal #1 beast on the global leaderboards. Min quickly shuts down her panic, explaining she won't just be crying for a rescue, but actually teaming up with the legendary powerhouse. Jury scoffs, wondering why a top-tier god like him would even glance in her direction, but Min points out that she can stack insane buffs on him as payment for his protection. Even though Jury knows scoring Black Scythe as a carry is a total cheat code, she is still second-guessing it. Min shuts down her doubts, swearing he has future sight, and guarantees the OP player will keep her breathing through the next few brutal stages. Finally, breathing easy, Jury hits Min with a massive power-up right then and there, making it clear she hates owing anyone favors. Right after that, Min ports back to his place, the new buff juicing his raw stats by a massive 50%. Without wasting a second, he heads straight out to farm some monster mealworms, which skyrockets his Rune of Slaughter power by a full 100%. On top of that, his luck stat spikes, hitting a solid 84 points. Flexing his stash, he whips out a starter-tier magic crystal ticket from his inventory, smirking at the thought of how any basic player would be on their knees, begging the man upstairs for good RNG. But definitely not him. He is totally convinced that whoever is running this universe built this nightmare game just to troll humanity, and he swears on his life to unleash absolute hell on the creator. The second he clears the final boss, his ultimate goal is to flat-out delete the deity. Flipping the starter-tier ticket, Min cashes it in, and bags 5 base-tier crystals. The loot table drops 2 red, 1 yellow, 1 green, and 1 ultra-rare purple, hitting the absolute cap for what a single player can pull. He cracks a smirk at the wild irony he literally just threatened to kill the creator, yet his RNG is still this insane. Getting to work, he fuses the 2 basic reds to forge a Tier 2 Crimson Crystal, a straight-up upgrade. Right after that, he takes the purple drop and smashes it together with the one Arin gifted him, spawning a fresh Tier 2 Magic Stone. Not stopping there, he slots the red gem right into his headgear, cranking his raw DPS to the max, before sliding the purple stone into his Gloves of Dark Shadow, which bumps every single stat up by 2 levels. He then equips the yellow gem to his Ring of Resistance. To juice his luck even further, jams the green rock into his Agile boots for max mobility, and finally snaps the navy crystal onto his assassin suit, shaving off incoming damage by another 1%. Geared to the teeth and totally hyped, our guy is finally ready to step up to Ma all over again. Fast forward to the next morning. One nervously asks his big bro about the CEO of the Osung conglomerate's kid, and Min just casually nods, dropping the fact that they are on the VIP guest list for the guy's massive bash. One completely loses his mind, freaking out over whether he even belongs in a room with elites like that. But Min tells him to chill out because their invites are legit. Right as Min finishes adjusting his tie, the doorbell suddenly blares, making One practically jump out of his skin. They swing the door open to find manager Song Cheol waiting like a high-end bodyguard to personally escort them. Totally spooked by the guy's aura, One immediately ducks behind his big bro. Min easily breaks the ice, introducing the kid to Song Cheol, who nods to their past run-in and smoothly slides One a slick business card. The manager quickly bows his head, apologizing for acting out of line back when they first crossed paths, revealing that this whole elite party is basically one massive peace offering. Seong Cheol then lets them know there is a stretched limo parked downstairs just for them. The second they pull up to Ma's ultra-luxurious hotel, the big boss himself steps up to greet them. Ma genuinely sighs in relief, seeing them still breathing, quickly glancing over and asking if the young guy shadowing Min is his little brother. Min gives One a proper intro, and the CEO puts out his hand to shake. Still completely overwhelmed, awkward little One reaches out with the wrong hand. Ma tilts his head, questioning if the kid is stuck in the death game too, but One shakes his head no, while Min jumps in to say the boy is only about to turn 14. Hearing this, Ma gives a heavy nod, stating that One is insanely lucky to have dodged that nightmare. Without missing a beat, Ma ushers the duo right into an insanely decked-out VIP suite. The center dining table looks straight out of a billionaire's mansion, loaded down with 5-star gourmet plates, while a private chef and hostess stand at attention, ready to serve. Wan's jaw is practically hitting the floor, taking in the insane flex, prompting Ma to downplay the whole thing with a humble smile, joking that even though it is just a light spread, it should be enough to fill them up. Wan is totally baffled though, Why flex this hard with an insane feast just to lie about it? Right before they can even grab their forks, the doors swing open. Boom. Rin walks in, completely catching Min off guard. Ma immediately jumps up to play the perfect host. She drops a quick apology for running late, mentioning she just came from a co-star's funeral. Ma brushes it off, hyping her up to Min as a major company shareholder. Rin starts her polite intro, then freezes. It hits her, these are the exact same neighbors who dropped off those rice cakes. She flashes a sweet smile, secretly trying to process the crazy reality. Min, a VIP investor at his age? She figures Ma has to be pulling some weird prank. Meanwhile, Won is absolutely losing his mind. He furiously whispers to his brother, totally starstruck. Are they seriously breathing the same air as the legendary CO Rin? Min realizes his brother is completely clueless about her shady ties to Ma. Still, he kind of wonders if geeking out like this is normal behavior. Figuring it is best to blend in, Min fakes his own fanboy moment. Catching their reactions, Ma smirks inwardly. He assumes this young prophet is easily manipulated, fully expecting him to fall for a pretty face. Pleasantries out of the way, Ma gestures for everyone to grab a seat and feast. One enthusiastically shoves plates toward his brother. Leaning in, Ma fishes for compliments, flexing how he ordered the kitchen staff to go all out for this exact menu. Both guys nod in approval. Ma lets out a theatrical sigh of relief, dropping the fact that he forced his culinary team to cook these dishes multiple times until absolute perfection. Then, Ma gets nosy. Why just bring the brother? Where is the rest of the family? Min keeps it brutally simple. It is just the two of them. Their parents are gone. Ma scrambles to offer fake sympathy, panic setting in. He instantly realizes his careless question just nuked the entire vibe. The air gets incredibly thick, so he shuts his mouth, letting the agonizing awkwardness slowly fade out. By the time dessert drops, the silence is literally suffocating. Ma is sweating bullets in this brutal atmosphere, desperately searching for an escape hatch. He shoots laser beams at Rin with his eyes, silently begging her to save the conversation. She totally misses the memo. Unable to take it anymore, Ma abruptly pushes his chair back and summons her to the hall. Dragging her out of earshot, he coldly asks if she liked her food. She brightly says yes, completely oblivious. Instantly, his face drops. A terrifying, dead-eyed disappointment washes over him as he growls out his real agenda. He only brought her here to act as eye candy and keep the energy up. Rattled, she stammers out an apology, claiming she thought this was just a regular dinner party. Ma is not having it. He corners her, asking why she would ever assume she was on the VIP list for something this exclusive. Did Songcheol spill any tea about their mystery guest? She admits she only knew Min was the top investor. Ma leans in and drops the absolute bombshell. Min is not just the main money guy, he is a literal prophet, a guy who can see the future. His voice turns ice cold. He makes it crystal clear, keeping Min happy is not a request, it is survival. They desperately need his intel for the upcoming death game. He brutally orders Rin to use her looks, flirt her way in, and secure his backing. Rin pushes back, absolutely disgusted at being used as bait. But Ma shuts her down immediately, throwing his influence in her face. He literally built her superstar status from scratch. And now, time to pay up. He orders her to trap Min, no matter the cost, warning her he will be tracking her every single move. Cut back to the dining room. The vibe is suffocating. Dead silence. Nobody dares to breathe. Suddenly, the door swings open. Ma steps in, slapping on a fake smile to excuse the delay, claiming he just had some quick industry talk with Rin. With dinner wrapped up, he smoothly suggests they hit a different spot. While the squad heads out, Rin tries to make her move on Min. She freezes. But before things get painfully awkward, one completely fanboys out. He practically trips over his words, gushing about how gorgeous she is in real life. He nervously asks for a selfie. Flashing her signature idol smile, she agrees, instantly melting the icy tension in the room. Ma catches this and secretly shoots Rin a text. Target the younger brother instead. Her stomach absolutely drops. Manipulating such an innocent, loyal fanboy feels incredibly slimy, but her hands are tied. Ma is playing three-dimensional chess. He figures that scoring points with the kid will act as a cheat code to win over the older brother. That is his golden ticket to squeeze out vital intel on the upcoming stage. Ma escorts the crew into an exclusive VIP lounge, hyping up the drinks and music, but Min shuts the party down cold. He casually instructs Rin to step out into the hall and snap those photos with one. The second the door clicks shut, the mask drops. Min glares dead at Ma, asking if he seriously thinks he is playing an idiot. Ma scrambles to act confused, but Min drops the hammer. As a literal prophet, he already saw exactly what went down in the hallway, leaving Ma totally paralyzed with shock. The MC locks eyes with him, making it crystal clear You do not keep secrets from a literal prophet. Our guy completely calls Ma out for trying to pull a fast one, sending the CEO into a full-blown panic attack. Min hits him with the exact same order he gave Aaron earlier, but Ma desperately tries to spin it like he is doing some huge favor. Things take a massive nosedive when Ma drags a bystander into his sketchy little scheme, totally crossing the line. The second he realizes he messed up, he starts begging for forgiveness, bracing himself for the absolute worst. Seeing that the dude is actually sorry, Min lets it slide, leaving the CEO practically kissing the ground in gratitude. Out of nowhere, Seong-cho bursts into the room, forcing Ma into overdrive to sweep the whole messy situation under the rug. He barks at his manager to escort the squad to another room, needing a desperate one-on-one chat for some major damage control. While the bodyguard quietly dips out, Ma is just internally screaming, kicking himself for ticking off his prophet yet again. Our hero snaps him back to reality, casually dropping some massive leaks about the upcoming phase. Ma is totally shook that Min already figured out the hidden agenda behind the party. But honestly, with all the shady business going around, trusting this guy takes a massive leap of faith. He stammers out another apology, but Min lays down the law zero secrets from here on out. He demands that Ma keeps the other shareholders on a super tight leash. Seeing the usually arrogant CEO acting like an obedient puppy honestly puts a huge smirk on our hero's face. Min swears he is going to skyrocket the company to the absolute top, even leaking the crazy details for round 5. He gives him a heads up that this next trial is going to be an absolute nightmare, though he fully expects Ma to clutch up and clear it. The catch? Every single player is going to have to wipe out 300 orcs all by themselves. And if that was not insane enough, the server zones are actually going to merge a massive bomb drop that instantly has the CEO sweating bullets. Min coldly explains the brutal truth behind it. The zones are fusing together because the active player count has dropped way too low. But Ma's brain is totally locked on to scoring a meetup with Black Scythe, begging to know if they can make it happen. Min instantly hits the brakes on that fantasy. Different maps, zero chance. Plus dropping his real name, not happening. He does drop a little teaser though, promising their paths are going to cross way sooner than the CEO thinks. Then our boy casually drops a massive bombshell. He casually checks in on the manhunt for Ryu Min, practically giving the boss a heart attack right then and there. Ma starts rambling about the Foresight rune's insane abilities, desperate to milk more intel, but Min coldly cuts him off. Stay in your lane, old man. The CEO keeps pressing his luck. Min simply flashes a warning glare, ordering him to hold off on hunting that mobster down. Why? Because our mastermind still needs to wring a little more value out of that pawn. Min flawlessly manipulates the exec, playing him like a fiddle. Wrapping up their chat before heading back to the event, Ma is sweating bullets now. Fast forward past the gala, a battered dude is dragging himself down a pitch-black alleyway, hitting a brick wall. Game over. Heavy boots echo closer. The terrified NPC whips around, absolutely paralyzed. Just as a shadowy stalker swings a massive blade, a brutal slash tears across his chest, slamming him onto the concrete. The guy screams his lungs out. The attacker steps into the moonlight. It is CEO Ma. Without blinking, he promises to carve out the dude's tongue. Sputtering blood, the victim begs to know what he did wrong. Ma claps back with zero hesitation, listing off sickening crimes, the trash committed against a kid. The NPC scrambles to spit out excuses, but Ma is done listening. He lets the cold steel make his argument. The dirtbag gears up for another wail. Ma leans in, whispering a chilling promise, zip it, or the agony is going to skyrocket. Treating him like an obedient dog, the boss praises his silence. Then he drops the ultimate question, does a monster like you even deserve to breathe? Boom, skill activated. A suffocating tsunami of pitch-black energy erupts. It wraps around the criminal, completely erasing his existence from the map without a single trace. Ma sighs. He totally could have one-shotted the guy, but he desperately needed to harvest that sweet dark mana first. The catch, fueling his twisted abilities, means ripping the life force straight out of targets while their hearts are still beating. After draining the battery dry, he lands the final execution strike. Staring at his blade, he admits his own moral compass feels a little glitchy lately. Even if human batteries drop way more juice than random monsters. To keep the nightmares away, he strictly hunts absolute scumbags. It is his twisted version of justice. A dark vibe that proves the Dark Knight class was literally made for him. Plus, going full vigilante has basically become his favorite way to unwind after boardroom meetings. He commands his weapon to keep feasting, but the blade rejects the meal. Reality check, the sword only snacks on the living. Corpses are off the menu. A rustle in the shadows snaps Ma to attention. False alarm, just a stray cat doing its thing. He wasn't sweating, getting caught anyway. This spot is a ghost town even at noon. Deep down though, he bets his entire fortune that Min already knows exactly what went down in this alley. The thought that our MC recruited him, knowing he's a total psycho, makes Ma smirk like a villain. He casually dials up his lackey, barking at him to come scrub the crime scene spotless. Cut to our main guy. Min is just chilling in his quiet apartment, running through his mental chessboard. The waiting game is officially cancelled. It is time to make some major moves. He clicks subscribe on a super specific broadcast, plotting 10 steps ahead. His crosshairs are locked directly onto one of the top 5 legendary items hiding in the real world, the Rune of Cloning. Suddenly, the screens explode with breaking news, player after player dropping like flies. Watching the tragedy unfold is this absolute neckbeard of a middle schooler. He just rolls his eyes, roasting the victims for having zero skill, zero sympathy for anyone. He actually defends the rogue players, causing chaos, convinced normal people would pull the exact same savage moves if they had power. This toxic gremlin starts raging over his restricted level caps. Throwing a massive temper tantrum, he buries his heavy battle axe straight into the floorboards. Then reality clicks. Rules are completely irrelevant now. He has awakened as a player, meaning he holds the absolute authority to crush anybody he hates. The camera pans back. His classroom is an absolute graveyard of his peers. He doesn't feel an ounce of guilt, totally pinning the blame on the messed up system in round 4. But there is a massive problem. Squashing normal kids barely moved his EXP bar. He starts drooling over how insanely overpowered the 4th round was for leveling up. The unhinged student, operating under the username Black Dragon, pivots his strategy. He needs to hunt actual players. A sketchy underground forum instantly pops into his mind. His toxic brain cooks up a wild scheme: infiltrate their secret network and use the other awakened as walking EXP piñatas. The sign-up page demands real-life credentials. He sweats over the doc's risk for a second, but his thirst for ultimate power wins out. Black Dragon slams the submit button, practically foaming at the mouth. He's so utterly convinced these high-level players will never see his betrayal coming. Fast forward. The edgy kid is loitering outside some concrete structure, in the absolute middle of nowhere, second-guessing his GPS. Staring at his glowing screen, a wave of pure anxiety hits him. This meetup spot feels way too isolated. He pumps himself up, ready to drop some serious aura on the interviewer if things get weird. But the second he walks in, the sleek, ultra-luxury interior completely short-circuits his brain. An older guy rises from a plush booth. He flashes a polite smile at the sweaty teen, asks for his alias, and openly confirms his own awakened status. But the real kicker, the dude casually mentions he just hit age 29. That little detail shatters Black Dragon's entire worldview. Shaking off the boomer's crusty vibe, the recruiter pivots to our next guy, pink hoodie, rocking a literal head-to-toe bubblegum fit. He motions for the 2 candidates to start dropping their lore. Meanwhile, the heavyset high schooler visually sweeps the pastel-colored dude, tossing out a basic hello, while silently questioning why this joint is a complete ghost town. Catching the vibe, the recruiter chimes in, bragging that the absolute dead silence is exactly why he booked it, tossing in that the chef is currently throwing down some grub out back. Black Dragon's eyes dart across the room, zeroing in on the total lack of security lenses. A twisted thought creeps in. Should he just launch his slaughter right here with these bozos? He pulls back, figuring he can harvest way more victims down the line. Instead, he grumbles about the delay, demanding to know what is holding up the show. The recruiter clarifies, they are waiting on one final straggler. Cue the cinematic timing, the cafe bell chimes, and the ultimate wildcard strolls through the door, casually dropping the name Black Scythe. The recruiter practically short-circuits, completely losing his mind on the spot. Rewind to a couple days prior. The guild boss was hosting a massive sit-down with his inner circle to analyze the fresh meat. We are talking nearly 2,000 gamers flooding the servers, an insane spike considering the recent massive drop in active users. While one admin completely glazes the viral post that baited all this hype, top-tier executive Yummy takes full credit for the masterclass bait. The big boss instantly showers her with compliments, hyping her up before demanding the actual stats on the sweaty newcomers. He orders the team to filter out the trash and isolate the actual heavy hitters, bringing Black Dragon directly into the spotlight. On paper, the kid looks totally mid, yet he constantly clutches a top 3 finish in every lobby. The council senses major red flags, but they greenlight his application anyway. The admins keep bouncing around names of potential prodigies, and the boss is absolutely buzzing over the raw numbers. That is until the brutal reality kicks in. Screening every single one of these guys is going to be an absolute nightmare. Mid-panic, the leader catches a guy named 30, literally snoozing on the job, and instantly unleashes hell on him. The burnt-out subordinate scrambles for an excuse, but the boss is completely deaf to it. Boom, 50 mandatory interviews slapped onto his schedule as a penalty. A sentence he swallows with pure defeat. Moving on, the head honcho turns to his right-hand man, Lost Yark, desperately asking if the legendary Black Scythe has slid into their direct messages. Crickets. Our protagonist hasn't made a single peep, leaving the leader visibly crushed. Shaking off the massive loss, he pivots right back to Yummy, demanding she farm out more clickbait. She is totally down for the grind, provided he drops some serious bags of cash to fund her efforts. The boss approves the budget in a literal heartbeat. But right at that exact second, a wild system ping shatters the room's focus. A fresh application just dropped. The boss asks who it is. With zero energy, but the absolute millisecond Black Scythe's username is read aloud. The entire room jolts upright like they touched a live wire. Snapping back to real time, 30 is currently acting like an ultimate fanboy for the alleged apex predator of the game, even joking that the guy's pure aura is making him question his own sexuality. The fraud gracefully claims a chair, while Black Dragon shoots him a death glare so toxic it could melt steel. The pastel-wearing gamer tosses out a chill welcome as the circle formally exchanges tags. The fake's massive ego completely cracks up Pink Hoodie because, plot twist, the guy in pink is literally the real Black Scythe operating deep undercover. Black Dragon is practically leaking anxiety facing down the server boss. His brain is screaming to demand why this dude ruthlessly griefed him throughout their past campaigns. Mr. 30 snaps the kid out of his vengeance, fantasy questioning why he is acting so suspiciously mute, forcing the teen to awkwardly mumble his intro. The counterfeit legend does not even spare him a fraction of a glance, sending Black Dragon's rage meter completely off the charts. Meanwhile, the actual main character internally questions if his own authentic persona really projects that level of toxic arrogance. Here is the lore. This phony is a hardcore professional grifter who thrives on manipulating the lobby. If this trickster actually secures the clone rune, the entire server is looking at an absolute apocalypse. Min breathes a massive sigh of relief, knowing he crashed this party just in time to hijack the item for himself. Mr. 30 officially kicks off the interrogation, demanding everyone verify their core stats. Pink Hoodie steps up to the mic, weaving an absolutely unhinged backstory, hard-selling himself as a master-tier hitman. The entire lore drop is pure fiction except for his gamertag, which he straight up ripped from a random bot. But this burner persona is a massive puzzle piece for securing the rune, because the unlock requirement forces him to pull off a literal assassination. Next up, Black Dragon drops his real name, Sim Hyung Take, flexing his status as the absolute youngest applicant in the room. This completely stuns the recruiter in a good way, though. Min internally smirks, wondering if the boomer would still be hyping him up if he witnessed the absolute nightmare fuel this high schooler inflicted on his own peers. Mr. 30 then interrogates the kid, asking if his insane stat sheet is purely factual or just heavily padded, a question that visibly rubs the teen the wrong way. Moving down the line, the fake Kim In-hong brands himself as a 28-year-old finance bro, shamelessly copy-pasting every single one of our protagonist's legendary feats. The recruiter is too terrified to even fact-check the guy. But Black Dragon instantly reads the room, realizing the fraud's endgame is just extorting the lobby for infinite cash. Badges verified. Mr. 30 pushes right into the heavy hitters, demanding to know what drove them to apply. Pink Hoodie instantly flips the switch, acting completely paranoid about getting stream sniped and begging for a safe haven. Black Dragon keeps his own twisted agenda totally locked down, blindly riding Min's coattails by crying about how his anxiety prevents him from even stepping foot inside a classroom. Meanwhile, the knockoff tries flexing that top-tier lone wolf energy, claiming he's flying solo just for the thrill of it. Surprisingly, the recruiter buys the whole act without blinking. But then the vibe shifts. The recruiter drops a bombshell. There is one final initiation rite to officially join the squad. The mission, catch a real-world body. Min instantly switches into actor mode, faking absolute panic at the twisted request. Cue Mr. 30 launching into a massive villain monologue. He rants about how the feds have recently painted massive targets on the backs of awakened individuals. Why? Because the suits are terrified of their power. He violently preaches that elites like them must squad up and strike back against the corrupt system. According to him, they aren't some brainless non-player characters blindly following the rules. They are literal gods among men who need to violently spark a rebellion. They must prove it by crushing the laws. Min delivers a literal Oscar-worthy performance of pure terror, all while the twisted recruiter violently insists that shedding blood is the only way to break their chains. Taking a life is their only proof of absolute freedom. Meanwhile, our undercover absolute legend just nods along. He pretends to totally buy into the psycho's massive yap session. The recruiter then drops a massive ultimatum: walk out that door right now or cross the line. But if they dip, they are blacklisted forever. Min instantly sees right through the heavy cap. It is a textbook psychological trap designed to guilt-trip fresh meat into staying. A suffocating silence swallows the room. Taking the dead quiet as a solid green light, the recruiter smiles. He snaps his fingers, signaling the hunt to begin. Black Dragon aggressively questions how they are supposed to just find a random victim on standby. Turns out this unhinged maniac already handpicked a sacrifice. Just as the edgy crew pushes their chairs back to move out, the wholesome cafe owner steps out of the back, warmly inviting them to chill a bit longer, since they booked out the entire venue. Mr. 30 instantly shuts her down, throwing out a lame excuse about being in a massive rush, smoothly pivoting to ask her for one tiny harmless favor. He casually requests the sweet woman to pull his ride around to the front. Flashing a warm smile, she grabs an umbrella and steps right into the pouring rain. She navigates the vehicle right to the cafe entrance. Out of nowhere, thick, grimy hands violently clamp shut around her throat. She furiously thrashes against the grip, but the mystery assailant ruthlessly chokes her out cold. The recruits stare at the smirking recruiter, absolutely shook to their cores. He barks at them to pile into the vehicle and shut their mouths. The reality violently crashes down on Pink Hoodie they are about to brutally execute. This innocent lady. The boomer hits the gas, tearing down the road until they reach a creepy busted warehouse for the bloody finale of their initiation. Marching them inside, he aggressively dumps the unconscious woman onto the concrete, practically begging for a volunteer to take the first swing. His crazy eyes lock onto the fake black scythe, making him the obvious first draft pick for murder. But out of absolutely nowhere, our boy halts the show, throwing on his best innocent face to ask if he can step up to the plate. Mr. 30 is genuinely mind-blown that a scrawny little kid has this much savage energy. He pivots to the dark-robed fraud questioning. If he is willing to pass the kill streak torch down to the rookie, the fake gracefully agrees, stepping back and arrogantly shouting at the pink-clad newbie to basically bow down and worship his unbelievable generosity. Min flashes a chillingly polite thank you smoothly, guaranteeing the fraud that he is definitely going to abuse the absolute heck out of that cloning artifact. The copycat just blanks his brain, totally short-circuiting. But 0 milliseconds later, Min lunges. Both hands clamp onto the faker's skull, with brutal force snapping his neck with a sickening crunch that instantly logs him out of life forever. The lifeless ragdoll slams against the concrete. Mr. 30 just blue screens, his eyes bugging out of his skull as pure, unadulterated panic completely destroys his sanity. Ripping at his own hair, the recruiter screeches like a broken siren at our guy. Min casually shifts his gaze, firing off a death glare so ice-cold it literally deletes the sound from the room, leaving the boomer sweating bullets, desperately trying to calculate how this scrawny kid suddenly started radiating god-tier boss energy out of absolutely nowhere. A sudden digital ping shatters the silence. The system graciously rewards his brutal kill by unlocking the ultra-rare hidden rune attached to this exact zone, permanently tattooing the overpowered buff straight into his very soul. Getting that crazy loot instantly makes sweating in that goofy pink outfit 100% worth the hassle. The dusty recruiter violently demands to know what the heck just happened. Unbothered, our absolute unit slowly slides on his signature mask, casually dropping that he was just taking out the flaming garbage, specifically a pathetic try-hard knockoff. But the boomer's brain is still lagging aggressively, barking demands at the kid, crying over why he just flatlined their supposed high-value recruit. Ignoring the tantrum, Min squats down to gently peel the blindfold off the unconscious innocent. He coldly echoes his previous statement, spicing it up with a savage roast just to ensure maximum emotional damage on the recruiter. Trembling with rage, the boomer dares him to say it again while gripping his blade, but his tough guy act completely evaporates into thin air. The second Min summons his massive black scythe, instantly suffocating the entire warehouse with a soul-crushing bloodlust. Our absolute legend casually lobs another spicy insult his way, while Mr. 30's lagging brain desperately tries to process the visual. Staring at the terrifyingly familiar blade, the light bulb finally flickers on for Captain Clueless, realizing there is literally only one absolute menace in the world who swings a weapon like that. Pink Hoodie's previous red flag warning aggressively replays in his mind. Taking advantage of the shock, our masked savage turns to the pale recruiter, mockingly asking if his final 2 surviving brain cells finally rub together to figure out the plot twist. He tosses out the most sarcastic, half-baked apology for playing pretend. Hearing the shift in tone, Mr. 30 immediately drops his steel in sheer terror. He crashes hard onto his kneecaps, desperately sobbing and begging the Grim Reaper for a second chance at life. But Min instantly denies the refund request, ripping his scythe through the air, cleanly canceling the boomer's subscription to keeping his head attached. The freshly chopped bowling ball rolls right up to Black Dragon's boots, ripping a pathetic scream from his lungs. The stark realization violently hits him: this terrifying god of death is light years out of his weight class. Dripping with swagger, our hero slowly pivots, leveling the blood-stained blade dead at the final survivor in the room. Black Scythe stares down Hyun-taek, demanding his final words, but the kid refuses to go out, begging like a coward. Instead, he brings up the one question haunting his mind. Min instantly reads the room it is about the previous round, specifically why Black Scythe absolutely clapped him back there. Min smirks, claiming he actually views Black Dragon as a legit rival. He admits the kid has insane potential, meaning he had to crush him before he leveled up. With that cleared up, Black Scythe asks for any last requests. Black Dragon freezes up terrified, but somehow forces out one final question. Why is he on the chopping block today? Min keeps it brutally honest. The kid smells like actual garbage, and he is basically just a walking oxygen thief. Hyun-taek desperately plays the innocent victim card, and surprisingly, Min decides to spare him. Black Dragon's face lights up with hope. But there is a catch. Min orders this oversized Snorlax to drop his entire inventory. if he wants to keep his head attached to his neck. Hyuntaek dumps his stash, and our main character pauses to check out the massive mountain of loot hitting the dirt. The panicked schoolboy swears on his life that his pockets are totally empty. Min actually believes him. He snatches up the 2 rare crystals and completely ignores the rest of the pile. To a powerhouse like him, the remaining gear is pure trash. The kid nervously asks if he can leave, and Min keeps his promise. Hyuntaek starts bowing so fast he looks like a glitching NPC. This instantly annoys Min, who snaps at him to chill out and stop acting so pathetic. Turning his back on the graveyard, Black Scythe grabs the unconscious woman to haul her out of there. The kid tries to play nice and offers to carry her, but Min tells him to get lost. Watching the hero walk away, Hyuntaek finally exhales, realizing he just survived an impossible encounter by trading his pixels for his pulse. But suddenly, a wave of pure anger hits him. He just got financially ruined for zero reason. He stares daggers into Black Scythe's back, and a totally unhinged thought crosses his mind. Payback. Min's back is completely exposed. This is the ultimate glitch in the Matrix, a free chance to secure a massive experience drop. Throwing all logic out the window, he actually decides to backstab the main character. He convinces himself that passing up this loot piñata will haunt him forever. Gripping his weapon, the kid sneaks up like a shadow, praying to whatever gods are listening that Min does not turn around. In striking range, he aggressively buries his axe straight into Min's spine, sending the overpowered protagonist collapsing, face first into the dirt. Black Dragon loses his mind, laughing like an absolute psycho. He thinks he just pulled off the heist of the century, viciously stomping out the lifeless body while trash-talking his fallen rival. He loudly thanks Min for the massive stat boost, until reality hits. The system notification is not popping up. Drops of cold sweat run down his face. As he realizes his level has not moved an inch, something is horribly wrong. Then from the absolute shadows, the real Black Scythe materializes right behind his shoulder, casually asking the kid what kind of game he is playing. That cold, dead voice is enough to make the bacon boy practically wet his pants on the spot. Paralyzed by pure dread, Black Dragon slowly turns his head. Our hero just tilts his hood back, flashing a wicked grin and asking if he just saw a ghost. The kid is violently shaking now, his brain short-circuiting as he wonders if Min is literally immortal. He takes a step back, looks at the dirt, and realizes the dead body he just mutilated has completely glitched out of existence. Black Scythe does not even sweat it, explaining that the kid just wasted his ultimate attack on a decoy made from a cloning rune. Min is actually amused that his fake body managed to bait out a traitor. To him, this whole assassination attempt was just top-tier entertainment. Hyuntaek loses his temper, furious that he got played like a fiddle, but Min goes ice-cold, reminding him that the betrayal went both ways. Black Dragon stammers, desperately trying to talk his way out of it. Min zones him out, summons his scythe, and slices through the air faster than the human eye can track. In a split second, Hyuntaek catches a severe case of getting completely decapitated. Dealing with the mess, our hero activates Levi's cleanup skill to literally delete the crime scene, then strolls over to the woman pretending to be knocked out on the ground. He bluntly tells the cafe owner to drop the act and stand up, since his telepathy skill means her inner thoughts are blasting on speakerphone anyway. Busted, the terrified woman apologizes, scrambles to her feet, and begs to finally remove the hood over her head. Min immediately shuts that down, telling her to wait. Keeping that intimidating calm aura, he orders her to answer him honestly and follow every single word he says. He dives straight into the interrogation, asking if she caught a glimpse of the other players' faces. She nervously admits the interviewer is the only one she actually locked eyes with, but everyone else is a total blur. Min scans her brainwaves one last time, instantly verifying that she is not lying to him. Satisfied, he tells her to take a breath and chill out. Black Scythe drops one final warning: she needs to run straight home and take this secret to the grave, unless she's begging for a brutal wake-up call. Dropping that final warning, Min lays down the law count to 60, then bounce. Those 60 seconds stretch into absolute torture, but the second she's clear, she frantically scans the dead silent warehouse, half expecting to wake up from some twisted fever dream. Cut to the apartment complex, Min finally drags himself home, only to find his little brother staking out the front door. One instantly locks onto our boy's outfit, specifically his stolen hoodie, and launches into full interrogation mode. Min completely brushes off the heat, playing the exhausted older brother card, but the kid refuses to let it slide. To dodge the crossfire, Min busts out the ultimate distraction, telling one to max out the delivery app for a massive feast, while secretly obsessing over his newfound drip. Sure, the fabric is spotless now, but there's zero chance he's surrendering it back. While our guy casually ditches the blood-stained evidence, one practically lunges to reclaim his absolute favorite piece of clothing. Min swears he'll upgrade his wardrobe with something way more fire than that busted rag, but his bro is fully in his feelings, weaponizing the most tragic puppy dog eyes imaginable. Eventually, the kid sighs, admitting it's whatever since the schools are locked down anyway. Hearing that hits Min like a truck, the kid must be suffocating trapped inside these walls. So he drops a massive surprise, a theme park run, booked for tomorrow. Boom. Instant vibe shift. One practically hits the ceiling with hype, and Min seals the deal. With one brutal catch crash early tonight like a good kid. Fast forward to morning, and one is absolutely glowing, soaking in the massive roller coasters. It's been way too long, and a heavy wave of nostalgia washes right over him. Guilt gnaws at Min for delaying this trip, but honestly, he's completely shell-shocked. This place even survived the apocalypse. It proves one undeniable truth: giving people hope matters just as much as staying alive. Suddenly, one locks eyes with a family rocking bunny ears, and a totally devious spark lights up his face. While our guy is busy zoning out in his own head, Juan physically yanks him straight into the gift shop. Cut to our absolutely fruity protagonist forced into animal ears, awkwardly asking how ridiculous he looks. His little bro goes full fanboy over the aesthetic before sprinting off to raid the aisles. Meanwhile, Min effortlessly flexes that shiny Platinum Express premium card. Bag secured. Min throws the itinerary over to the kid, and Juan absolutely runs with it, demanding they conquer every single ride in the park. Hours of screaming on coasters later, they hit a petting zoo. One is literally melting over. These tiny baby pandas, and seeing that pure joy wipes away all of Min's stress. But the kid can never just chill. His anxiety spikes, and he quietly asks if they should really be goofing off with a deadly quest dropping tomorrow. Min shuts that panic down immediately. He promises he'll just be in a 10-hour coma, no big deal. One tries to fight him on it, but Min silences him with a gentle head pat, making a silent vow to never abandon this kid. To change the subject, he points toward the safari zone. Fast forward, the boys finally drag themselves back to the apartment when Min's screen suddenly lights up the dark room. It's Jury. She's dropping a good luck message, but reading between the lines, the girl is absolutely terrified. Right then and there, our boy makes another ironclad vow to keep her alive. He tosses the phone aside just as the clock strikes 12. Boom. Reality shifts. The entire player base gets yanked back into the nightmare realm, spawning dead center in a pitch-black wasteland. Paranoia instantly kicks in. Players start frantically looking around, whispering that the crowd looks dangerously thin. Min catches their panicked whispers. It makes sense, they kicked this death game off with over 10,000 souls. The contrast is staggering. He knows they'll get used to the ghost town vibes soon enough. Suddenly, the sky cracks open. The angel drops in, clapping her hands with a fake, overly sweet congratulations. The survivors hit her with absolute death glares. Soaking up their miserable energy, this winged psycho starts openly laughing at them, taunting them about where all that savage, throat-slitting energy from round one went. She gets nothing but dead silence in return. Dropping the cute act, she hits them with the cold, hard stats. Out of 520 survivors, 80 of them got wiped out by real-world beef. She shrugs it off, straight up, admitting that human drama outside the game means absolutely nothing to her. But to keep up the entertainment value, they desperately need fresh meat. A twisted smirk spreads across her face, as her eyes light up with pure malice. She's cooked up a special little surprise. One brave soul interrupts, demanding Olive, the so-called angel, explain what this integration garbage actually means. Rolling her eyes, she casually drops a bomb. There are 875 active death maps in their country alone. The crowd freezes, utter shock. And she doesn't stop there, revealing that other nations are running even deadlier numbers. The math perfectly adds up when you factor in global populations. Sweating bullets, the players ask the million-dollar question: is there a dedicated angel moderating every single zone? She nods. Bingo. Hearing this, one genius in the crowd pieces the puzzle together. This twisted game wasn't built by the angels at all. That theory genuinely rattles Olive. She snaps back, demanding his logic. He shoots back that coordinating thousands of rogue angels to program one unified system is mathematically impossible. Instantly, Olive dive bombs him like a bird of prey, screaming that his theory is trash. She gets right in his face, threatening to rip him apart if he keeps running his mouth. As she floats back up, our boy connects the dots. These angels are under a strict gag order to protect the creator's identity. His mind races. If a player can slaughter an angel, they clearly don't hold god-tier creation powers. The heavy silence breaks as Olive makes her next terrifying announcement. She flat out shuts down the Q&A session right there, telling these guys to stop wasting her time and actually focus on surviving. Since the lobby size is looking incredibly sad, she announces that a massive server merge is kicking off right now. Out of nowhere, the ground violently quakes as a blinding yellow light highlights giant square zones, sending everyone into an absolute panic. Suddenly, fresh meat from completely different maps starts spawning into those glowing grids, while the original survivors just stare in pure shock. 10 celestial beings drop into the zone, dropping the bombshell that 10 dead servers just fused into one massive battleground. The lobby instantly spikes to 4,844 players, and the system officially renames this mega map to CSK-007. Since it's packed with survivors from all across Korea, the crowd instantly breathes a sigh of relief, knowing they won't have to deal with a language barrier. But one big brain player points out, the obvious reality global crossplay with other countries is definitely dropping in a future phase. Our protagonist already knows the system's dirty secret. Anytime the survivor count drops below 500, the maps are forced to merge, meaning an all-out turf war against international players is 100% guaranteed. He knows throwing down with global sweats is unavoidable, but he brushes it off for now since the Angels are gearing up to announce a Supreme bonus round. The winged hosts announce that since every old server had a top dog, this new mega map desperately needs an apex predator, prompting Olive to lay down the law. She drops a bombshell. The 10 former alpha players are about to jump into a brutal battle royale until only one is left standing to claim the throne. Half the crowd thinks this is straight up barbaric, while the rest are completely ready to grab popcorn and watch the absolute chaos unfold. The targeted top players start sweating bullets over the thought of dying, but Black Scythe smirks, fully aware that wearing the crown unlocks insanely overpowered loot. Reading the room, the Angel quickly promises that dying in this specific minigame won't wipe their accounts, they'll just casually respawn afterward. That massive safety net immediately kills the tension, allowing Olive to hype up the insane perks of becoming the ultimate boss. She reveals the winner unlocks the Crazy Ruler ability, a massive upgrade from the basic command skill that basically lets them play God. They can bend any lower-ranked player to their will regardless of their class, though the system nerfs the cheat code with a hard cap of 10 uses. The massive catch: there's a giant target on their back, and anyone who successfully assassinates them steals the title, but Olive keeps dangling that shiny bait. Pure greed takes over, as the former bosses start drooling over the thought of absolute power, completely unaware of the backstage drama unfolding up above. Up in the clouds, the Angels suddenly realize this giant server merge means they urgently need to pick a team captain to lead their own squad. One of them asks for volunteers to step up, but the request is met with dead silence and awkward side eyes. Realizing nobody wants the smoke, they start pitching random ideas, with one Angel casually suggesting they just roll a dice. The squad instantly vetoes that for being way too boring, so another pitches a simple rotation system. But that gets shot down instantly too, since the guys stuck at the back of the line might literally never get their turn to flex. Especially with more server merges inevitably looming until Priscilla pitches a spicy alternative: let their human champions do all the dirty work. Whoever's human takes the very first loss will be forced to play tour guide for the mortals, an idea the whole Celestial squad instantly vibes with. But Olive steps up with absolute main character energy, demanding they crank up the stakes based on the actual winner. She boldly claims that the Angel backing the absolute last man standing automatically gets crowned as the undisputed queen of their entire race. This queen gets absolute authority, choosing the miserable tour guide, while bossing the rest of the Angels around, like literal NPCs, hooking everyone's interest. Priscilla immediately calls out Olive for talking a massive game, totally sensing that she's way too confident in her human champion. Priscilla arrogantly flexes that her own gladiator has been death-gripping the #1 spot on his local server since the very first round. Olive just hits her with a secret smirk, absolutely positive that if Priscilla knew she was backing the legendary Black Scythe, she'd be shaking in her boots. The Celestial bets are locked in, prompting Olive to gracefully float down and summon her previous top dogs to kick off the bloodbath. With the VIPs assembled, Olive rips a massive coliseum straight out of the dirt, declaring this a last-man-standing deathmatch where casualties get a free revive. But she drops a brutal warning: getting knocked out of bounds means absolute permadeath, instantly making everyone summon their gear as the countdown hits 0. It quickly turns into a tense Mexican standoff, leaving one guy completely baffled as to why everyone is camping and refusing to engage. He figures since they're all local server bosses, they're just sweating over making a rookie mistake against equal talent. But his ego is absolutely massive, thanks to his broken Rune of Dissolution, a nasty cheat code that literally peels the skin off his enemies the second his blade connects. With a sword that practically acts like an aimbot, he's feeling invincible, while the Angels up above start losing their minds watching this painfully boring staring contest. Frustrated by the massive lack of action, our overconfident swordsman decides to push first, utterly convinced he's the final boss of this arena. He figures catching a quick flashy kill will permanently traumatize the rest of the lobby, so he violently unsheaths his weapon. Scanning the crowd for a sacrificial lamb to make an example out of, he locks into an aggressive stance and waits for a challenger to step up. And in a hilariously bad twist of fate, the hero steps out of the shadows with his massive Grim Reaper scythe, looking like a total free kill to the clueless sword guy. Seeing an actual Grim Reaper blade in the flesh is wild. Usually tryhards just slap the word scythe in their gamer tags to sound edgy, but nobody actually swings one. His eyes dart to the floating username, Black Scythe, instant ice in his veins. The dude's sword practically drops itself as pure terror takes over. His brain short-circuits. Is he literally standing in front of the absolute monster who has been dominating the global leaderboard since day one? Up in the VIP section, the angelic spectators are baffled by this pathetic display. They throw massive side-eye at Priscilla, questioning if this trembling mess is really her top champion. Priscilla gnaws on her thumbnail, completely clueless as to why her golden boy is glitching out like a broken NPC. She opens her mouth to defend him, but Olive just completely loses it, laughing straight in her face. Priscilla barks at her to shut up, but Olive shrugs, wiping away a tear. It is just too hilarious, watching someone else's supposedly elite champion shaking like a leaf in front of her guy. Priscilla shoots a glare at our boy, admitting grudgingly that rocking a massive scythe is a major flex, sure. Still, it should not paralyze a top-tier fighter. She shoots back at Olive, asking if her player is just inherently terrified. Olive just hits her with a casual nod. Pure denial kicks in, and Priscilla scoffs loudly, reminding the entire Heavenly Peanut Gallery that her boy is the undisputed king of their local server. But Olive is about to drop a massive reality check on her parade, dropping the ultimate bomb. Black Scythe has not just won locally, he has been the reigning supreme champion of the entire global server since the tutorial dropped. Priscilla rolls her eyes, calling straight cap on that claim. Olive does not even flinch. She just smirks and tells the redhead to check the floating name tag and do the math. Gasps echo through the Divine Lounge as the name registers. Priscilla's massive ego completely deflates. She bites her lip so hard it almost bleeds. Finally understanding her local legend is basically cannon fodder against a walking cheat code. And before anyone can even blink, total chaos. The angelic squad gasps as Priscilla's champion gets his head completely lopped off. Zero reaction time, just instant elimination. Olive casually announces that her rival is officially out of the running. Priscilla just stands there, completely frozen in pure shock. Down on the battlefield, the remaining survivors are absolutely terrified, finally grasping the massive skill gap between their stats and Black Scythe's god-tier level. The brutal truth hits them like a freight train. They are completely cooked. Even a massive jump attack would not leave a scratch. The moment our boy takes a single step forward, the arena practically devolves into a total panic attack. They instantly switch up, desperate to glaze him by claiming what an absolute honor it is to stand in his presence. When the fanboy routine completely flops, they straight up unequip their gear, screaming out loud that they surrender to the heavens. The celestial VIPs absolutely despise this pathetic rage quit, calling it a massive stain on their pride. One furious deity screams that anyone who dares to forfeit will get their head blown off permanently with 0 respawns allowed. That ultimate death threat sends shockwaves through the crowd. Weapons materialize back into their sweaty hands. One dude, desperately trying to fake some main character energy, shouts that a coordinated raid could actually take this boss down. Black Scythe just stares at them. The disappointment in his eyes is loud. It is painfully obvious they are way more terrified of a divine smite than his blade. As the squad forms up to rush him, a dark, wicked smirk finally cracks across his face. To him, they aren't even warm-ups. They are literal bugs waiting to be squashed. Catching that disrespectful vibe, the challengers lose their minds, screaming out their own resumes about being apex predators in their home servers. With their fragile egos shattered, they absolutely send it charging headfirst and dumping every single ultimate skill they possess. Black Scythe just spins his weapon into a lethal blur. He absolutely slices through the so-called elite bosses in mere seconds, tearing through their front lines while the backline scrubs watch the massacre in pure, unfiltered horror. Our guy is a literal phantom flashing past them, handing out one-way tickets to the lobby left and right. Up above, the heavenly crowd is visibly shaking, caught somewhere between massive hype and deep terror. The deities whisper furiously about how fast that bloodbath wrapped up. Meanwhile, a blonde angel casually hands Olive the ultimate win, officially declaring her the brand new queen of their squad. Right on cue, Priscilla throws a massive tantrum. The fiery redhead absolutely refuses to take the loss, screaming at Olive and pointing fingers, claiming this whole setup was rigged from the start. Olive does not even try to backtrack. The raging psycho completely spirals, trying to cancel Olive by whining that she secretly knew her human was an overpowered freak all along. Our boy's angelic manager flawlessly claps back. She flat out admits that is exactly why she pitched this deathmatch, reminding everyone they signed the terms of service completely blind. The rest of the Divine Council totally backs Olive up, leaving the redhead completely humiliated on center stage. Olive goes in for the kill, roasting her for throwing a toddler-level fit. She heavily pushes her buttons, basically daring Priscilla to throw hands right then and there, a move that would instantly strip away her halo and downgrade her to human trash. To top it off, she threatens to snitch to the supreme boss. That alone makes the fiery angel visibly flinch. Horrific flashbacks of the torture she endured, down in the literal bug-infested torture rooms, hit her brain hard. Her rage vanishes into thin air. Flexing her new authority, Olive immediately drops the hammer, ordering Priscilla to act as a basic tour guide for the mortal scrubs. The loser desperately begs to know how long this humiliating sentence lasts, but our queen just hits her with more brutal sass. Sulking hard, the redhead descends to the dirt massively, regretting the moment she ever placed that bet. Meanwhile, a shiny system alert pops up officially, declaring our boy as the undisputed regional champion. The surviving peanut gallery starts whispering frantically, completely terrified by the insane power-scaling black scythe just displayed. They all silently agree that breathing in his general direction is a death wish. Down in the pit, Priscilla heavily sighs and hits the revive button. The freshly respawned losers bolt upright, totally disoriented, scratching their heads and trying to figure out how they just got sent to the Shadow Realm. As the painful memory of getting entirely one-shot floods back into their brains, the grumpy red-haired deity breaks the news. She gives them a quick reality check, confirming their shiny champion statuses have been officially permanently revoked. But she tells the salty crowd to wipe their tears. They already know exactly the grind required to steal that title back, right as this insane bonus stage officially fades to black. The winged psycho breaks down the main objective. Out of nowhere, glowing system prompts flash right in everybody's faces: the kill quota. A brutal 300 orcs per player. To make things worse, the survival rate just hit rock bottom instantly, sparking outrage across the mob. Sick of their crying, Priscilla snaps. She basically promises to drop those passing numbers into the negatives if they don't shut up, shutting the whole crowd down in a heartbeat. She hits them with a harsh reality check. The tutorial phase is officially over, and the difficulty just spiked straight to legendary tier. A few clueless newbies doubt the hype, but the angel just flashes a smug look, basically telling them to wait and find out the hard way. When a random extra asks about the side hustle and the loot, Priscilla drops a bomb. The hidden mission is public this round. The catch: the prize is totally classified. Min glares at this feathered freak, absolutely disgusted by her constant gatekeeping. But he already knows the truth. The drop is the Rune of Balance, a game-breaking buff so rare that only one survivor per server can claim it. Sure, technically anyone could get their hands on it, but the odds are practically zero. Even if someone somehow clears the side mission, unlocking the actual requirements is a total nightmare. The angel finally leaks the hidden objective to the masses: hunt down every single balance stone. But there is a massive catch: winner takes all. Basically, if a player fails to snatch up all 4 artifacts, the prize gets vaulted for everyone. Flashing a genuinely evil grin, Priscilla casually drops a hint: player versus player theft is totally on the table. The mob keeps spamming her with questions, forcing her to clarify the rules. Only the balance stones are up for grabs, no looting other gear. Oh, and she casually mentions that their free extra lives completely wiped out for this round. One strike, and you are gone. Leaving them with a fake cheerful motivational speech, Priscilla blips out of existence, leaving a massive countdown ticking right above their heads. Our boy is beyond annoyed with these angelic trolls, but he shakes it off. It is time to grind some orcs and shatter a brand new record. Once he finishes his own speedrun, he plans to boost Jury's kill count. He hops down from the high ground, slicing right through the dense crowd. His mere presence nearly triggers a massive panic attack among the randoms. A collective sigh of relief ripples through the mob when he just strolls right past them. Now they face a brutal choice: tale, the overpowered demon, or go solo. While some freeze up, others point out the obvious. Min is always playing 4-dimensional chess. There is definitely a master plan behind his creepy vibe. Still, the thought of him turning around and catching them has everyone sweating bullets. One random extra begs them to stay way back, but a former zone boss gets insanely hyped, screaming that they either man up or get left in the dirt. He marches straight out of the safe zone. The rest of the squad stands there, second-guessing their life choices. But they swallow their terror and tail Black Scythe anyway. They are officially putting their faith in the server's biggest sweat. Cut to our main character arriving at a rundown orc settlement, completely buried in the deep forest. The squad of bottom feeders stalking him actually look hyped about discovering this absolute dump of a camp. They hunker down to watch Black Scythe engage the first enemy, absolutely deleting it like a level 1 mob. The massive pig-faced beast faceplants instantly. Without missing a beat, he strides straight into the heart of the camp, crashing what looks like a massive savage barbecue party. The second they lock eyes on the intruder, the entire orc horde completely loses their minds, drawing heavy steel. The earth literally quakes as 3 colossal juggernauts barrel straight at him. Yet our hero does not even flinch. He casually decapitates the frontline tank with a single brutal swing. The remaining duo attempt to pulverize him into dust, but Min spins his massive blade again, unleashing an attack that flattens every single hut in the zone, leaving 0 survivors. Watching this absolute massacre from the bushes, the stalkers suddenly get the delusion that these monsters are a total joke, even when the local hobo reminds them that Black Scythe is literally built different and begs the group to hunt somewhere else. They insist on mirroring the pro's exact route. True to form, the absolute rats of the group start plotting to use the melee guys as literal meat shields. Their master plan: camp in the back lines and vulture the kill credit. Eventually, the squad stumbles into a second camp. Except this settlement is incredibly massive, complete with a heavily guarded watchtower. The sniper up top instantly spots them and blasts a deafening war horn that violently shakes the entire stronghold. That single note plunges the players into absolute panic. The terror cranks up to 11 when an ocean of towering muscle-bound beasts erupts from the cabins like an angry hornet nest. In mere seconds, the dozen humans are completely boxed in, and reality sharply hits them. This stronghold was massive for a reason. Sweating bullets, the fragile mage stammers out a plea for a strategy. The frontline warrior barks back that it is kill or be killed. As the monstrous green wave crashes into them, the squad dashes forward blindly, assuming they are just squaring up against bloated goblins. When one guy miraculously parries a colossal war club, his ego goes through the roof, gassing himself up. Convinced these beasts have zero combat skills, he drives his blade straight into the creature's chest, flashing the ultimate cocky grin. But that main character energy evaporates the second his blade wedges deep, totally jammed. The brute claps back with a nasty club swing straight to the dome, sending dude straight to the spectator screen. From there, it's a total wipe. The squad gets hunted down piece by piece. Except this isn't a game, and there are absolutely zero extra lives. Meanwhile, Min is out here living his best life, flexing the fact that he finally ditched those wannabe stealth mains tailing him. He brushes it off, assuming a 20-man squad can handle themselves until a grim realization kicks in. Even a crew that deep would get absolutely dusted if they pulled aggro on a major settlement holding over 200 of these beasts. Here's the kicker. These monsters are built like brick walls. Their dense swole muscles literally clamp down on incoming attacks, trapping the steel completely. If you aren't aiming for the throat, the only vulnerable spot, you're basically disarming yourself. Not that any of this biology matters to our boy Min. He casually strolls up and sleeps these giants with zero effort, just bopping them with the blunt edge of his scythe. Pulling up his stats, he verifies a casual 300 eliminations in under 60 minutes. Securing the global #1 spot like it's nothing, he decides it's finally time to track down Jury. He pops his radar skill and locks onto her coordinates. Cut to another zone where Bandana Bro nervously checks in with his squad captain. This slightly above-average crew is catching on real quick that these mobs aren't just oversized bacon. The shot caller Cho Yong-ho demands a quick kill count. Bandana Bro confirms they've barely scraped together 50 elims. Yong-ho runs the numbers in his head and panics, realizing their 5-man squad is lagging way behind the passing threshold. Another teammate chimes in with a massive reality check, failing the quota. Means they actually bite the dust. Taking a deep breath, the captain breaks the bad news. They have to stop playing it safe and raid a massive stronghold. The squad starts sweating bullets considering they nearly wiped to just a 3-mob encounter earlier. Their shielder begs to just grind the low-tier camps, but Yong-ho shuts that down instantly. He barks that their current pace is literal garbage, and even if it means gambling their lives, they have to make a huge play right now. Channeling his inner warlord, he drops a classic quote, telling the boys that riding a sinking ship is for losers. The crew then ghosts their way through the pitch-black, creepy woods, until one dude spots a familiar-looking camp. He whispers a warning that a lookout is camping the main gate, prompting Yong-ho to call for a wide flank. They weave through the shadows like max-level rogues, on tutorial mode. Soon enough, they spot a busted section in the perimeter barricade. One of the guys peeks through the splintered wood, whispering back that the coast looks completely clear of patrols. Taking the opening, the squad slides through the crack one by one, fanning out into the shadows to scan the territory. The recon guy whispers that each cabin probably holds around 5 targets, which is a massive spike from what the captain predicted. The blonde teammate whispers a strat isolate and breach a single cabin instead of pulling the whole block. Yong-ho nods, and the squad stacks up on a single hut. They try to hype themselves up for a tactical breach, but honestly, they're vibrating with pure panic, terrified of what's waiting inside. Brushing past the leather flaps, they face down a massive timber door. The captain throws the signal, and they kick the door wide open only to instantly regret breathing when they see the room. There's twice the amount of mobs they anticipated just chilling like absolute units. The door slam ruins the vibe, and one of the gargantuan beasts barks a battle cry, instantly pulling aggro for the whole room. Panic sets in as a squad mate begs the captain for a game plan before they get turned into pastrami. Yong-ho yells to focus fire and burst one down, leading a desperate dive toward the mob on the far left. The shielder eats a heavy blow, buying a split second for the blade user to hamstring the beast, setting up Bandana Bro for the execution. It's a gorgeous combo that would make any pro gamer shed a tear, but watching their buddy faceplant into the dirt just flips a switch in the remaining monsters. They go completely berserk, lunging at the squad with deafening roars that basically translate to, "You're all dead meat." Within seconds, a massive fist connects with Bandana Bro's shoulder. The bone-rattling impact drops him straight to his knees, leaving him wide open for a finisher. But Yong-ho steps up like a true carry, refusing to let his boy drop. He lunges, driving his blade deep, into the monster's thick, pitch-black throat, instantly deleting its health bar. As the remaining mobs snarl, dripping with bloodlust, the party quickly circles up back to back. Young-ho locks eyes with the 8 towering juggernauts left in the room, severely doubting their survival odds, until the shielder's nerves completely shatter, screaming at everyone to dip. Without a second thought, the entire squad books it. A relentless wave of bloodthirsty orcs stampedes right toward them, and within seconds, the squad is boxed in with 0 escape routes. Seeing the sheer number of enemies, the severely bleeding bandana dude mentally accepts that it is basically game over. However, Young-ho refuses to fold, instantly flaring up his massive aura. He screams at his weeping squad to lock in and fight, even as the broken wimps among them are already crying out their final goodbyes. The commander aggressively points out that the monsters are dragging out the slaughter on purpose, forcing his team to look at the absolute disrespect plastered across the creatures' faces. Those ugly mugs are absolutely dripping with cocky smirks and filthy arrogance. Young-ho barks that the horde is openly mocking them, because they are cowering like absolute cowards, demanding to know if their pride is completely dead. Squaring up against a hulking beast twice his size, he orders his crew to charge blindly into the jaws of death and go out swinging like legends. That raw speech single-handedly reignites the fire inside his battered squad, even as the surrounding orcs chuckle like they are watching pathetic animals in a zoo. Undeterred, Young-ho locks his sights on a single target and commands his boys to strike exactly when he drops the signal. But just as the guys brace for a suicide charge, the entire monster horde miraculously scatters like roaches fleeing a flashlight. The mercenaries whip their heads toward a raging inferno blazing in the distance, utterly clueless about what kind of nightmare could exist out there that actually forces savage orcs to run away like scared little rabbits. Recognizing the golden window, Young-ho barks at his men to stay dialed in, hyping them up because surviving is finally a reality, now that only 8 stragglers remain. Following a few minutes of absolute carnage, the energized crew brutally slaughters every single remaining monster. Panting and covered in dirt, they practically worship their leader for dragging them out of their darkest, most hopeless moment, brushing off the glory like an absolute Chad. Young-ho casually claims he would be dead meat without his brothers immediately pivoting to check the vitals of his heavily damaged comrade. The poor guy literally looks like a hollowed-out zombie barely clinging to reality. Stepping up as the shot caller, Young-ho orders the team to stash their heavily bruised friend in a secure corner while he scopes out the path ahead entirely solo. Without hesitating, he marches straight toward the exact location where those flames were roaring, just moments prior. Peeking around the rocky bend, a sudden chill hits his spine as he realizes the environment is dead silent. It is deeply unsettling that not a single roaming beast has crossed his path. The veteran cautiously navigates the desolate ruins, scanning every shadow, until a jaw-dropping visual entirely freezes him in his tracks. The dirt is completely littered with decimated orc carcasses, practically humming with an eerie, lingering energy. Slowly wandering through the absolute bloodbath, he desperately tries to calculate who could have unleashed this massacre, right before his gaze locks onto a lone figure draped in pure midnight black. His brain instantly clicks. It is none other than the legendary Black Scythe, who actually appears mildly shocked to find another living soul roaming this ghost town. But the real plot twist drops when our overpowered protagonist checks the system UI and realizes this random dude is Cho Young-ho, universally feared as the Mercenary King. Time for a quick lore drop. The Mercenary class is a brutal frontline brawler built to wield heavy iron, just like a traditional warrior. However, their true broken mechanic lies in forging binding contracts with other players or straight up pledging loyalty to the Mercenary King himself. Being the singular gamer holding this legendary title right now, Young-ho possesses an insanely overpowered passive where every contract guarantees massive bonus loot for both parties, making it an absolute cheat code of a deal. The commander is practically fanboying inside, absolutely baffled that he stumbled into the server's top player and awkwardly shuffles over like a nervous wreck. He violently snaps out of his daze, frantically scheming how to formally greet a living legend. Meanwhile, our boy Min accidentally hits him with a terrifying icy death glare. Behind that resting boss face, Min is secretly admiring the dude, fully acknowledging that Young-ho oozes that heavy main character energy required for his epic class. Breaking the tension, Young-ho asks if the man in black single-handedly evaporated that monster wave, earning a casual nod in response. Panic sweats instantly drench the commander as he aggressively bows, to express his deepest gratitude for bailing his entire squad out of an inescapable wipeout. Completely unbothered, our shadow assassin basically admits they were not even on his radar. Young-ho keeps aggressively thanking him anyway, prompting Min to advise that they need to evacuate, before a fresh wave of nightmares crashes the party. A cold sweat drops down the Mercenary King's face as he questions how this stranger knows he is not flying solo. Min simply shifts his gaze over Young-ho's shoulder, spotting the ridiculously goofy squad that clumsily tailed their big-hearted captain, because they were terrified of losing him. Our hero silently analyzes the ragged warriors that Yong-ho most likely bonded with through his unique system, genuinely respecting the fact that the man managed to cultivate such a die-hard squad of goons this early in the apocalypse. As the starry-eyed crew stares down the undisputed #1 gamer, the tank holding the shield and the rest of the boys start having a total meltdown, whispering wildly about why a god-tier player is lurking in a low-tier zone. Black Scythe casually reveals he is just grinding the area for balance stones. Fully aware that a nasty mid-boss is programmed to spawn the second a settlement gets purged, our main character orders the fan club to vanish immediately. The starstruck group eagerly agrees to follow his command without a second thought. But right before they dip out, the shield-bearer flinches, claiming he caught a weird echo. Mere moments later, the mysterious rumbling escalates into an earth-shattering boom that rattles everyone's bones, forcing Min to yell at them to sprint for their lives. Because the area guardian has officially arrived, the deafening roar of the battlefield completely drowns out the warning before it can reach Yong-ho's ears. But words become entirely useless when a colossal, towering mutant orc, radiating pure murderous intent, begins stomping directly into their zone. The entire mercenary crew completely paralyzes in sheer terror as the behemoth violently charges them down, moving way too incredibly fast for a creature of that absurd mass. Meanwhile, our boy Min is practically vibrating with hype. While they see a walking nightmare, he just sees a guaranteed loot drop entirely ready to snatch that first balance stone from its cold, dead hands. Yang-ho is absolutely paralyzed. His jaw drops and he screams at his squad to bolt, but his own legs are glued to the earth. Closing the gap in a flash, the massive boss violently slams its weapon right where Yang-ho was standing a millisecond ago. As the debris clears, we see he narrowly dodged the fatal blow, completely trembling in absolute terror. Enter our boy swooping in like a total clutch god, violently tossing the frozen leader out of the danger zone. He questions why Yang-ho totally choked, then barks at the rest of the crew to stay completely back if they want to survive the night. The hulking warrior orc stomps forward, eyeing them like a buffet, and actually starts mocking the terrified guild leader. Min isn't having any of that disrespect. He blitzes the hideous monster and brutally plunges his blade directly through its massive foot. The creature shrieks in pure agony and attempts to crush him into paste, but our guy gracefully backflips away, charging up his dark aura. Dodging another lethal strike mid-flight, he casually roasts the system admin for creating a boss with insanely busted attack stats, but zero accuracy if a player just keeps moving. The oversized pig roars in fury, but Black Scythe is officially done playing games. He launches himself at the beast weapon drawn and fully locked in, landing a wildly devastating skill. He maneuvers right behind its blind spot, unleashing a blinding flurry of razor-sharp slashes against its ridiculously thick armor. He's honestly mind-blown that this giant pork chop actually tanked 2 of his max power combos, but he instantly recovers, launching forward once more. Hooking his curved blade right around its throat, he totally leverages the beast's own weight, kicking off its chest to cleanly decapitate the boss. Posing over the decimated carcass, the system instantly showers him with cold hard cash and a massive stack of XP. The entire mercenary squad is left absolutely speechless, watching a solo player obliterate a raid boss with zero effort. Completely unbothered, Min hyper-focuses on his glowing loot screen. The drop table is stacked, featuring a mythical weapon fragment, packing way more DPS than his current gear, a rare monster heart perfect for future endgame crafting, and the crucial balance rune. Suddenly, the rescued squad swarms him like hardcore fanboys, endlessly praising him for stepping in. Staying totally frosty, our protagonist simply reminds them that this is exactly why he warned them to evacuate earlier. That badass response makes the whole crew respect him even harder. Catching a few more grateful nods from the traumatized team, he casually strolls away. The squad regroups to farm more mobs, but out of nowhere, the dude in the bandana heavily collapses, gripping his chest. Deliriously muttering about seeing the light, he fades fast. Their leader gets super frustrated that he hid his injuries desperately, screaming at him to stay awake, channeling some serious main character friendship energy before the clock runs out. The dying guy weakly points out that the whole team gets wiped. If they fail, the kill quota basically begging to be left behind as bait, but Yang-ho fiercely denies it. He swears he will literally let him steal the final hits on every single mob just to survive. With his HP flashing red, the wounded player finally passes out completely, throwing the entire party into absolute chaos. Hearing the commotion, Min glances back. He is honestly shocked seeing the tough mercenary king breaking down over a single comrade, assuming they must be childhood bros. The emotional display triggers his own past trauma, with Juan prompting him to march back over and offer a helping hand. The desperate crew questions if he seriously has a fix. Inspecting the brutally crushed limb, he calmly states that as long as the arm hasn't been completely severed, he can easily restore it with recovery spells. Considering his ultra-dark assassin class, the team's minds are entirely blown. Noticing their dropped jaws, he shrugs and admits it is just a basic shop item anyone could purchase. A background member gasps, completely shook that the generic 20,000 coin spell actually packed this kind of insane utility. Truthfully, our boy is heavily downplaying it. The base skill is barely better than a band-aid, but his specific cast is entirely broken. Thanks to his massive 123 intelligence stat and his hidden rune buff, he warns the newly healed player to stop pushing his luck and to just chill for a minute. The guy immediately springs up, practically crying tears of joy for the clutch revive. Following his lead, the entire squad aggressively bows in ultimate respect, wanting to pay him back. Their leader offers up a glowing rare gem, prompting every single member to empty their inventories. In a hilarious competition, to shower their savior with loot. Min awkwardly attempts to reject the overwhelming generosity, bluntly stating he does not want their low-tier garbage, but they literally force it into his hands, trapping him in the plaza, carrying a mountain of warm-used equipment. Honestly, though, he only cares about the hidden social gains, glancing at the leader and realizing he just secured massive loyalty from a major future player using zero effort. Giving a final nod, he struts away like an absolute legend, leaving the squad treating him like absolute royalty. Cut back to the dense woods where Jerry is intensely staring at her UI, hardcore panicking because 60 minutes just vanished and her kill count is literally stuck at 0. She bursts into pathetic tears, realizing her obsessive plan to creep on her idol completely backfired, leaving her utterly stranded in the middle of nowhere. She tracked him down effortlessly during the pre-match representative bonus round, but the sight totally paralyzed her, watching the dude absolutely shred through the competition like a hot knife through butter. Once the bloodbath finally ended, and she caught him totally isolated, her knees practically buckled from his overwhelming, suffocating aura. Squeezing her eyes shut, she mentally hyped herself up to talk to him once his boss monster vibe chilled out. But the second she peeked, Senpai had completely vanished into thin air. Reality smacked her in the face. She totally fumbled the bag and lost her only carry. Jury flashed back to Min's strict warning back on Earth. Wiping out 300 orcs is no joke, since those brutes always roll deep, which is exactly why she needed to dodge solo fights and hold out for Black Scythe once the server merges locked in. Her instructions were strictly to wait a full hour into the round before even trying to ping him, thanks to playing by the rules. Our girl is currently stranded deep in the wilderness, putting the pieces together that her dark night definitely isn't wandering back to the spawn zone anytime soon. Realizing that camping in the bushes is a massive L, she hypes herself up, locks in and marches straight into the creepy Crimson Woods with zero hesitation. Keeping her head on a swivel, she tracks what she hopes are his footprints straight to a sketchy clearing. At first, she hopes her carry is inside the settlement, but immediately scraps that logic, terrified she's about to catch a one-way ticket to a dark fantasy game over if the horde ambushes her out of nowhere. Suddenly, a totally grotesque monster spawns dead behind her, and the second they lock eyes, both of them immediately shriek their lungs out in sheer hilarious panic. But Jury refuses to flop. She pops her bless skill instantly, mentally praising Senpai that this freak is completely isolated, and she already memorized its fatal flaw. Even though she knows that thick, meaty neck is its only vulnerable spot, our girl is painfully aware her aim is absolute trash, terrified she might accidentally slice a random bystander. Realizing a botched swing means her blade gets stuck in thick muscle, and she gets permanently deleted, she channels everything into one heavy swing. Massive fail. The beast violently jerks aside, leaving her slicing pure air. Thankfully, she scampers back, before her weapon jams. She desperately weaves through the furious monster's unhinged wild swings, until a tiny gap opens up, and she sends it diving in for the kill without second-guessing herself. The blade bites deep into its throat, making the beast shriek in absolute agony, which ironically skyrockets Jury's adrenaline. Going absolutely feral, she spams her strikes, until that thick neck is completely shredded to pieces. The massive brute faceplants right at her toes while she freezes, totally glitching out over the fact that she actually clutched the win. Right on cue, a ridiculously familiar shadowed figure spawns in. Watching him stride her way, she seriously questions if the adrenaline is making her hallucinate or if her ultimate gaming crush is actually making a beeline straight for her. Just like a classic anime fake-out, that delusion shatters as he strolls right past her, like she's literally invisible. Scraping together every drop of sanity she has left, Jury screams out to grab his attention. Black Scythe throws her a deadly side-eye that screams she has exactly 10 seconds to talk before she's ghosted. Panicking hard, she accidentally challenges him to a deathmatch, leaving our edgy king questioning if the trauma of fighting a single mob completely melted her brain. She instantly backpedals, begging for a duo party instead. He demands one flawless excuse why he shouldn't just leave her in the dirt, so she aggressively flexes her ultimate trump card, bragging that her bless spell is literally the most broken stat multiplier in the server. Min casually peeks at his system UI, verifying her claim like a totally unbothered veteran. Desperate, she asks if that god-tier utility is enough to buy her a spot. As his pocket healer, while they farm the wasteland. Our anti-hero brutally claps back, reminding her he could just activate his ruler abilities to forcefully enslave her and extract buffs on command. Her mind completely blue screens, cold sweat dripping down her face until Min drops the act and smoothly admits he just demands absolute loyalty. She aggressively nods yes, practically throwing herself at the bargain. Black Scythe reaches out a hand to seal the alliance, dropping his gamer tag while Jury formally introduces herself as the level 13 support. Operating under the alias Democracy, he scoffs, pointing out she hardly needs a babysitter after watching her butcher that beast, but she awkwardly confesses that single kill took her an agonizing hour and a half to pull off. Feeling bad for the struggling noob, he vows to help her clear her quota as soon as possible. Heading out toward the next target zone, he orders her to stick right behind him, explicitly claiming it's to keep her alive. Catching those hidden soft boy vibes, she smiles and thanks him until a massive horde of monsters instantly jump scares them, making her blood run absolutely cold. Black Scythe casually tells her to step back and watch the show exploding forward and completely severing the trio's legs in one brutal sweep. Bro is out here treating these orcs like a carving station, methodically chopping off limbs before tossing her the assist to finish them off. She is completely frozen, just staring at the carnage until he snaps her back to reality, urging her to get moving. Shaking Jury tightly grips her blade and sinks it straight into a target's neck, watching those sweet XP notifications light up. Honestly, slaying these monsters feels like a total breeze compared to what she imagined, mainly since Black Scythe is hard carrying this entire run. Min shoots her a deadpan glare, bluntly warning her to pick up the pace or eat his dust, striding away while she frantically sprints to catch up. Fast forward a bit and Jury is beaming. She proudly flexes that she just wiped out 52 orcs in exactly 30 minutes. For Min, that pacing is still painfully sluggish, though he admits playing it safe is not the worst strategy right now. Raiding a full settlement could easily result in her getting swarmed and wrecked, so he calculates that hunting down an orc shaman is their ultimate play. He breaks it down for her, rather than painfully grinding this out for another 3 hours. He guarantees they can wrap the whole quest in a single hour. Jury tilts her head totally baffled, demanding to know how a massive speedrun like that is even mathematically possible. Min drops the knowledge they just need to locate a shaman, a mob that basically acts as an infinite spawn point for an endless buffet of orcs. That completely eliminates the hassle of hunting down random strays in the wild. Then he drops her jaw by casually mentioning he will just aggro the boss and kite all the minions so she can farm in peace. Instantly suspicious, she tries grilling him about how he somehow has all this insider boss info. He effortlessly brushes it off, claiming past experience and smirks, promising she is perfectly safe whenever Daddy, Black Scythe, is on the clock. That smooth line leaves her totally breathless, making her realize the guy is actually way softer than the terrifying menace she initially pegged him as. Cutting to the drop zone, she questions if a high-tier mob is really lurking in this rundown hamlet. Min smirks, explaining this exact bait-and-switch layout is what sends countless clueless noobs straight to the grave, luring them in like absolute moths to a flame. He flashes back to the bloodbaths, where these big-brained magic casters literally reverse-farmed human players, but he is dead set on weaponizing their own cockiness against them. Creeping through the dead silent ruins, he whispers that 90% of these shacks are just ghost towns. The real threat is a single ratty caster tucked away inside the largest structure, sitting on a brutally simple tripwire mechanism. The exact second some oblivious player crosses the threshold, the boss summons a massive gank squad of 10 to 20 goons to jump them instantly. Panic sets in, and Jury frantically wonders how she is going to survive getting ripped to shreds, spotting a perfect chance to troll her a bit. Min invades her personal space until she is completely flushed and whispers a wildly risky masterclass strategy on how to absolutely juke the boss. Fueled by pure adrenaline and massive crush energy, she swears she will lock in, genuinely surprising him by volunteering to execute the solo pulling phase. Feigning a pout, he shrugs and says he will just vibe outside until she wraps her part of the gig. Taking a deep breath, Democracy pushes through the entrance, staring down a suffocatingly dark, endless corridor. Inch by terrifying inch, she pushes forward into the shadows, until the space opens up into a massive chamber lined with a blood-red rug. Instantly, the puzzle pieces snap together. This is the exact killbox Black Scythe warned her about during his debrief. He specifically noted that this crimson carpet triggers the ultimate ambush, spawning walls of meat to trap whoever enters. Her mission: tap the zone and immediately sprint for her life. That baits the boss into sending a search party, serving them up for easy kills. Hyping herself up for a cakewalk, she edges mere inches from the fabric. But before her boot even hovers over the trap, a blinding flash of magic erupts, as the boss locks eyes with her, projecting pure murder. Yet tapping into absolute girl boss energy, she does not freeze for a microsecond, before spinning on her heels, booking it for the exit, and slamming the door squarely on that freak's snout. Panting heavily with her pulse skyrocketing, She desperately updates Black Scythe that the bait is set perfectly. Min just smirks, noting that now they literally just wait for the free XP to deliver itself right to their doorstep. On cue, the heavy door groans open and a scouting pack of brutes lumbers out to hunt for intruders, only to get instantly ambushed and shredded into mincemeat. Lowering his weapon, he signals Jury that the coast is clear. After she meticulously executes the crippled survivors of Wave 1, she questions if this boss is legitimately stupid enough to keep falling for the exact same cheese strat. Min chuckles, roasting the mob for having absolute zero brain cells and a negative IQ. Any lingering anxiety just evaporates the second she gets hit with his ridiculously charming grin. Flash forward a bit. Jury officially clears the 300 kill milestone, while Black Scythe casually flexes that they nailed the 1-hour speedrun. She repeatedly showers him with gratitude, but Min's eyes are glued to her stats. Hearing she just hit level 19, he coolly drops the news that she is about to trigger a major class upgrade. One more level. That is all it takes, and our boy is hyped to see what crazy buffs she is about to unlock. She is about to become the ultimate support unit, giving him that precise competitive edge he desperately needs to completely shatter the boss world record. He casually drops that he will hard carry her to level 20. Meanwhile, Jury is totally lost in her own rom.com fantasy, fully convinced he is just a prince charming in disguise. She is just standing there blushing, acting like a flustered high schooler, terrified of betraying her imaginary boyfriend. Cut to the perimeter, where a squad of 5 absolute tryhards crashes the zone, instantly losing their minds over the absolute massacre our Dark Reaper just unleashed. The so-called alpha of the group steps up to introduce himself, but Min instantly shuts him down, demanding he skip the filler and get straight to the point. Stuttering, the dude stammers out that his squad was just swinging by to grind some low-tier mobs. Internally, though, he is short-circuiting, completely baffled at how a 2-man party turned an entire orc battalion into ground beef. In the back, his buddies are whispering, trying to decode how some random girl secured a duo queue with the server's top-tier absolute menace. Their minds dive straight into the gutter, cooking up some highly questionable fan theories about what she did to secure that VIP treatment. One discount ninja starts eyeing her up like she is the ultimate prize, prompting our boy to aggressively bury his massive blade into the dirt, ordering the whole squad to evaporate. Glaring daggers at them, he brutally roasts their maidenless behavior, making it clear they do not even belong in his zip code. He claims their broke energy is literally nerfing his aura, a reality check that instantly triggers the dude wearing a sweatband. Jury hits full panic mode, terrified of the absolute bloodbath that will happen if these bottom feeders actually try to throw hands with the Grim Reaper himself. Min denies them the luxury of a warm-up, launching a blur of a strike that leaves a crater right in the center of Sweatband Boy's oversized forehead. The victim's tough guy monologue flatlines the exact second crimson, starts leaking down his face, sending the rest of his pathetic posse into survival mode. They absolutely book it for the tree line, pivoting to a cowardly new strategy of camping in the distance to plagiarize his grinding route. Our protagonist reads them like an open book, already vowing to turn them into human shish kebabs, the literal nanosecond they dare touch his raid boss. Tossing the distraction aside, he refocuses on the main quest, pushing Jury straight toward that magical level 20 milestone. Thinking they are safe behind enemy lines, the lurkers start heavily debating whether stalking a living legend is actually worth the risk of getting zeroed. They go full stealth mode, crouching in the foliage like discount assassins locking their sights on the clearing. Right on cue, a pair of beefy orc vanguard units stampede out of the shadows, lunging straight for his neck. True to form, Min does not even bother unsheathing his steel. Instead, he decides to completely stunt on them, grabbing one brute and hurling it like a ragdoll into its partner. With zero effort, he pummels the monsters down to a single health point, setting up the perfect alley-oop for Jury to snipe the kills from her hiding spot. The peanut gallery in the bushes completely short-circuits, their jaws hitting the dirt as they realize the astronomical skill gap. One of the peeping toms squints, totally confused as to why the big bad solo player keeps feeding the finishing blows to the tag-along girl. It takes a hot minute, but their combined single brain cell finally computes that he is power leveling her, and they absolutely lose their minds. They start spiraling, obsessing over what kind of insane pact she signed to get VIP boosting like this. Watching her casually strut around the battlefield, with zero fear while out-leveling all of them, sends them into a toxic rage. But suddenly, a plot hole appears to one of the lurkers every single time she steps out of that cabin. She is baiting out a fresh wave of brutes, a physically impossible feat for such a tiny shack. The realization that our duo is gatekeeping an infinite mob spawner makes one of the guys see red, yet they collectively agree to keep their heads down and wait out the storm, painfully aware that challenging the server's undisputed apex predator would mean instant game over. Cutting back to the action, Jury pops open her interface and beams with joy, proudly announcing she has officially breached level 20. She just bagged a ridiculously rare ability and a massive evolution for her blessing spell. Min immediately demands a test run, and his base stats instantly explode by a staggering 60%, followed up immediately by a brand new aura called Swift. Suddenly, his mobility and strike velocity both spike by that exact same massive multiplier. Min actually looks impressed by the sheer brokenness of the buffs, declaring it is time to conclude this grind session by executing the elite shaman. He drops a stern warning for her to stay completely out of the crossfire, letting her know that chilling on the sidelines is her best play, all while throwing a dangerous side-eye toward the absolute creeps mauling in the foliage. Juri just stands there, radiating her usual bubbly, clueless energy. Internally, our Dark Knight is grinning, already savoring the mental image of the sheer terror he is about to imprint onto those stalkers' faces. With Juri chilling by the perimeter, waiting for the masterclass to begin, the peeping Toms suddenly clock that the Grim Reaper himself just walked straight into the murder cabin. Out of nowhere, the wooden doors violently explode outward, and our hero completely books it, dragging a gargantuan tsunami of bloodthirsty, heavily armed monsters right behind him. Even though Min is obviously setting up the ultimate bait and switch, Juri watches him sprint for his life and instantly hits the panic button, absolutely convinced his master plan just crashed and burned. From the cheap seats in the brush, one of the spies is caught in 4K terror, deeply paralyzed by the sight of the server's deadliest player, sprinting in sheer panic while his oblivious teammate tries to play it cool. Back on the battlefield, the shaman's staff radiates a sickly, dark aura before ripping 3 colossal phantom arms straight out of thin air. Every single time those fists smash the earth, a fresh wave of greenskins spawns in. Off to the side, Juri stands completely paralyzed. Watching our guy get completely swarmed, she seriously debates throwing their strategy out the window and diving into the meat grinder to back him up. But she instantly scraps that idea the second she spots him, carving through the monster horde like an absolute blender. The dude does not even break a sweat, looking completely unfazed. And then the magic caster decides to drop another 10 grunts onto the field. Now the mob is just absurdly huge, leaving Min trapped in the dead center of a brutal kill box, with enemies ready to pounce. Instead of getting crushed, he effortlessly backflips to safety, making the creepy squad watching from the shadows drop their jaws. Right then, one of the lurkers nudges his buddy, telling him to quit acting like a total Black Scythe fanboy. They realize their prey is finally showing an opening. That is when their sleazy shot caller snaps his head back. Sporting the most sinister smirk imaginable, he announces it is the perfect time to pull off a filthy kill steal before the window closes. His squad immediately starts sweating, terrified that they are going to get sliced apart exactly like those monsters. The arrogant leader completely dismisses them, blindly confident that our overpowered protagonist is way too distracted by the mob to do anything. Catching onto the vibe, one pathetic loser suggests they can just play dumb and claim they were throwing him a lifeline if he actually gets pissed. Embracing that cowardly logic, the rats creep through the shadows, edging closer to the tribal tent. Juri catches their sketchy movement out of the corner of her eye, trying to figure out their game before the reality slaps her in the face. The pieces finally click. These bottom feeders are literally attempting to third-party the boss while Min is drowning in aggro. Flashback time, we see an embarrassed Juri showing gratitude for the hard carry, while painfully admitting she was basically useless. She felt like a massive anchor dragging him down. But our boy casually dropped that he already wiped the primary objective and secured one of the 4 balance stones. That means he is practically swimming in free time to grind optional missions, especially since ripping through commanders might unlock even more hidden tasks. Basically, he told her to stop stressing over the carry since he is scoring premium drops along the way anyway. Snapping back to reality, her blood instantly boils, watching this squad of absolute losers trying to swipe his hard-earned victory. That kill has Black Scythe written all over it, so she immediately shifts gears, rushing in to intercept the thieves before they can touch the magic user. Out of absolutely nowhere, pitch-black shadows swallow the sneaking squad whole, leaving everyone totally rattled. Flailing blindly in the dark, one terrified dude aggressively claps a hand over his teammate's mouth to shut him up. They are literally inches away from an absolute nightmare of a creature that just caught their scent, and the beast whips its head around. It lets out this bone-chilling demonic growl, basically confirming these idiots are about to get sent straight to the lobby. The scavengers sprint for their lives, but the hulking commander aggressively cuts off their only exit route. In a brutal twist of irony, it locks them inside a ring of monstrous soldiers mirroring exactly what happened to Min. And right then, the horrifying realization kicks in that they are completely cooked. A massive blade bites straight through the dark-haired guy's shoulder, violently hoisting him into the